All right, we understand. Yichen nodded. By the way, General Ming, what happened between us and the Nine Sacred City that caused such a bad relationship? Lin Feng asked curiously. After all, there was no such thing as hate for no reason. Something must have happened. There's no harm in telling you about this. It's like this. As Ming Tian explained, Zhou Han roughly understood that it was because of the competition for benefits that there was a grudge between them in the mystic realm. Then, the Firmament Imperial City, the Nine Sacred City, and many disputed territories, so it was normal for the relationship to become more and more intense. How powerful is His Majesty? Can't he do anything to the Nine Saint Kings? Yichen asked. The Saint Emperor was a peerless expert who had at least 80 sovereign golden runes, and the most powerful Saint King was only 79. The difference was not something that numbers could make up for. If it was that simple, the Saint Emperor would have destroyed the Nine Sacred City long ago. In fact, the reason why the Nine Sacred City can confront the Firmament Imperial City is mainly that they have 2 sovereign artifacts. What? 2 sovereign artifacts? No wonder. So this is the confidence they have. Yichen sighed. That's right. Countless people don't even have a sovereign artifact. I wonder why they have 2 at once. It's precisely because of this that it's not easy to deal with the combined forces of the Nine Saint Kings. Meng Tian was also quite emotional. He subconsciously looked at Zhou Han because this kid had obtained the sovereign artifact, the Dragon Spring Sword, not long ago. He was extremely enviable. Next, Meng Tian also introduced many things he had seen and heard on the continent. Zhou Han also gained a lot of knowledge from the surrounding anecdotes. On the way, he did not seem bored. Unfortunately, Zhou Han asked about the destruction of the Song family in the Nine Sacred City. Meng Tian was not very sure. In that case, the clues were gone again. He could only give up for the time being. Nothing happened along the way. What appeared in front of the 4 of them was a majestic palace. It was dazzling and stood among the clouds. It looked majestic and beautiful. It was where the main city of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace was, giving people a huge shock. After entering the inner city, the streets inside were made of white clouds. Walking on them was like stepping on cotton. It was very soft. The traffic was heavy, and there was a sea of people. However, most of them were not in human form, but in the form of demonic beasts. After all, only those races with powerful cultivation and noble bloodlines could cultivate into human form. These ordinary low-level demon beasts naturally did not have such a chance. Welcome, distinguished guest of the Firmament Imperial City. The guard in charge of receiving them said respectfully. Although he brought the 4 of them to a palace and settled them down, the guard said, as all the members of the other factions are not here yet, please wait patiently. This is the exact process of this marriage recruitment. You can check it first. After the guard put down the jade slip he had prepared, he bade farewell. The 4 jade slips recorded the same information. Zhou Han casually chose a piece and infiltrated it with his divine sense, beginning to check the relevant instructions. A distant voice came from it. Welcome to my Cloud Void Sacred Palace as a guest. I, Ao Tianyun, am very grateful to everyone for giving me face. My daughter, Ao Zhan, admires talented young talents. She also yearns to find a partner she likes. That's why this marriage selection event is held. The appearance of a middle-aged handsome man also appeared in the jade slip. It was the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor, Ao Tianyun. He looked very amiable and spoke with an approachable air. He did not look like an emperor in a high position with power in his hand. There was no sharp aura about him. He had personally recorded the information in this jade slip. It could be seen how much he valued Ao Zhan. After all, she was his only daughter. The higher the level of the expert, the more difficult it was to give birth to children. Of course, he had to dote on her. I've formulated the following rules and procedures for this marriage recruitment. At that time, all the participants will enter a mystic realm. Through the competition, the people who obtain the top 10 will obtain a chance to meet Ao Zhan. As for whether I can be chosen, it depends on fate. It's not convenient to leak information about the mystic realm too early. We'll agree to the arrangements when the time comes. The people participating in this competition will receive rewards, especially those ranked at the top. There will be heavy gifts. There was not much information. They quickly finished reading it. The Flying Serpent Saint Emperor really dotes on his daughter. The choice is actually in the hands of the Flying Serpent Princess. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as if he saw a trace of hope. This is good news for the two of us. We're not the strongest, but as long as we get into the top 10, anything is possible. Yi Chen's face was filled with smiles as he glanced at Zhou Han vaguely. Because of Zhou Han, they naturally could not get first place. However, in his opinion, his strength was inferior to Zhou Han. But the choice was in the hands of the Flying Serpent Princess, Aozhan. That had nothing to do with strength. It depended on personal charm and fate. That's right. What we have to do now is try our best to get into the top 10, and then everyone will have equal opportunities. Lin Feng and Yi Chen looked at each other and smiled. Originally, with Zhou Han's existence, they had already given up on fighting. They were just here to watch and see the market. Now, hope was reignited and they were in a very good mood. Huh, equal opportunities? Zhou Han looked at the two of them laughing foolishly and found it a little funny. With him around, the others were just foils and had no chance at all. However, I can't be careless. I wonder what the rules are in the mystic realm now. As long as I enter the top 10, I'll be safe. Zhou Han thought. At the same time, he was very confident that a true expert would not be restricted by the rules if he could do this. Zhou Han had just sat down and was about to adjust his state when he heard footsteps. The person who came was a guard of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. I'm sorry, esteemed guests. Due to some forces, our schedule has been delayed. Therefore, the marriage recruitment event will not officially begin in 2 days. We're deeply sorry for the inconvenience. At this point, Zhou Han had nothing to say. He was too anxious to see Aozhan previously, so he came early. He had forgotten to wait for the others to arrive before starting the marriage recruitment event. All right, we understand. Lin Feng said. If you're interested, I can bring you to the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. There are many shops and auction houses in the main city that sell all kinds of natural treasures and top-grade equipment. You can also listen to music. There are many special services. The guard revealed a look that all men understood. Ahem. All right, I'm bored. We do have to go out and broaden our horizons. Lin Feng was a little tempted and hurriedly said, That's right. To become a peerless expert, not only do you have to have profound martial arts, but you also have to have knowledge and horizons. Yi Chen agreed. Brother Han, let's go. Let's go and see it together. Lin Feng walked over and said with a smile. Although they were all competitors, they were currently representing the Firmament Imperial City when they went out. Therefore, after interacting along the way, everyone's relationship was not bad. Yes, let's go. Zhou Han nodded. He was not interested in music and special services. He mainly wanted to see if he could obtain some items that were helpful to him. Although his current strength had increased very quickly, it was not satisfied because of the strict requirements for himself. Be careful. I won't go. Meng Tian gave a few instructions and left alone. He had seen these things long ago and was not too interested. His mission was to protect the 3 prodigies, but now that he was in the main city of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, he did not have to worry that something would happen to the 3 of them. After all, the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor was definitely unwilling to see the prodigies of other factions cause trouble under his rule. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Therefore, as long as he was in the city, he did not have to worry about safety. Moreover, Meng Tian knew that Zhou Han was powerful. This was also the main reason why he was relieved. General Meng is still so old-fashioned and difficult to get along with. Lin Feng complained softly. Everyone's pursuit is different. Don't use your standards to measure others or be influenced by others. Firming your beliefs is the right way. Zhou Han said with a smile. Brother Han is too good. With such comprehension, no wonder his strength far exceeds ours. Lin Feng bragged as if he had become a fan. Yi Chen, who was at the side, could not help but nod. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the truth was that the gap between him and Zhou Han was indeed very big. Zhou Han smiled calmly and did not say anything else. Under the lead of the guards, he walked out of the sacred palace. Masters, let me introduce you. The main city of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace is divided into 4 districts. As the guard walked, he introduced them passionately. These were all prodigies, so he naturally did not dare to offend them. Moreover, as long as he served them well, he might receive some generous rewards. Then he could simply take off. That was why the guard was so solicitous. The East District is where the army of our Cloud Void Sacred Palace is stationed. It's not convenient to visit the residence of high-ranking officials. There are all kinds of shops in the South City area. Trade is developed. Whether you're looking for natural treasures or top-grade weapons, you have all kinds of quality. Even if you don't, you can obtain information here. Oh, then is there information about the sovereign artifact? Zhou Han asked. To the current him, he was not too interested in Dharma treasures or weapons below the pseudo-sovereign grade. Only the sovereign artifact was his focus. Hearing the guard's words, he asked subconsciously, "Well, you don't say." "There is. However, these sovereign artifacts have owners. All of them are extremely powerful. Before you want to have designs on them, you have to combine your strength to take action," the guard reminded him with a smile. Zhou Han was not surprised. After all, an ownerless sovereign artifact like the Dragon Spring Sword was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. If he had not encountered Koizumi, it would have been impossible for him to find the hiding place of the Dragon Spring Sword. "How can I obtain it? Bring me to see it," Zhou Han asked. As long as he killed the owner of an owner's sovereign artifact, there was an extremely low chance of it dropping. However, this was also a way. He was not afraid that the probability was low, but he was afraid that there would be no clues. "This is all common. Any small stall on the street sells it, but I can't guarantee the timeliness of the news," the guard said with a smile. As expected, Zhou Han saw a street stall by the roadside. After asking, there was indeed such a book called Sovereign Artifact Holder and Combat Strength Analysis. The price was also very cheap. It could be bought for 10,000 gold coins. As the Flying Serpent guard had said, it was common. For example, the owner of some sovereign artifacts might have been a Saint-grade expert 10 years ago, but 10 years later, they became a Saint-King-grade expert. Therefore, this news is misleading and is only for reference. The Flying Serpent guard continued to explain. Zhou Han also agreed. After roughly flipping through it, he did not find himself among them. It seemed that the speed of the version update was indeed very slow. After all, this world was not like the internet in the future. As soon as there was shocking news, the entire world might know in an hour. This place was different. Someone had obtained a sovereign artifact, and someone had obtained a major breakthrough. It all required a lot of dissemination time, which caused a lot of information gaps. After flipping through them a few times, he realized that the lowest of these sovereign artifact holders was at the Saint King grade. They were indeed very powerful. This was not something the current Zhou Han could deal with. It was impossible for him to have designs on the sovereign artifact for the time being. Then I'll continue to introduce the situation in the West District. It's filled with all kinds of entertainment venues. Cat girl, fox girl, leopard girl, tiger girl, wolf girl, snake girl. We have everything. I guarantee it will give you an ultimate experience. Hearing the Flying Serpent guard's words, Yi Chun and Lin Feng's breathing became a little hurried. Clearly, they had been focused on cultivating previously and had not seen much of the world. Their faces flickered with yearning. "Let's go to the West City. We're also close to that place," Yi Chun suggested. Yes. Let's stick close to the principal," Lin Feng hurriedly echoed. Zhou Han was speechless. Zhou Han naturally knew what they were thinking and did not expose them. After all, men were all like this. "You guys go. I'll go elsewhere." Zhou Han rejected. After all, he was going to marry Ao Zhan. It was not good to mess around now. Perhaps the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor was watching all their movements now. As his future son-in-law, Zhou Han felt that it was better to keep a low profile. Moreover, Zhou Han was only interested in peerless beauties. Ordinary beauties could not enter his eyes. Seeing that Zhou Han was not going, Yi Chun and Lin Feng did not force him. It was obvious that they were very anxious and walked straight towards the West City. The Flying Serpent guard retracted his envious gaze. Although he also wanted to go to the brothel to listen to music, he was carrying out official duties now and could not escape. Then, he began to introduce the Cloud Void Sacred Palace to Zhou Han. At this moment, in a vast palace, the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor Ao Tianyun was sitting on the throne. What is Zhou Han doing now? Ao Tianyun tapped his fingers on the counter and asked casually. Actually, when Zhou Han entered the range of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, Ao Tianyun had sent people to investigate his whereabouts. As for why he did this, Ao Tianyun could not help but look at Ao Zhan. It was all for his precious daughter. Back then, after finding Ao Zhan, he already knew about her relationship with Zhou Han. If not for Ao Zhan stopping him in all ways, Ao Tianyun would probably have slapped Zhou Han to death at that time. One could imagine the anger in his heart when the daughter of the Saint Emperor was treated like that. At this moment, Zhou Han heard Zhou Han's news. As expected, her unhappy face immediately perked up. It's Zhou Han? Is it really him? Zhou Han's eyes flickered. The longing in her heart subconsciously surged out, and bits of their relationship appeared in her mind again. I knew he would come for me. Zhou Han had already teared up, but she was very happy. Her efforts had not been in vain. Her persistence had finally seen hope. Originally, the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor wanted to marry Zhou Han to the son of the imperial preceptor of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. This way, he could increase and consolidate his power. However, Zhou Han refused no matter what, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. Only then did Zhou Han think of a compromise, which was this marriage recruitment event. It would cause a huge commotion. In that case, she believed that Zhou Han would definitely hear about her. Now that her goal had finally been achieved, Zhou Han felt very excited at the thought of reuniting. This period of time had been too difficult. It was worth it to suffer a huge grievance. Don't get ahead of yourself. These are all top prodigies from the various large factions. You know very well how difficult it is for Zhou Han to enter the top 10. If he doesn't have this bit of strength to become my son-in-law, won't I be a joke? Ao Tianyun was filled with resentment and was extremely unhappy with Zhou Han, so he naturally attacked mercilessly. At that time, if Zhou Han did not enter the top 10, Ao Zhen would have to choose one of the top 10. If he did not choose, Ao Tianyun would personally make a choice. Father, I want to see Zhou Han now. Impossible. You can't go anywhere during this period of time. How can I not know your thoughts? You want to help Zhou Han increase his strength. Ao Tianyun rejected sternly. Father, Ao Zhen indeed had such thoughts. After all, when she left Zhou Han, his strength was only at the top emperor grade. No matter how quickly he improved, in Ao Zhen's opinion, he was still quite far from these top prodigies. Therefore, she had to increase Zhou Han's strength and ensure that he entered the top 10. However, Ao Tianyun saw through all of this. Don't forget our agreement. Allowing the marriage recruitment is already the greatest concession. As for how far Zhou Han can do it, it depends on his ability. Ao Tianyun did not give in at all. He did not deliberately make things difficult for Zhou Han. This was already the greatest tolerance. There was no room for negotiation about anything else. What preparations does Zhou Han have now? Ao Zhen hurriedly asked the guard. Your Highness, the 3 people with Zhou Han are preparing to go to the brothel to listen to music. The guard hurriedly said. He was about to report just now, but when he saw the Saint Emperor and the princess arguing, he did not dare to speak. What? However, Zhou Han is not with them. Instead, he's walking towards the North City area, the guard hurriedly added. Ao Zhen also heaved a sigh of relief. If her father caught her red-handed, she would probably be even more unhappy with Zhou Han. The North City area? Looks like he's preparing to try his luck. Ao Tianyun said indifferently. I hope his luck improves. In that case, there's only a chance of entering the top 10. Ao Zhen also prayed in her heart. Under the lead of the Flying Serpent Guard, Zhou Han looked in that direction. Unknowingly, he did not expect to come to the North City area. By the way, what's in the North City area? Zhou Han asked. Speaking of the North City district, I have to emphasize it. The North City area is very close to the Saintly Source Mountain, so all the origin stones produced from the Saintly Source Mountain will be transported to the North City area. Over time, that place has become the most popular place for origin stone transactions. Is there anything special about the origin stone? Hearing the Flying Serpent Guard's vivid words, Zhou Han asked with interest. This was the first time Zhou Han had heard of origin stones when he came to the Godfiend continent. It was a little unfamiliar. However, since the guard emphasized it, there was naturally something extraordinary about it. Let me put it this way. Origin stones can only be produced from the Saintly Source Mountain. They are only unique to my Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Origin stones are also known as divine sources. They're a very magical stone. Forgive me for being shallow, but I'm not very sure how they were formed. Nowadays, it's commonly believed to be the origin of the universe. The remaining power has evolved over endless years. All kinds of items are sealed in the origin stone. There are many types. They might be extremely powerful Dharma treasures or worthless ordinary items. What can be obtained depends on one's luck. At the mention of origin stones, the Flying Serpent Guard was very excited and explained endlessly. Luck? Logically speaking, with so many experts, can't they sense what kind of sealing items are in the origin stone? Zhou Han asked. This is the wonder of the origin stone. No one can detect the item sealed inside. Even sovereign-grade experts can't do it, the guard replied. Zhou Han found it a little funny. Wasn't this like stone gambling? However, it was what he obtained from it that changed from jade to a sealed item. It still sounded very interesting. He was very interested in items like origin stones. He naturally had to see such a magical thing. I wonder if my samsara heavenly I can identify the sealed item inside the origin stone. Zhou Han smiled and thought to himself, Master Zhou, why don't I show you? Seeing a trace of interest on Zhou Han's face, the guard hurriedly said, All right, lead the way. Zhou Han nodded. As the guard guided him, the white-clouded street became livelier. There were constant shouts from the shops on both sides of the street. Take a look. Take a look. It's an authentic old pit origin stone. It's definitely good. It's at least supreme grade. I'll sell it for a cheap price. 2 million gold coins. I only want 2 million. You won't lose out with 2 million. You won't be fooled with 2 million. Do you want to change your fate? Do you want to experience the feeling of becoming rich? Let's come to the Origin Stone Tavern. Zhou Han also looked over. There was a strange stone placed at the entrance of the shop. It was of different sizes. The small one was the size of a pebble, and the big one was like a small mountain. Without exception, the stone flickered with a pure white luster. A mysterious light was slowly flowing. Just looking at it from the outside, one would feel that it was unusual. Is this an origin stone? That's right. This is an origin stone. No one knows what will exist inside after opening it. Therefore, this origin stone is filled with a different kind of charm. Otherwise, the West region wouldn't have become the most lively place in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, the guard explained. System prompt. You have activated the appraisal of the origin stone. Unfortunately, due to the special nature of this item, the appraisal has failed. After Zhou Han activated the appraisal effect of the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye, he received a notification of failure, which surprised him. It seemed that this origin stone was indeed special. He had wanted to harvest a wave, but now it seemed impossible. This is the largest origin stone shop in the North City district. The quality of the origin stones is the best, and the probability of obtaining top-grade ones is far higher than other shops. Under the lead of the guard, there was a huge shop in front of him. He was prepared to say that it should be called a pavilion because it occupied a very large area and had a total of 3 floors. On the plaque were 3 gilded words, Divine Source Pavilion. It was majestic and displayed great strength, forming a huge contrast to the surrounding small shops. Yo, this young hero, you're not from around here, right? As expected, he's handsome and suave. He must be a powerful competitor for this marriage recruitment meeting. Please come in. Our Divine Source Pavilion has the best service and the best origin stones of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. I guarantee that you can obtain top-grade items. In the betrothal recruitment event, you will take the lead and shock the world with a single feat. You will win the beauty. Soon, a shop assistant came forward. When he saw Zhou Han's clothes, he knew that he was not a local. Yes, bring me around, Zhou Han said calmly. Thinking that the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye, was ineffective against origin stones, he felt disinterested. After all, it was purely based on luck. He did not want to waste time on it. However, since he was here, he could just buy 1 or 2. Young hero, it seems that this is your first time here. You shouldn't have come into contact with origin stones before. Let me explain it to you, the shop assistant said with a smile. First, there's the selection process. These neatly placed origin stones are all in order. Then, the shop assistant briefly introduced the selection process, the purchase payment process, and the stone cutting process. It gave Zhou Han a rough impression. In the attic, he took a look. There were many people buying origin stones, and there were really some good things. Thinking of this, Zhou Han could not help but be a little tempted. Just as he was about to choose, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, I remember that the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye, is 2-star supreme grade. That means the upper limit of enhancement is 20 times. Now it's only enhanced 10 times. If I enhance it 20 times, I wonder if there will be any new effects. Zhou Han slapped his head and almost forgot. Whether it was effective or not, he would definitely give it a try. Anyway, it was just 200,000 supreme enhancement points. It was completely acceptable to him now that he had 2 million in stock. Moreover, even if he could not detect the origin stone after enhancing it, the effect of the increase in his eye technique was real. Therefore, no matter what, Zhou Han would not lose out. After all, this eye technique could still be used for a period of time in the future. The sooner he enhanced it, the sooner he could enjoy it. Then I'll directly enhance the reincarnation. Heavens, I 20 times. Thinking of this, Zhou Han did not hesitate and chanted in his heart. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Your eye technique, Reincarnation, Heaven's Eye, has been successfully enhanced 20 times. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention. A white light flashed, and Zhou Han looked at the interface. The relevant description was obvious. Reincarnation, Heaven's Eye plus 20. Grade, 2-star Supreme. Type, Comprehensive. Description, the reincarnation power was born at the origin of the universe and has supreme power. It is a powerful power that countless top experts can only dream of. This skill contains a trace of the reincarnation power. When the heavenly eye is activated, all the enemies in your vision will be annihilated, and space will turn to nothingness. Heavenly eye technique, an active skill. Concentrate a large amount of energy in the body in the center of the forehead, where a third eye will grow. From it, a terrifying light containing the reincarnation power will be released, instantly killing 10 targets. Cooldown is 3 days. The casting distance is 1,500 meters. This effect is not affected by the target's level. The target's invincibility and resurrection will lose their effect. Transcendent Perception, passive skill. You can appraise the attribute data of all objects in the Godfiend continent. No one can hide within 1,000 meters and escape your prying eyes. Any concealment, trap, and array will lose their effect. Shinra Barrier, passive skill that has a defensive effect. A transparent barrier will be condensed around your body and cannot be detected. Any enemy target within 100 meters of you will automatically rebound, preventing them from approaching and posing a threat to you. Is this the effect of enhancement? Its output has actually increased so much. After Zhou Han saw the active skill of the Heavenly Eye technique, he sighed. He remembered that when he enhanced it 10 times, it could only kill 3 targets. Now he could actually insta-kill 10 targets. It was simply terrifying. His output had been greatly enhanced. Moreover, the cooldown changed from 5 days to 3 days. In short, it was even more shocking in terms of damage output. Then there was the passive effect. The previous insight I became the effect of Transcendent Perception. The effect had also increased. Previously, he could only appraise most items. Now that he could appraise everything in the Godfiend continent, it meant that if there were some other top-notch items that did not belong to the Godfiend continent, he would still not be able to see them. These origin stones should belong to the Godfiend continent. Zhou Han was not sure. After all, the origin stone was very mysterious. It was not impossible to say that he came from outside the Godfiend continent. Thinking of this, he stopped looking at the skill and turned his gaze to the 2 origin stones he was about to randomly choose. System prompt. You have activated the passive effect of Transcendent Perception on the origin stone numbered C1050. Congratulations, you have successfully appraised the attributes of this origin stone. The relevant attributes have automatically appeared on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. It's effective. I didn't expect it to really work. I can see the sealed items inside the origin stones. Zhou Han was delighted and smiled happily. He felt very comfortable. In that case, wouldn't he be able to harvest these origin stones wantonly? The effect of enhancing it 20 times did not disappoint Zhou Han. Zhou Han saw these origin stones that belonged to the Godfiend continent clearly. Ordinary origin stone. Number, C1050. Quality, ordinary. Type, divine source item. Description, this origin stone is very ordinary. Among the many origin stones, it is the trashiest. If you encounter such an origin stone, please stay away. Otherwise, you will make a huge loss. Sealed item, caterpillar, ordinary grade demonic beast. Price, 500,000 gold coins. Damn, is this what I chose at random just now? Fortunately, it has the effect of Transcendent Perception. Otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss. Zhou Han felt lucky. Although he was not short of this bit of gold coins at the moment, he would definitely be unhappy if he made a loss. This was human nature. He activated his transcendent perception again and appraised the second chosen origin stone. As expected, such a thing that depends on luck is not suitable for me, Zhou Han said emotionally. This origin stone was green grade and was only slightly stronger than ordinary grade. However, the price was even higher by 5 million gold coins. If he bought it, he would definitely lose even more. Young hero, are you dissatisfied with these two origin stones? These are produced by Old Pit. The quality is unknown. The probability of obtaining top-grade ones is always high. Seeing Zhou Han put down the two origin stones, the shop assistant hurriedly bragged. After all, this was related to his performance. If Zhou Han did not spend it, there would be no commission at all. Zhou Han found it a little funny, but he did not say anything. His strength was too heaven-defying, so he naturally would not say it out loud to show off. After all, origin stones were items that even sovereigns could not see through. He had to keep a low profile. These two aren't suitable. I'd better choose the others. As Zhou Han spoke, he enveloped these origin stones with his transcendent perception and quickly scanned them. System prompt. You have activated transcendent perception and successfully appraised a green-grade source stone. System prompt. You have activated transcendent perception and successfully appraised a blue-grade source stone. System prompt. You have activated transcendent perception and successfully appraised a blue-grade source stone. All kinds of appraisal information kept scrolling on the virtual interface. Zhou Han was unmoved because these qualities were too trashy. Through observation and the system's explanation, Zhou Han also learned that the rating of origin stones was divided into ordinary, green, blue, purple, orange, silver, gold, and other grades. The higher the quality, the stronger the ceiling item opened in the origin stone. Since he could now investigate the internal details of the origin stones, Zhou Han naturally would not waste time on those low-quality origin stones. At the very least, it had to be orange grade. Otherwise, the items inside would not increase Zhou Han's strength at all. He scanned the first floor and checked all the origin stones inside. Other than a few purple grade origin stones, there was not a single one above orange grade. Bring me to the second floor, Zhou Han said to the shop assistant. I have to tell you something else. The origin stones on the second floor are much more expensive than the ones on the first floor. The shop assistant reminded him softly. Lead the way. Zhou Han expressed his understanding and said indifferently. Although he did not have that many gold coins, he was prepared for the supreme grade. The Divine Source Pavilion would naturally provide buyback services, so Zhou Han did not have to worry about gold coins at all. Hey, all right. Seeing Zhou Han's calm expression, the shop assistant immediately knew that he was rich, and the smile on his face became even more solicitous. If he did well this time, the commission would be very generous. Damn, what the hell? Why am I so unlucky? I opened 10 origin stones and didn't even see an Emperor-grade item. I'm so angry. I don't believe it today. As soon as Zhou Han walked upstairs, he heard an exasperated voice. Without guessing, it was obvious that it was because he had opened the origin stone and did not get it. After all, to be able to do such a huge business, the Divine Source Pavilion definitely had powerful strength behind it. Before ordinary people wanted to cause trouble, they had to consider their weight. Zhou Han only smiled gently and ignored it. Ever since he entered, he had heard such complaints no less than 10 times and was already used to it. How could it be so easy to rely on origin stones to become rich overnight? Most people had lost everything. This is a prodigy from the 9 Sacred City who came to participate in the marriage recruitment event. The Flying Serpent Guard whispered to Zhou Han. The person in charge of receiving them naturally obtained the identity and portrait of the prodigy in the election in advance. Oh, hearing the 9 Sacred City, Zhou Han looked up curiously. The person who lost his temper there was a young man in brocade clothes. He did not have the aura of the Flying Serpent race, and there was a guard of the Flying Serpent race beside him. Kid, is it funny? Your firmament Imperial City is very awesome. Are you looking down on my 9 Sacred City? Pei Qian glared at him fiercely. Clearly, he had also learned Zhou Han's identity from the guard beside him. Moreover, Zhou Han's smile just now was also seen by Pei Qian. He felt that he was being mocked. After all, he had opened origin stones and had already knelt 10 times in a row. He was extremely unhappy. He had encountered the enemy of the Nine Sacred City, the Firmament Imperial City, again, so he directly vented his anger and clamored brazenly. "Kid, why don't you dare to speak? Are you afraid? Aren't all of you quite capable?" Seeing that Zhou Han ignored him, Pei Qian became even smugger. His arrogance became even stronger, and the provocation was very obvious. "Idiot." Zhou Han said a word and ignored them. He directly activated his transcendent perception and quickly appraised these origin stones on the second floor. System prompt. You have activated transcendent perception and successfully appraised a purple grade source stone. System prompt. You have activated transcendent perception and successfully appraised a blue grade source stone. You activated transcendent perception and successfully appraised a purple grade origin stone. As expected, the goods on the second floor were better. There was a reason why they were expensive. At a glance, there were actually many purple grade ones. However, this was far from enough. Zhou Han took a look. The items obtained from purple grade items were not even emperor grade. They were useless. It had to be orange grade and above. "Kid, what did you say? Do you have a death wish?" Hearing the word idiot, Pei Qian's eyes flickered with endless anger as he threatened fiercely. Just as he was about to rush over, Zhou Han only glanced at him lightly. However, at this glance, he felt cold, killing intent. An incomparably fierce aura instantly locked onto him. He subconsciously took a step back, his heart trembling. When he looked at Zhou Han again, this feeling had already disappeared, as if it had never appeared. This made Pei Qian feel very embarrassed. No matter what, he was one of the top prodigies in the Nine Sacred City, but he was actually frightened by Zhou Han's gaze. If word got out, how could he survive in the Nine Sacred City in the future? Therefore, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was extremely unhappy and looked at Zhou Han ruthlessly. Just now, Zhou Han had glared at it. It only had such an effect because it automatically carried some dignity of the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye. After all, marrying Ao Zhen in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace was the most important thing. Therefore, this was also why Zhou Han did not teach Pei Qian a lesson. He did not want to complicate matters lest something unexpected happened and ruined his plan. Otherwise, Zhou Han would definitely not let him off easily. Pei Qian, who had taken the initiative to provoke him, would definitely teach the other party a painful lesson. Thinking of this, Zhou Han stepped into the center of the second floor. The origin stones here were very dense. He activated his transcendent perception and could sense more, so it was naturally much easier. This is silver grade origin stone? After investigating more than 100 origin stones, Zhou Han sensed a silver light flash. It instantly attracted Zhou Han's attention. After investigating a large number of origin stones on the first floor of the Divine Source Pavilion, he naturally had a clearer understanding of origin stones. At the same time, he summarized some experience. When he activated transcendent perception, the origin stones he sensed would be green grade if they flickered with green light. If it flickered blue, it was blue grade. This was all experience accumulated through a lot of practice. At the same time, it helped Zhou Han distinguish the quality of the origin stones more efficiently. After all, there were millions of origin stones here. If he really had to check them one by one on the virtual interface, or listen to the system notification, that was also a very torturous workload. Therefore, it was very worrisome to identify it according to the light emitted by the origin stone. It's indeed silver grade. I've finally found a high-quality origin stone. It's not easy. After Zhou Han carefully appraised it, he finally confirmed that this origin stone that emitted a silver light during his perception was indeed silver grade. Moreover, the sealed item inside was quite good. Haha, you dare to buy such an origin stone? This must be your first time seeing an origin stone. As expected, the people of the Firmament Imperial City are inexperienced. Zhou Han had just picked up the source stone he had detected and was about to pay the bill when a discordant voice sounded in his ear. It was Pei Qian from the Nine Sacred City, his face filled with a mocking smile. He had no choice but to go against Zhou Han. Firstly, it was because the Nine Sacred City had a bad relationship with the Firmament Imperial City to begin with. Since he had a chance to attack the other party, he naturally would not let it go. Secondly, it was because he was still brooding about how he had been frightened by Zhou Han just now. A peerless genius was suppressed by the other party's aura. He would definitely get back at him. He was very unconvinced. Therefore, Pei Qian had been watching Zhou Han just now and saw him choose an ordinary-looking and dim origin stone. It was obvious that he was a newbie who knew nothing. Pei Qian naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to mock him. Yes, you're a veteran. You're really admirable. Zhou Han retorted mercilessly. No matter what, I can get a purple grade 1. You can't even get a blue grade source stone, let alone a purple grade 1. Pei Qian's expression froze as he said confidently, what if I can get something above purple grade? Zhou Han smiled calmly and said slowly, do you dare to make a bet? If, Pei Qian said aggressively, but just as he was about to state the conditions of the bet, he was interrupted by Zhou Han. You want to bet? Do you have a sovereign artifact? Zhou Han asked. No. Do you have the sovereign golden rune? Zhou Han asked again. No. Pei Qian was a little confused. What did a bet have to do with this? No. Why should I make a bet with you? Get lost. Zhou Han said angrily. If he didn't have any of these things, it would be a waste of time. Besides, he wasn't interested in such a battle of emotions. Pei Qian was speechless. This was the first time he had heard of such a high-class bet. Of course, if you really want to bet, I'll fulfill your wish. If I win, I'll slap you. If I lose, how about you slap me? Zhou Han originally did not want to care, but seeing that Pei Qian was getting jumpier and jumpier, such a person had to be slapped in the face. All right, you said it. Just wait to be slapped in the face. A smug smile flashed across Pei Qian's face. Zhou Han did not say anything else and directly picked up this origin stone. Young hero, do you really want to buy this origin stone? Do you want to consider changing to another one? This quality is indeed a little. The shop assistant suggested. He naturally hoped that Zhou Han could sell it. In that case, Zhou Han would definitely buy more origin stones. Then his achievements would be very impressive. Therefore, when they saw Zhou Han choose this black origin stone, it did not have any luster at all. This was from 10 years ago. No one had bought it here. Therefore, the shop assistant's suggestion was understandable. Cut the crap. Who are you to interrupt a servant? Pei Qian panicked and roared at the shop assistant. If Zhou Han really heard his words and changed the source stone in his hand, Pei Qian really did not have the confidence to win. Therefore, he hurriedly said, this origin stone can't be changed. Sure, if you want to be beaten up, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhou Han smiled mysteriously. I'll take this one. I think it looks quite pleasing to the eye. I have to trust my intuition. It will definitely drop. All right, I'll settle the purchase procedures for you directly. The shop assistant naturally did not dare to say anything when he saw Zhou Han's insistence and Pei Qian's murderous gaze. A total of 100,000 gold coins. Do you want to transfer the money or trade it with something of equal value? The shop assistant said. Zhou Han was a little surprised, but he quickly understood. After all, it was something no one had wanted for more than 10 years. It was understandable that it was so cheap. Let's trade supreme-grade equipment. Zhou Han did have 100,000 gold coins, but supreme-grade equipment was too easy to obtain for the current Zhou Han. Moreover, there were many in his spatial bag. Okay, young hero, are you going to cut the stone now? The shop assistant asked with a smile when he saw that the deal had been reached. Cut it open now, Zhou Han said indifferently. After all, the sealed item inside was still useful to him. Moreover, to open the origin stone, a special divine source cutter array was needed to cut open the origin stone. The origin stone was very firm. Even a top supreme grade expert would find it difficult to open it. Moreover, if he forcefully opened it, it would also damage the sealed items inside. In that case, the gains would naturally not make up for the losses. Therefore, the divine source pavilion provided a free stone cutting array. Zhou Han had no reason to refuse. The divine source cutter array was specially set up in the cutting area. After Zhou Han arrived, he realized that there were already many people cutting the origin stones. The scene was very lively. Some were happy, while others were worried. The people who got the goods were naturally overjoyed. Those who got cut looked like they had lost their parents. As expected, anyone dares to play with origin stones. He even chose such trash. He's really a newbie. This temperament shows that he's a young master. He's just rich and playing. What can you do? Tisk, he's stupid and rich. I'll see him cut it soon. I'll be in a better mood. Let's just watch the show. Zhou Han's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was mainly the origin stones in his hand. These veterans could tell at a glance that they were publicly recognized trash in the Divine Source Pavilion. Now that she had been chosen by Zhou Han, she would definitely be seen as a classic example of being rich. The joy in Pei Qian's eyes intensified. No one thought highly of Zhou Han. Then, he would definitely win the bet. Thinking that he could slap Zhou Han's face and be a prodigy of the firmament imperial city, if word got out, he would definitely become famous in the Nine Sacred City. Facing everyone's mockery, Zhou Han was calm and composed and did not take it seriously. After all, the outcome was already decided. He was long calm. The shop assistant wanted to say something, but hesitated. He naturally wanted to persuade Zhou Han to change an origin stone. However, they were already at the cutting array. It was useless to say anything else. He made up his mind and placed the origin stone Zhou Han had chosen into the divine source cutter array. In an instant, a huge amount of divine source power surged crazily. It turned into countless saber shadows. In just a few seconds, the outer appearance of the origin stone had been peeled off. Source power is indeed magical. If I have the chance, I must go to the saintly Source Mountain and see it. Ever since Zhou Han came into contact with the origin stone, he had been attracted by its strangeness and mystery. After all, the origin stone did have many mysteries. Even sovereigns could not investigate the interior of the origin stone. Moreover, how did the origin stone form, and why did it have such strange power? Some things covered the origin stone with a mysterious veil, causing people to want to pry into the mysteries. It was very normal. Crack, crack, crack. A shattering sound interrupted Zhou Han's thoughts. Zhou Han looked over. At this moment, the origin stones had all been cut, revealing the sealed item inside. A silver light was constantly flickering, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Something's wrong. When the origin stone was broken, it would produce some dazzling light. However, this light lasted a little long now, and it was mixed with rich spiritual energy. Damn, is this good? The concentration of spiritual energy is very high. This quality is definitely not bad. How is that possible? Damn, no one else is so lucky. I'm really lucky. It's unbelievable. Really. It can even drop like this, and it's a huge drop. Sigh. If I were half as lucky as him, I wouldn't have lost so much money that I was left with only my underpants. I know this sealed item. It's a divine-grade natural treasure called the Star Soul Leaf. It has a powerful nourishing effect on the soul. It's a rare top-grade item. As a certain onlooker explained, the scene immediately boiled. The value of being able to obtain a divine-grade natural treasure, and it was beneficial to the soul, was rising. Everyone looked extremely envious. Young hero, I'll take this Star Soul Leaf for 100 million gold coins. In the crowd, an old soul cultivator said. Although this price was very high, everyone present did not find it strange. After all, increasing soul power was worth this price. Sorry, I want to keep the Star Soul Leaf for myself. Zhou Han directly rejected it. He was not short of money, and it was useless to ask for gold coins. Moreover, his soul power had already reached 95 million. He was just a bit away from 100 million. At that time, he could awaken a soul artifact. It was naturally a huge growth for him. Therefore, Zhou Han naturally would not miss the natural treasure that could increase his soul. Sigh? What a pity. Then, the old man raised the price a few more times. The price reached 120 million gold coins, but Zhou Han had no room for negotiation and could only sigh. I'd better find a quiet place to consume this Star Soul Leaf. After Zhou Han glanced at the attributes of the Star Soul Leaf, he put it into his spatial bag. After all, he naturally did not want to be disturbed if he wanted to awaken a soul artifact. Moreover, Zhou Han did not know what kind of commotion awakening a soul artifact would cause, but clearly, this divine source pavilion was not a good place to awaken. Young hero, you're really lucky. Congratulations. The shop assistant hurriedly cupped his hands and congratulated him. Master Zhou is awesome. He directly obtained a top-grade item. The flying serpent guard also flattered, his eyes filled with envy. He also opened origin stones and knew that on average, only 20 to 30 people could open a top-grade item like the Star Soul Leaf in a year. You actually. At this moment, Pei Qian felt as aggrieved as if he had eaten a fly. Was this the difference in luck between him and Zhou Han? He was even more unconvinced. You lost. Send your face over yourself. Zhou Han said with a smile. Needless to say, the quality of the Star Soul Leaf was obvious from the exclamations of the surrounding crowd. I'll give you 10 million gold coins, and this bet will be voided. How about that? Pei Qian's expression was ugly, although he did not want to admit it. But when he had made the bet just now, with so many people watching, he could only settle for the next best thing and see if he could solve the problem with money. It doesn't matter how many gold coins there are. I like the feeling of slapping you in the face, Zhou Han said coldly without any expression. It was not easy to find a reasonable opportunity to slap his face. How could he let it go? Is there really no room for negotiation? To tell you the truth, you might not know my identity yet. I'm Pei Qian. My father is one of the 9 saint kings of the 9 sacred city, Pei Ming. He put his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, "So, are you sure you want to fulfill the bet? Kid, you'd better consider it carefully before you attack. Don't make a decision you'll regret for the rest of your life." His calm tone was filled with threat. With the Saint King's father as his backer, Pei Qian had the right to be arrogant. Damn, he's actually the son of the Saint King. Does he have such a powerful background? I really didn't expect this. I was already very unhappy when I saw this. Fortunately, I didn't teach him a lesson. Otherwise, his outcome would definitely be very tragic. I have no choice. Everyone, keep a low profile during this period of time. The marriage recruitment event is imminent. The prodigies of the other large factions have all come over. All of them are existences we can't afford to offend. I wonder what he's going to do with that young man. If it were me, I would definitely be very flustered. Let's forget about it. It's better to have less trouble. Yeah, this is why you're destined not to become a peerless expert. Everyone exclaimed when they heard Pei Qian introduce himself. Clearly, they were frightened by his background. After all, to them, the Saint King level was something they could only look up to. He could destroy them with a breath. It was terrifying. So, are you still going to fulfill the bet? A few seconds later, Pei Qian's teasing voice sounded again, his eyes playful. After all, as long as one was not a fool, it was self-evident what decision to make. Of course, we have to fulfill the bet. Why not? I told you that I like the thrill of slapping faces. Let me tell you something else. I hate other people's threats very much. Zhou Han's originally lazy voice became extremely cold towards the end. Zhou Han did not care. So what if he was the son of a Saint King? His style was to follow his heart. Facing a threat, he naturally could not retreat. This was the heart of the strong. It was a quality that cultivators who had reached the peak had to have. Therefore, Zhou Han was not afraid. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. They did not expect Zhou Han to be so fierce. He really wanted to attack Pei Qian, the son of the Saint King. Although no one agreed with this, wasn't this what everyone wanted to do but didn't dare to do? Facing a powerful faction, his courage to fight made them admire Zhou Han a little more. What? You? A trace of surprise flashed across Pei Qian's face. He did not expect Zhou Han to still be so unappreciative even though he had already introduced himself. He was definitely going to make things difficult for him today. Good. You have guts. I'll stand here. Let's see if you really dare to fulfill the bet. Pei Qian's eyes flickered with a cold light as he said arrogantly. His provocation was obvious. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhou Han smiled calmly and condensed a palm in the void. Slap. A loud bang echoed in the pavilion. It could be seen how powerful it was. This slap knocked Pei Qian unconscious. Zhou Han's ears also received peace. Finally, there was no more noise from Pei Qian. Pa with grave da with acute new iota dot. Hiss. That's too ruthless. He almost slapped me to death. This strength is not ordinary. He's a ruthless person. He's completely offended a Saint King. Although it was very satisfying to watch, young people are still impulsive. Everyone was also frightened by Zhou Han's attack. They did not expect him to hate them so much. Wasn't he afraid of the Saint King's revenge at all? Of course, this was only because Zhou Han had shown mercy. Otherwise, Pei Qian would probably be a corpse now. After all, although Pei Qian was the son of a Saint King, his strength was not good. He was only at the level of 8 sovereign golden runes. He was nothing in front of Zhou Han. If it was in the wild, Zhou Han naturally would not hold back. However, in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace City, he had to give his future father-in-law some face. Kid from the Firmament Imperial City, you're very good. I'll remember you. The day you leave the Cloud Void Sacred Palace is the day you die. A furious roar sounded. The person was the expert leading the team from the 9 Sacred City and was also in charge of protecting the prodigies of the 9 Sacred City. At this moment, he hugged the unconscious Pei Qian, his expression surging with endless anger. However, perhaps because he was afraid, he did not dare to attack Zhou Han rashly. After all, Zhou Han had made a move on Pei Qian under the circumstances of a bet. If he attacked Zhou Han, there was no reason at all. In the territory of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, he naturally did not dare to be so arrogant. Therefore, he tried his best to suppress his monstrous anger and stared at Zhou Han with ferocious eyes, as if he wanted to tear Zhou Han apart. Zhou Han only felt a powerful aura pouncing on him, posing a considerable threat. So after fusing 22 sovereign golden runes, it is already the Saint Lord realm. Since they were enemies, Zhou Han naturally had no scruples. He did not have to worry about appraising the other party's attributes and causing a conflict. Soon, after checking Lin Jintian's attributes, Zhou Han was a little surprised. As expected, after his strength increased greatly, the level of the experts he would face next would naturally increase. Are you afraid? It's already too late. After offending the son of the Saint King, your death is already decided. You can't escape. Hearing Zhou Han's muttering, Lin Jintian said domineeringly, his face flickering with a ferocious smile. Heh, do I still need to escape to kill you useless people from the Nine Sacred City? I've been a little tight on money recently. I can get some equipment from you. It should be very good. Zhou Han smiled indifferently and faced the enemy head-on without any fear. Only by constantly challenging those above his level could his strength increase. You don't know what's good for you. Enjoy the last few days of your life. Lin Jintian sneered. Then, he flicked his sleeve and could not win against Zhou Han. He could not attack now and could only leave the Divine Source Pavilion with Pei Qian. Zhou Han smiled and ignored Lin Jintian's ruthless words. He continued to activate transcendent perception. He kept investigating the Origin Stone group. After all, he had only obtained a silver-grade Origin Stone. To Zhou Han, this gain was too ordinary. With transcendent perception, he could completely plunder without restraint. However, considering the risk of exposure, he could not be too high-profile. It was good to know when to stop. Your Majesty, Zhou Han had a conflict with the son of the Nine Sacred Cities' Saint King and taught Pei Qian a lesson. In the Holy Temple, the guard reported what Zhou Han had done in time. Oh, tell me in detail. The Flying Serpent Saint Emperor said differently. It's like this. Soon, the guard explained what had happened in detail. I didn't expect this kid to have such guts. He even dares to provoke the son of a Saint King. He's indeed not bad. The Flying Serpent Saint Emperor revealed a trace of admiration, but he quickly recovered his previous indifference. However, it's far from enough to obtain my approval. If you don't show enough strength to satisfy me, I won't allow Zhener to be with you. The Flying Serpent Saint Emperor muttered to himself. Clearly, he had always had a bad impression of Zhou Han. After all, he was resentful that his precious daughter had been defiled by Zhou Han. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully detected a gold-grade Origin Stone. Do you want to check it? A golden light flashed. At the same time, a notification sounded in his mind. It's not easy. I've finally found a gold-grade Origin Stone. A trace of joy flashed across Zhou Han's face. He looked over and saw that the attributes of the Origin Stone had also been displayed. Golden Origin Stone. Number, G8088. Grade, gold. Type, Divine Source Item. Description, this Origin Stone is gold grade and is a very high-level existence among Origin Stones. If you encounter it, please don't miss it. It's a rare item. Sealing item, Profound Mystic Light. Price, 600,000 gold coins. Not bad. This Profound Mystic Light is actually supreme grade. After reading it, Zhou Han was delighted. Moreover, it had the effect of increasing the grade of equipment. It was a rare special item and was very useful to Zhou Han. Young hero, do you have any Origin Stones you like? The shop assistant asked with a smile when he saw Zhou Han stop. Yes, serial number, G8088. I want this, Zhou Han said. Okay. Then, as he cut, a dazzling golden light flickered out. There was another stir. Everyone revealed envious expressions and sighed that Zhou Han's luck was a little heaven-defying. Looks like I have to keep a low profile. It's only 2 Origin Stones, 1 gold and 1 silver. I haven't even begun to exert my strength, but there's already such a commotion. Then what if there are more high-quality ones later? Zhou Han thought helplessly. After all, everyone was smart. If there was anything unusual, they would naturally be noticed. Therefore, to be safe, he decided to buy a large number of origin stones and mix those high-quality ones. This was more or less better. It would cost a lot of gold coins, but compared to the benefits in the origin stone, this gold coin was completely worth it. Thinking of this, he directly enhanced the profound mystic light 20 times. The new attributes were also updated. Profound mystic light plus 20. Grade, 1-star supreme. Type, special item. Description, a ball of magical light energy with a very special effect. It has inherited a trace of spirituality of the supreme, profound power. If it is attached to equipment, there will be some unexpected changes. Effect, after attaching to the equipment, it can increase the quality of the equipment to 3-star to 5-star supreme grade and obtain the special effect of a trace of profound mystic power. Restriction, only equipment above Emperor grade can be used. After checking, Zhou Han looked very satisfied. The effect of this profound mystic light was much better than the equipment advancement card. As expected of something from a gold-grade origin stone, this effect did not disappoint him. Because he could obtain the effect of the profound mystic power after coming into contact with the reincarnation power and the chaotic power, Zhou Han had a better understanding of the top mysterious powers in the world. Although the profound mystic power was not top-notch, it was also very powerful and was only one level lower than the chaotic power. One could imagine the improvement it would bring to being able to integrate the special effect of the profound mystic power. Dazzling light kept flashing, and power surged crazily. Zhou Han condensed a thin film formed by chaotic power in his hand and grabbed the profound mystic light. As if sensing the pressure of the chaotic power, the profound mystic light immediately became obedient. System prompt. You have a special item, profound mystic light. Do you want to use it immediately? When they made contact, the notification came in time. Use it. Use it on the myriad life and death set. Zhou Han checked his equipment and said, by the way, can you save the special effects after enhancing them? Thinking of the true damage special effects of the myriad life and death set, Zhou Han was a little worried that after advancing, it would be replaced by other special effects. That would be a huge loss. After all, it went without saying how important true damage was. Therefore, he could not be careless about this problem. If the effect of true damage was farmed away, he would really have nowhere to cry. System prompt. Of course you can. You can keep at most one special effect, but you have to pay 1,000,000 soul crystals. Do you want to deduct it? Deduct it directly. Looking at the number of soul crystals, it was still very sufficient. Zhou Han did not hesitate and directly agreed. Deduction successful. Choose outfits, myriad life and death. Special effects need to be retained. Reserve true damage. Reservation successful. Item, profound mystic light has been used. Your set has successfully advanced to the 4-star supreme grade. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please pay attention. The profound mystic light fused perfectly, and the new set also underwent a huge change. A dazzling luster kept circulating, and the light effect was even more flashy. Its combat strength was even stronger. He also looked at the virtual interface. New attributes appeared on the paper. Profound mystic set plus 10. Grade, 4-star supreme. Type, support set. Description, a dazzling light circulates on the set with a moving mist. The profound mystic power gives powerful energy and raises the auxiliary effect to a higher level. Basic attributes. In combat, increases HP by 5 times, attack power by 3 times, defense by 3 times, movement speed by 2 times, and damage reduction by 30%. Special effect 1. True damage. All damage you cause is default to true damage. Special effect 2. Weakening aura. All enemy units within 300 meters of you will have their attack power reduced by 30%. Special effect 3. Profound mystic power. After activation, attack power increases by 100 times. Life leech effect increases by 50%. Cooldown, 2 hours. After advancing to the 4-star supreme grade, he had indeed become stronger, especially after inheriting the special effect of the profound mystic power. It could instantly increase combat strength to an extremely high level. Moreover, the life leech effect was also very impressive. In short, It was enhanced in all aspects. After Zhou Han put it on, he could feel surging power. That was the unique aura of the profound mystic power. These things are very difficult to drop after killing a large number of enemies under normal circumstances. Origin stones are indeed good things. Zhou Han smiled and sighed. Next, he naturally used the advantage of transcendent perception to constantly plunder high-quality origin stones. Damn, another golden light? This luck is too shocking. Look at him. He failed 20 times before opening it. If you have the financial resources, you can do it. Yes, this is a victory by numbers. Next, Zhou Han naturally had a high performance, but he deliberately pretended to be afraid and did not cause too many doubts. Hearing everyone's discussion, this was also the outcome Zhou Han wanted to see. Seeing Zhou Han by a large number, the shop assistant was overjoyed. Just the commission this time was a very huge sum. I'm so envious. He even opened the sovereign golden rune. Damn, it's too heaven-defying. I'm lucky. Damn, why am I not so damn lucky? Before he knew it, the sky had darkened. Through a large number of investigations, Zhou Han also felt a little tired. His gains today were extremely abundant. He had harvested many top-grade pills, natural treasures, and so on. He was in a very comfortable mood. After obtaining a sovereign golden rune, Zhou Han felt that he had to leave. After all, the attention attracted by the sovereign golden rune was not something other items could compare to. Some Saint Lords and Saint King grade experts would definitely covet it. Moreover, he was very satisfied with his gains today. Therefore, when Zhou Han left, he did not feel any reluctance. Sure enough, what was expected happened. Zhou Han had just left the Divine Source Pavilion. Before long, the noisy space in front of him immediately disappeared. Instead, inexplicable energy surged in the space. System prompt. You are currently in the heaven-deceiving array. For 10 seconds, your contact with the outside world will be blocked. Hehe, do you want to leave just like that? A cold voice sounded. Two powerful auras were forced toward Zhou Han from the left and right. If you know what's good for you, hand over the sovereign golden rune. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Another hoarse voice came from the man in black. Actually, Zhou Han had long sensed their auras, but thinking that they did not have the guts to attack in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, he ignored them. Unexpectedly, in order to snatch the sovereign golden rune, they used the heaven-deceiving array to isolate the space outside. In that case, they could hide and kill in secret. 10 seconds of isolation was completely enough for an expert. Heh, do you dare to snatch my things? You really don't know what's good for you. Zhou Han frowned. He did not expect the news of the sovereign golden rune from the origin stone to cause a commotion that was greater than he had imagined. Otherwise, in a few minutes after the sovereign golden rune was opened, someone would have set up and attacked him. Hehe, you're such a lucky guy. You really don't know your place. Brother, show him some ruthless methods. The two men in black looked at each other, their eyes flickering with a cruel sneer. Nightlight. Kiss of death. In an instant, the sound of air breaking sounded in the space. It was covered by black fog. Strange light quickly condensed in the space and surrounded Zhou Han from all directions. It's just 9 sovereign golden runes. Who gave you the courage to be arrogant? After Zhou Han appraised their attributes, he was completely relieved. For the current him, an expert of this level was simply courting death. Dragon Abyss, 7 stars, Fury Slash. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light shook the sky, and the dragon's soul surged out. The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the sound of the sword clanged. The white sharp sword aura was wrapped in the power of chaos and was unstoppable. In a breath, the black fog energy used by the two black-clothed men was directly broken. What? This power? Damn, he's an expert. Their ferocious expressions instantly changed to shock. The moment the chaotic power attacked, they had sensed it. Presumably, the two of them had always been successful in killing and robbing. They did not expect to encounter an iron plate today. Before the two of them could react, they were drowned by sword lights that filled the sky. Not far from where Zhou Han was fighting, a few powerful figures stood. Unfortunately, I was a step too late and let the two fellows, the ghost madmen, attack first. They picked up a bargain. Sai, this is an ownerless sovereign golden rune that can be directly fused. One of them looked at the space enveloped by the heaven-deceiving array and shook his head and sighed. They were all experts who had heard the news and dared to come, so they were naturally extremely tempted by the sovereign golden rune. However, they were not as fast as the ghost madmen and missed the initiative. That's right. Those two specialize in killing and robbing. They have a powerful advantage in terms of aura perception and intelligence collection. A second has passed. That kid has probably been killed by the ghost madman. Another expert also said helplessly, although he was enveloped by the heaven-deceiving array and could not see the exact situation in the space. However, it was not difficult to guess the final outcome. On one side were the famous ghost madman brothers, and on the other was just a young prodigy. In their opinion, there was naturally no suspense. After the destructive sword light dissipated, the ghost madman lay there quietly. System prompt. You have successfully killed the ghost madman. Congratulations on obtaining a sovereign golden rune and 100,000 supreme enhancement points. Items have dropped. What? A sovereign golden rune dropped. The notification echoed in his mind, making Zhou Han shocked. He did not expect his luck to explode and a sovereign golden rune drop. How wonderful. Looks like I have to thank the two of you. You gave me a head from afar. The gift is light, but the feelings are heavy. Zhou Han hoped that the more such behavior, the better. With the death of the ghost madman, the heaven-deceiving array also lost its effect. This time, the space also appeared, including Zhou Han. Those experts with ill intentions were immediately shocked, and waves surged in their hearts. Seeing the fallen ghost madman, his pupils constricted, and he gasped. How is that possible? The ghost madman, actually. Good Lord, this young man is not simple. He killed 9 experts with sovereign golden runes in less than 3 seconds, and 2 at that. That was close. Fortunately, I was a step too late. Otherwise, they subconsciously retreated, awed by Zhou Han's powerful aura. One had to know that the ghost madman had 9 sovereign golden runes. The two of them had a tacit understanding and were not afraid even when facing 10 experts with sovereign golden runes. Now that they had been easily killed by Zhou Han, they did not know how strong the other party was and did not dare to test him. Aren't you interested in my sovereign golden rune? Why do you want to leave now? Zhou Han said lazily. Although these people were hundreds of meters away, they could not escape Zhou Han's transcendent perception, especially since the killing intent they had emitted previously had now turned to fear. It was too easy to sense it. Damn, he knows we're hiding here. Damn, this perception is too strong. Damn, it's better to leave. Let me slip away first. As soon as Zhou Han said this, these experts were immediately frightened out of their wits and fled in a panic. They were afraid that if Zhou Han really came over, they would lose their life. Ha ha, a bunch of useless people. You're too effing cowardly. Zhou Han revealed a disdainful, mocking expression. He had hoped that they would take the initiative to attack him. He did not expect them to slip away just like that. However, they did not take the initiative to attack, so Zhou Han could not chase after them and could only let them off. Next, perhaps because of the power displayed by killing the ghost madman, Zhou Han returned to his residence without encountering any other obstacles. It was very smooth. After returning to an exquisite courtyard arranged, Zhou Han rested for a while and began to take stock. First, he sorted out the items that he had obtained from the Origin Stone today and the items that had dropped from killing the ghost madman. Pills and natural treasures were all enhanced and consumed directly. System prompt. You have absorbed ancient ambergris plus 10. Congratulations, the concentration of your Storm Dragon King bloodline has increased by 5%. You consumed Heavenly Mountain Snow Fruit plus 10. Ice attribute resistance increased by 90%. You consumed Black God Spirit Liquid plus 10. Your control of the dark elements has reached the profound meaning level. You absorbed it. These were all opened from Origin Stones. At that time, he only saw high-quality Origin Stones, so Zhou Han did not take a closer look at the sealed items inside. After using it now, the effect was very good. It enhanced all his attributes a lot. Next was to fuse the 2 sovereign golden runes. After fusing, Zhou Han would have 14 sovereign golden runes. Although accumulating the sovereign golden rune was a long and difficult thing, every time he fused with the sovereign golden rune, the powerful increase in strength made Zhou Han feel very comfortable. This feeling of becoming stronger made one feel even more excited. It was a beautiful feeling that their efforts had been rewarded. Wow, Another 2 sovereign golden runes. Master, you're really the best, most powerful, and handsome master in the world. Koizumi was extremely excited. In just a few days, he had fused 14 sovereign golden runes. What kind of concept was this? This was the happiest thing for a sovereign artifact. Of course, when he was in the Dustless Sword Spring, he was conquered by Zhou Han's domineering aura and decided to follow him. Now, his loyalty had been repaid. Koizumi felt very lucky. After all, even a sovereign artifact had to follow a powerful master to bloom with a more dazzling light. Moreover, only then would the sovereign artifact have a chance to take another step forward and break through to a higher level. Of course. After all, it's my sovereign artifact. It has to shine and crush other sovereign artifacts. Zhou Han was in a good mood and bragged with a smile. Yes, master, I'll work hard. I can't embarrass you. Then, after talking nonsense for a while, Zhou Han took a look. After the Dragon Spring Sword fused with the 2 sovereign golden runes, there were new changes. Dragon Spring Sword. Grade, Sovereign Artifact. Type, Longsword type weapon. Description, the entire sword body is like an agile little dragon. A peerless power automatically emitted. It is also known as the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. It was born in the ancient Dragon Abyss and absorbed the essence of the Big Dipper. It contains a powerful water attribute and starlight power. It is also a rare, powerful existence among the sovereign weapons. Basic attributes. In combat, attack power increases by 11,000 times. Unique passive. Dragon Battle in the Wild. The power of the dragon soul has dyed your entire body. In combat, your defense will increase by 5,200 times. Exclusive skill, Dragon Abyss, 7 stars Fury Slash. With the power of the stars of the Big Dipper, slash out a sword aura filled with destructive power. This effect will forcefully hit. There is a 90% chance of directly killing the target. Exclusive skill, Dragon Abyss, Big Dipper Killing Formation, an array released based on the Big Dipper. In the killing array, it can greatly increase all your attributes and cause a sea of sword aura damage to the enemy target. Sovereign Golden Rune, 14/18. Can fuse up to 18 sovereign golden runes. Current number of fused runes, 14. Sovereign weapon ranking, not activated yet. Zhou Han took a look. His current basic attributes could increase his attack power by 11,000 times. Then, the effect of the dragon battle in the wild also increased a little. There were other changes, but they were not so obvious. Overall, the increase in overall strength was still very considerable. System, what kind of effect will it have after the sovereign weapon ranking is activated? Zhou Han asked in his heart. System prompt. After the sovereign weapon ranking begins, you can check the exact ranking of the sovereign artifact. Every year, you will settle the ranking and obtain a mysterious reward. However, there's something to pay attention to. After activating the ranking, your sovereign artifact can be sensed by other sovereign artifact holders. It will definitely cause some unknown trouble. It can still be sensed. Zhou Han frowned. It seemed that he had to consider carefully opening the sovereign weapon ranking. After all, he had seen the owner of a sovereign artifact. The weakest was at the Saint King level. This was an existence he could not afford to offend at the moment. Therefore, before he had the strength to protect himself, Zhou Han decided not to open the sovereign weapon ranking for the time being. As for the unknown mysterious reward, he did not know what it was, so there was naturally no need to think about it. All right, let's not think about this. Let's awaken the soul artifact. After Zhou Han closed the interface, he took out the star soul leaf. As long as he consumed it, his soul power would exceed 100 million. At that time, he could unlock the second skill of the Grand Soul Dao, Soul Artifact Awakening. The Grand Soul Dao was given to him by Xiao. It was a 9-star supreme-grade cultivation technique. When cultivated to the extreme, one would enter the Dao with their soul and transform into the world, transcending eternity. Zhou Han suspected that this skill was related to the Soul Control Sovereign. Moreover, this cultivation technique might be the prerequisite to a stronger cultivation technique. Only by completely cultivating the Grand Soul Dao could he be considered to have completed the basics. Otherwise, Xiao would not have specially instructed Zhou Han to cultivate seriously and check his progress. As he thought about it, he put the Star Soul leaf into his mouth. Zhou Han immediately felt a pure and majestic soul power surge out. System prompt. You have consumed the Star Soul Leaf. Your soul power has increased by 25 million, and your perception has increased by 10%. The effect was very good. Not only did he obtain a large amount of soul power, but it also increased his perception slightly. Zhou Han was in a very comfortable mood. Then, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, your soul power has already exceeded 100 million and reached the immortal realm. The skill, Soul Artifact Awakening, has reached the standard of awakening. Do you want to awaken the soul artifact now? Your cultivation technique, the Grand Soul Dao, has successfully unlocked the third skill. Please check it in time. 2 notifications sounded. Zhou Han was delighted. His soul had reached the immortal realm, and the powerful effect had finally been displayed. Not only could he awaken a soul artifact, but he also unlocked a third skill. It was a pleasant surprise. Zhou Han was not in a hurry to awaken the soul artifact. Instead, he checked the effect of the third skill of the Grand Soul Dao. As he looked over, the relevant attributes were all displayed. Soul Dao Myriad Soul Heaven Devouring Technique. Grade, 9-star Supreme. Type, Soul Damage Skill. Description: after the strength of the soul reaches the immortal realm, it can constantly split its soul and form thousands of soul bodies. Not only do these soul bodies have powerful combat strength, but they can also devour souls. Their strength will also constantly increase. Split. The stronger the soul, the higher the soul value, and the more souls will split. Then, the power displayed by the soul will be stronger, and its growth speed will be faster. Rebirth. If your main body is killed, you can rely on these divided souls to have a certain chance of being reborn. Prompt. This skill will unleash a stronger effect when used with the awakened soul artifact. It is recommended that you learn it after the soul artifact grows to a certain strength. Tisk, TSK. Is this the true power of the Grand Soul Dao? After reading it, Zhou Han was a little surprised. He was shocked by the effect of this Soul Dao, Myriad Soul Heaven Devouring Technique. As expected, when the soul was powerful to the extreme, it could split infinitely. That was very terrifying. If this skill alone could reach this level, one could imagine how powerful the Soul Control Sovereign was. Seeing the last notification, Zhou Han also felt that it was time to awaken the soul artifact. Begin awakening. Zhou Han chanted in his heart. As Zhou Han finished speaking, countless roars immediately sounded in his mind. The explosive energy kept venting. Containing pure soul power, it was as rich as water and surged and roared in the depths of his mind. Hiss! What powerful power! The realm of the immortal soul also feels such pain. No wonder it requires 100 million soul power to awaken a soul artifact. If one doesn't have a stable and powerful soul, it will be directly destroyed by such a huge force. Waves of pain came, and a huge tearing feeling kept spreading in his soul. Fortunately, Zhou Han's soul power had already reached 120 million. After experiencing the initial pain, he quickly adapted to this rhythm and began to enjoy this feeling. System prompt: Awakening Soul Artifact. Current progress, 1%. Please wait patiently. Awakening Soul Artifact. Current progress, 1%. Please wait patiently. The notification information kept appearing on the virtual interface. The progress of this awakening soul artifact was related to the strength of the soul. The stronger the soul, the faster the awakening. Zhou Han looked at his progress. It was only 2 to 3 minutes. It was enough to complete the awakening. It was not bad. At this moment, in the depths of Zhou Han's soul, something seemed to be nurturing. Berserk energy was surging wantonly. The ancient aura was slowly waking up and becoming stronger. His soul also brought a huge heat because of this, as if tens of thousands of volcanoes had erupted at the same time. The terrifying heat seemed to melt everything in the world. While Zhou Han endured this burning, a happy smile appeared on his face because he knew that his soul artifact was about to awaken successfully. The difficulty of a fire attribute soul artifact is, Zhou Han had just guessed. Roar. Suddenly, a shocking roar sounded and resounded in the cloud void sacred palace. The flames spewed dyed the sky red and the countless white clouds floating in the sacred palace. System prompt: Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the soul artifact, 9 Flame Qilin Saber. The exact attributes have appeared on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. As the notification sounded, The joy on Zhou Han's face intensified. That's great. It's indeed related to the 9-flame Qilin. Previously, when he felt the fiery aura that destroyed everything, Zhou Han had guessed that the soul artifact might be related to the 9-flame Qilin. After all, through the fire Qilin sword technique and absorbing the power of the flame god, Fire Soul Pearl, his soul already had the mark of the 9-flame Qilin. Now, it was only natural to awaken the 9-flame Qilin saber. Just as the soul artifact was revealed, flames filled the space. Countless free fire elements quickly gathered towards the 9-flame Qilin saber. At the same time, in the main city of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, everyone felt a huge pressure. Be it the passers-by walking on the streets or the customers opening origin stones in the Origin Stone workshop, they all felt a palpitating power pouring over them. Oh my God! Look, why did the sky suddenly turn red? What a strange feeling. Soon, without saying anything, everyone's vision was replaced by red. Did something happen? A demon star has descended. I wonder what will happen. Can't you feel the temperature in the air rising a lot? It's getting a little hot now. Now that you mention it, that's true. Could it be related to this red phenomenon? This sudden change triggered everyone's intense discussion. Everyone looked at the sky, filled with many doubts. Damn, what the FCK? Then, everyone saw a shocking scene that they would never forget. Between them, a huge phantom slowly appeared in the red sky. It was 10,000 feet long and incomparably huge. It sat high in the 9 heavens, covering the sky and bringing an unprecedented extreme pressure, especially the huge phantom. There were scarlet flames on its body, and the terrifyingly high temperature formed heat waves that constantly corroded the surroundings. Under the radiation of the heat wave, everything around him instantly melted and evaporated. They definitely could not resist the invasion of the heat wave. Damn, I feel like I'm melting from so far away. If we're closer, the consequences will be unimaginable. Is this a Qilin? Why is its body so big? It's different from the Qilin I remember. This is not an ordinary Qilin. If I'm not wrong, this is a 9-flame Qilin. It controls the power of the origin of fire and is one of the ancestors of the Qilin. Wang Lin, the prodigy of the Totem Kingdom, explained with a serious expression. The faction he belonged to specialized in cultivating the power of the totem. Therefore, he was very familiar with these ancient divine beasts, although they also controlled many powerful totems. However, an extremely powerful existence like the 9-flame Qilin, who was called the Qilin ancestor, was also a level they had never come into contact with. Therefore, the shock in their hearts was even more turbulent than ordinary people. What? The ancestor of the Qilin? The power of the fire origin. TSK. It sounds extraordinary. Although everyone did not know much about the 9-flame Qilin. After all, their strength was very limited, and they could not come into contact with some profound levels. However, when they heard about the ancestor, the fire origin, and so on, they were all amazed. All of this was enough to show how powerful the 9-flame Qilin was. Who caused such a huge commotion? This person's strength is very terrifying. This person is definitely in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, and he's definitely a prodigy of another faction. Isn't that obvious? My flying serpent race naturally won't be related to the Qilin. After all, there's a bloodline conflict. There are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons among these prodigies. I wonder which faction they're from. Everyone guessed, especially since there were prodigies from other factions in the crowd. Such news was undoubtedly very bad for them because in that case, there would be another powerful competitor. The power of the 9-flame Qilin. It's actually so close to my palace? Ao Tianyun widened his eyes in anger and retreated from his cultivation. He instantly sensed the powerful fire origin power. Without hesitation, his figure slowly disappeared from the hall. No matter what the situation was, as the controller of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, he had to prevent some instability. Not only Ao Tianyun, but the other local factions also rushed towards Zhou Han at the same time. After all, it was difficult not to be sensed after causing such a huge commotion. Is this the power of the 9-flame Qilin? How domineering! Zhou Han also looked up at the sky and immediately recognized this huge figure. It was the 9-flame Qilin. This was because he had seen it before, but it was not as huge as the current 9-flame Qilin. Clearly, After the soul artifact awakened this time, it had completely activated the terrifying power of the nine-flame Qilin. At this moment, the nine-flame Qilin phantom kept roaring in the sky, wantonly venting its dignity and the joy of successfully activating its power. Then, after venting its dignity, the nine-flame Qilin phantom surged into a scarlet saber. The 1,000-foot-long saber slowly shrank and returned to the size of a normal saber. Looking at the nine-flame Qilin saber floating in the sky, Zhou Han was about to put it away. He suddenly sensed a few powerful auras flying over quickly with surging auras. They were all pseudo-sovereign-grade experts. I hope you all behave. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Zhou Han's expression turned cold. He did not believe that these experts did not have any crooked thoughts when they came at this time. Moreover, there were two extremely shocking powerful auras. According to Zhou Han's perception, their strength was probably no less than 30 sovereign golden runes. It had already far exceeded the threshold of the Saint Lord. Among the Saint Lords, they were also very powerful existences. In that case, I want to experience combat strength of this level. The corners of Zhou Han's mouth curled up. He did not feel fear because of two Saint Lord-grade experts. Instead, his fighting spirit soared, and he yearned for such a high-quality battle. However, to be safe, he still took out the berserk pill. In that case, it would be safer. Of course, if he couldn't win, he still had many ways to escape. There wasn't much pressure. In an extremely short period of time, Zhou Han had already thought of a strategy to deal with it. In the sky above the cloud void sacred palace, a few piercing sounds sounded with a rainbow aura. Yo, old demon Han, it's been more than 100 years. I didn't expect you to be alarmed this time. A red-haired middle-aged man said in surprise when he saw the person who appeared. Hee, isn't it the same for you, the Blazing Fire King? This is a nine-flame Qilin. It innately controls the origin power. To fire attribute cultivators like me, it's simply the most perfect source of power. I've been stuck at the fire taboo level for many years. If I absorb the power of the nine-flame Qilin this time, I can advance to the origin level. Old Demon Han smiled arrogantly. Clearly, he would not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he was determined to win this time. Very good. Since you want to fight for it too, let's rely on our own abilities. I want to see if your strength is as powerful as the rumors say. The Blazing Fire King smiled calmly and said, in this situation, it was obvious that he regarded the other party as the strongest opponent in this competition. However, before old Demon Han could say anything, suddenly, another sinister and terrifying aura swept over. There was endless cold power surging crazily. Ha ha ha, with just you stinky fish and shrimp? I, the Dark Soul King, am here. You have no chance at all. The arrogant voice rushed towards old Demon Han and the Blazing Fire King. The two of them's expressions changed. Their smugness just now had turned pale. Clearly, they were very afraid of the Dark Soul King's strength. After all, the other party was a Saint Lord-grade expert who had fused 31 sovereign golden runes. The other party's words sounded arrogant, but strength was the truth, and that was indeed the case. If the Dark Soul King attacked, they had no chance at all. Didn't you mainly cultivate a soul-type cultivation technique? When did you become interested in fire-type energy? Old Demon Han was clearly unwilling and asked curiously. Between different attributes, if he cultivated rashly, at best, his cultivation would be crippled and he would go crazy. At worst, his meridians would be severed and his life would be severely threatened. The Blazing Fire King had the same doubts. That's because you didn't sense the soul fluctuation contained in it. That fiery red saber is a newly awakened soul artifact. Because it has just awakened, the connection between the soul artifact and master is not that close. Therefore, this period is the best time to plunder. Once we miss this opportunity, the connection between the soul artifact and master will become tighter and tighter. At that time, even if we plunder it, it won't be able to play a role. The Dark Soul King stroked his long beard and sneered, his eyes filled with endless greed. I see. It's actually a soul artifact. Since you've attacked, we can only give up. The Blazing Fire King and old Demon Han shook their heads and sighed, looking very helpless. However, they could not compare to the other party in strength. There was nothing they could do. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, the Dark Soul King suddenly said, Don't the two of you need the fire origin to comprehend? How about this? If the two of you can get that soul artifact for me, I promise to give you a chance to comprehend it. The Dark Soul King naturally had his own considerations for making such a decision. Firstly, he did not know the strength of the owner of the soul artifact and asked them to help him scout the way. Secondly, because they were in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace City now, such a battle would more or less affect them. Therefore, if he did not have to do it himself, it would naturally be best. Do you mean that for real? Very good. We'll get it for you now. Old Demon Han and the Blazing Fire King were delighted. Although they could not take it for themselves, this opportunity to comprehend it was also very precious. Moreover, they knew their strength. They had no chance to monopolize the power of the 9 Flame Qilin. Although they were a little unhappy about working for others, it was worth it for the opportunity to comprehend the fire origin. This compromise was the best solution. Of course, I've always kept my word. I'll wait for your good news. The Dark Soul King smiled sinisterly. This was equivalent to getting 2 free hired thugs, and the price he paid was minimal. After obtaining the Dark Soul King's promise, as expected, Old Demon Han and the Blazing Fire King could not wait. They flew towards Zhou Han at an even faster speed. Damn, you actually caused such a commotion? The people of the Firmament Imperial City were all settled in this courtyard. Lin Feng and Yi Chun were originally listening to music in the brothel, but sensing the phenomenon in the sky, they naturally did not have the mood. Moreover, he was worried that something would happen, so he naturally returned to the courtyard. Seeing the destroyed courtyard, Lin Feng was shocked. He never expected the person who triggered such a terrifying phenomenon to be Zhou Han. This power is so strong. Looks like he didn't use all his strength during the test in the Heavenly Martial Hall at all. Yi Chen stared at Zhou Han, his heart incomparably shaken. There was a self-deprecating bitterness on his lips. The other party had easily defeated him. It seemed that the difference was much greater than he had imagined. Oh no, there are many powerful auras spying on us. Lin Feng's expression changed. Not only did those powerful auras have a huge pressure, but they were also abnormally sharp. It seemed that they had ill intentions. Don't worry. We're in the inner city of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace now. We represent the Firmament Imperial City. They won't dare to do anything, Yi Chen said, but he was still very nervous. There were people taking risks everywhere. If there was one in the Firmament Imperial City, there would naturally be one in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. Moreover, the supervision of those powerful pseudo-sovereign grade experts was very easy. At most, they would receive some punishment. Compared to the huge benefits he obtained, these punishments were not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous. We're all good people. We just want to make a deal with this little brother. We'll buy this soul artifact with money. An arrogant and domineering voice sounded. Its aura was sharp and had an unquestionable aura. Yi Chun and Lin Feng's bodies tensed up. As expected, the thing they were most worried about had happened. After causing such a huge commotion, as expected, someone took the risk and wanted to covet the power of the 9 Flame Qilin. After all, compared to such powerful strength, the punishment of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace was not worth mentioning. Moreover, they did not intend to kill anyone this time. They were just purely snatching the treasure. In that case, their crimes would naturally be lighter. A powerful pressure swept over, and the violent airflow directly sent Yi Chun and Lin Feng flying. So strong. This power. Lin Feng trembled, his face incomparably pale. If not for the other party being unwilling to harm his life, this violent wave of air alone would have insta-killed him. It could be seen how terrifying the person's strength was. Looks like they've already reached the Saint Lord level. I didn't expect to be spied on by such an expert. Yi Chen's entire body was tense, and his aura was chaotic. In an instant, he felt a huge difference in strength. Looks like Zhou Han still can't protect his soul artifact. That's right. 2 Saint Lord grade experts attacked at the same time. Zhou Han is going to suffer. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Everyone had come from the Firmament Imperial City, so he naturally did not want such a thing to happen to Zhou Han. However, the situation was already like this, and he had no choice. As long as the other party attacked, it would definitely be easy. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? Kid, quickly hand over the soul artifact lest you suffer for nothing. The Blazing Fire King and Old Demon Han had already stopped in the air and said proudly. The powerful power of more than 20 sovereign golden runes surged out. They looked at the fire origin emitted by the 9-flame Qilin, their eyes flickering with great greed. Once they obtained the opportunity to comprehend, their combat strength would increase greatly. Zhou Han's expression was indifferent. He was about to take out the dragon spring sword. Suddenly, a roar came from beside him. "How can you invade the people of my firmament imperial city? Get out of here!" Meng Tian's burly body appeared and blocked in front of Zhou Han. With the dragon hunting spear in one hand and the huge blue shield in the other, his aura was oppressive and filled with endless anger. His mission was to protect the 3 prodigies of the firmament imperial city. At this moment, he naturally had to stand up. "Hehe, can you defeat the 2 of us alone?" The blazing fire king smiled disdainfully, not taking Meng Tian seriously. "Since you dare to resist, we can only snatch it by force." Old Demon Han no longer had the patience. He summoned an electric saber in his hand and slashed at Meng Tian. Dragon hunting spear, killing illusions. Break. Meng Tian also fought head-on. A huge energy fluctuation turned into a ferocious dragon head that bit at Old Demon Han and charged forward. Boom! With a loud bang, Old Demon Han's electric saber was deflected. The huge force made his body take a few steps back before stopping. "He's a tough guy? Attack together." The blazing fire king's expression changed. The outcome of this battle was obvious. At the same time, he joined the battle. Meng Tian fought the 2 of them with his spear and shield, seemingly at ease. Since Meng Tian had attacked, Zhou Han was happy to be relaxed. However, he did not let down his guard because the 2 extremely powerful auras had been circling around. Clearly, he was waiting for an opportunity. Zhou Han naturally placed his focus on the 2 experts. After all, Zhou Han could sense more than 30 sovereign golden runes from the 2 of them. They were definitely the strongest opponents Zhou Han had encountered so far. Hehe, a good opportunity. Thank you for holding him back. This soul artifact is mine. Seeing Meng Tian fighting with the blazing fire king, the current Zhou Han was naturally unable to be protected. At this moment, the people lurking around naturally would not miss such an opportunity. They directly rushed toward Zhou Han and targeted the 9-flame Qilin saber. 5 powerful auras in a row were all Saint Lord grade experts, or only 1 or 2 sovereign golden runes away from the Saint Lord grade. Like lightning, they launched a surprise attack. Zhou Han retreat quickly. Meng Tian's expression changed as he shouted. At this moment, he was sandwiched between the blazing fire king and Old Demon Han. He could not spare any extra strength at all. It was already too late to help. Hiss! 5 experts attacked at the same time. I didn't expect the soul artifact in Zhou Han's hand to cause such a commotion. Yi Chun was even more shocked. He originally thought that 2 Saint Lord experts had come, but he did not expect there to be 5 more. Even though he did not know how powerful the 9-flame Qilin was previously, he naturally understood now. Otherwise, he would not have let so many experts participate. What a pity. Such a powerful soul artifact is about to change owners. How hateful. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. After all, with 5 experts attacking at the same time, they were already certain that Zhou Han could not protect his soul artifact. Their eyes were filled with hatred, but there was nothing they could do. This was the world. They were weak and could only be passively beaten up. On the bright side, at least in the inner city of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace, life can still be preserved. If it's in the wild. Sigh. Just as Yi Chun and Lin Feng were sighing, Zhou Han smiled. It seemed that they did not have confidence in him at all. The Qilin appears. Karma fire descends from the sky. Fire origin, extreme flame. Zhou Han held the soul artifact in his hand. His originally calm figure immediately burned with high temperatures that surged out of his body. In an instant, with him as the center, everything as far as the eye could see turned into an ocean of fire. These flames were all white and melted space. It was the power of the extreme flame that burned everything in its way. This is... Damn, why is it so powerful? Oh my god, you're using the power of the fire origin so quickly. As soon as this fire appeared, it brought great shock. Without exception, the 5 experts were severely injured. Damn it. I was hiding in the space and prepared to wait for an opportunity to attack. I didn't expect the space to be melted by the fire origin. As a spatial expert, Wang Lang's expression was uncertain. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Zhou Han was using the 9 flame Qilin saber. It had its own attack skill and was indeed powerful. However, these were Saint Lord grade experts. It was impossible to insta-kill them. They all had different foundations, so it was already a very powerful skill to cause considerable damage to the 5 of them. Damn, this is too fierce. These are 5 experts who all won at the Saint Lord level. Now, they're repelled by Zhou Han in one move? How f-king ridiculous. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He originally thought that Zhou Han's soul artifact would be snatched. He never expected him to show such combat strength. Is this Zhou Han's true strength? Yichen muttered to himself, feeling very bitter. In front of a Saint Lord, he could not even withstand the aura emitted by the other party. Zhou Han was like a god of war, crushing 5 Saint Lords. He felt that he would never be able to catch up to this difference in his life. Good lad. You hit it so well. This strength has already surpassed mine. I really didn't expect this. The younger generation will surpass us. Meng Tian was also shocked and sighed in his heart. He was both disappointed that he had been surpassed and emotional that he had seen Zhou Han's powerful rise. Previously, during the Heavenly Martial Hall test, Meng Tian knew that Zhou Han was powerful, but he should be slightly weaker than him. However, from the looks of it, he was far inferior to Zhou Han. The Blazing Fire King and Old Demon Han were also shocked. The two of them subconsciously stopped fighting and looked at Zhou Han with fear. He had thought that he was only dealing with a young prodigy. How strong could he be? That was why they were so enthusiastic. After all, they were Saint Lord grade experts and were filled with confidence in their strength. However, from the looks of it, it seemed to be just their wishful thinking. The combat strength Zhou Han displayed was definitely not something the two of them could resist. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at each other and wanted to retreat. Although the power of the fire origin was very tempting, their lives were precious. After experiencing their initial impulse, they naturally calmed down now. Let's escape now. At least with the 5 of them stalling, we can buy some time. As Old Demon Han spoke, he did not stop and retreated quickly, escaping very decisively. Damn, he's so fast. Wait for me. Seeing this, the Blazing Fire King hurriedly followed. Zhou Han naturally saw their actions. He naturally would not show mercy to these guys with ill intentions. The corners of Zhou Han's mouth curled up as he said indifferently, "Huh, since you're here, none of you can leave." The wind quickly condensed on the surface of his body. Wind God, Dragon World, let's see where you can run to. As Zhou Han's cold words sounded, an area of 1,000 meters was instantly filled by the storm. After the 90% speed reduction effect took effect, everyone felt their movements slow down. Their bodies pressed down like 100 million tons, extremely heavy. Damn it, are they trying to kill us? I was careless. I didn't expect this child's strength to be so terrifying. Everyone, don't even think about escaping. We have to join forces to resist. Otherwise, none of you will survive. In the domain where the storm wreaked havoc, their figures seemed to be in slow motion. However, before he could do anything, hundreds of wind dragons roared angrily and bombarded him from all directions. The wind attributes damage that was as high as 500 times poured out, drowning the 7 Saint Lord grade experts. In a combat state, there was a powerful attack bonus. The outcome of this move was obvious. System prompt. You have used Wind God, Dragon World, and successfully killed the Blazing Fire King. You have obtained 165,200 Supreme Enhancement points, and a skill book has dropped. You used the Wind God, Dragon World, and successfully killed the Soul Venerable. You obtained 167,700 Supreme Enhancement points, and items dropped. Sure enough, 2 notifications sounded. Among the 7 of them, the 2 trashiest experts, the Blazing Fire King and the Soul Venerable, were torn apart by the violent Wind Dragon. The remaining 5 people clearly had a richer foundation and withstood the storm's attack. However, they were not in a good state. Seeing the 2 people who had been killed, the 5 of them became even more panicked. After all, they could tell that Zhou Han had not used his full strength at all and seemed to be at ease. It's over. He does have the strength to kill us. We have to use our trump cards and use our full strength. Old Demon Han's expression froze with endless fear. The Blazing Fire King was not far from him and was directly killed, giving him huge psychological pressure. Damn, let's fight. Let the power of the 21 sovereign golden runes erupt. There's no possibility of retreat. This time, they did not hesitate to use all their life-saving trump cards. The power of the sovereign golden rune in their bodies completely erupted. They kept shaking the space, and all kinds of lights and shadows rushed towards Zhou Han. This time, the 5 of them attacked especially fiercely. Meng Tian's pupils constricted. He felt the violent power pouring out crazily and was incomparably powerful. He immediately became a little worried about Zhou Han. After all, these 5 people were already planning to fight to the death without holding back. The lethality caused by this was naturally extraordinary. They're just a powerless mob. 9 tribulations, thunder cloud storm. Feel the baptism of the 9 tribulations, divine lightning. Zhou Han was expressionless when he saw the crazy 5 people. As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribably terrifying lightning completely enveloped the 5 of them. The power of the 9 tribulation divine lightning did not disappoint such a domineering name. There was a rumbling sound that lingered in his ears. The lightning dissipated, and another 3 Saint Lord grade experts were killed. As expected of the famous ultimate skill of the 9 tribulations dragon rider, Heavenly Emperor Zhou. It's filled with endless destructive aura. Zhou Han also said emotionally. The power of the thundercloud storm had indeed exceeded his imagination. Of course, the main reason was that he had fused with 14 sovereign golden runes, and his combat strength had increased a lot. One had to know that when he fought the remnant soul of the Snow Eagle City Lord in the Snow Eagle Tomb, killing the other party was not as easy as now. This was the increase in strength brought by the sovereign golden runes. Coupled with the enhanced skill, the power it displayed naturally had greater power. Only old Demon Han and another spatial cultivator, Wang Lang, were left. The 2 of them were the strongest existences among the 7 of them, and they had many methods. It dodged all of Zhou Han's waves of attacks. Although it suffered some injuries, it was not fatal. A spatial expert. Zhou Han's eyes flickered with excitement as he looked at Wang Lang as if he was looking at a fat sheep. After all, he had 2 skills with spatial movement effects, dimensional transition and ghost shadow descent. He naturally knew the wonder of spatial skills. He naturally wanted to obtain more of such skills. After all, such a powerful effect, be it the surprise in battle or the extreme escape, was an effect that Zhou Han yearned to obtain. Boss, let's talk nicely. Old Demon Han was about to beg for mercy. However, Zhou Han did not give him such an opportunity. The soul directly split out, turning into countless black sword shadows. It was the Dark Abyss, Fury Soul Slash. The violent soul power instantly invaded their minds and launched a fatal surprise attack on their souls. 2 screams sounded and were easily killed by Zhou Han. A skill book dropped. I wonder if it's a spatial skill. Zhou Han's eyes flashed as he heard the kill notification. Sure enough, he saw a skill book emitting a 5-colored light flickering beside Wang Lang's corpse. Zhou Han grabbed the 5-colored skill book. Before he could check it, a violent soul power fluctuation rushed over with a destructive and cold aura, locking onto Zhou Han's body. Tisk, TSK. What a surprise. You actually have some skills. Even the 7 Saint Lords are unable to do anything to you. Looks like I have to do it myself. The Dark Soul King's body slowly appeared in the dark space. He had seen the battle just now. Zhou Han's combat strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, that was all. After all, the Blazing Fire King and the others only looked like they had attacked with 20 sovereign golden runes. The Dark Soul King had already fused more than 30 sovereign golden runes. Although there was only a difference of more than 10, this difference was an insurmountable chasm. If he attacked personally, he was confident that he could instantly destroy the 7 of them. Therefore, this was also why the Dark Soul King was not worried at all when he saw Zhou Han's strength. It was mainly because he suggested that he be fearless on the foundation of his powerful strength. Good. Another one coming to die. You finally appeared? Zhou Han glanced around and revealed a cold smile. He had discovered that the Dark Soul King had 31 sovereign golden runes. The aura emitted by the other party was indeed powerful. At the Saint Lord level, he was considered an expert above the medium level. If he killed it, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be even more generous. This was Zhou Han's first thought. How dare you ignore my dignity? Do you think you can fight me just because you killed 7 trash? Young man, your knowledge is still too low. Feel your true power, the Dark Soul King teased. It was obvious that he was a little unhappy with the calm expression on Zhou Han's face. In that case, he did not hold back. In an instant, the 31 sovereign golden runes in his body spewed out. It floated outside his body, constantly curling and emitting vast power. What? Oh my God, there are actually 31 sovereign golden runes. This is too strong. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked and could not speak properly. Facing such a shocking aura, he was directly frightened. This was the first time he had seen such a super expert other than meeting the Firmament Saint Emperor. His heart was naturally filled with shock. Even such an expert was attracted? Zhou Han, can you still deal with it this time? Yichen also muttered to himself. He really could not think of any other way for Zhou Han to break out of this situation. After all, killing 7 experts was already a shocking miracle. Now that he was facing a super expert like the Dark Soul King, in his opinion, no matter how many methods he had, it would probably be in vain. Zhou Han, give him the soul artifact. Don't worry, my Firmament Imperial City will definitely avenge you. Meng Tian's eyes were filled with seriousness. Seeing the shocking aura of the Dark Soul King, he was very afraid. He was also afraid that Zhou Han would resist stubbornly and be severely injured by the Dark Soul King. If his foundation was injured, it would be extremely disadvantageous to his future growth. The gains would not make up for the losses. That was why he said such words. As long as there was life, there was hope. It was not too late to take revenge later. It was mainly because the Dark Soul King was too powerful. In Meng Tian's opinion, there was no chance of winning. Did you hear that, kid? Be sensible and hand over the soul artifact obediently. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill you. Hearing the words of Meng Tian and the others, the Dark Soul King said even more arrogantly. Of course, he was not a kind person. If possible, he naturally wanted to kill Zhou Han directly. However, snatching something was completely different from killing the prodigies of other factions. The Flying Serpent Saint Emperor naturally would not let him off easily. Therefore, the Dark Soul King naturally did not dare to kill Zhou Han. Otherwise, the nature would change. Hey, you want to kill me? Ask me if I agree to the Dragon Spring Sword in my hand first. Zhou Han's expression was cold as he questioned loudly. At the same time, the aura on his body kept rising. The Dragon Spring Sword was unsheathed, and the roar of a dragon kept resounding in the sky. In that case, then, the Dark Soul King narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous aura spread. If he could not be convinced, he could only snatch it by force. Dark Soul Heaven Slaying Slash. As he shouted, his soul instantly transformed into a 1,000-foot-long saber that slashed at Zhou Han. Sharp soul power filled the space crazily. Clearly, his control of soul power had reached an extremely high level. This was also the main reason why the Dark Soul King wanted to steal the soul of the 9-Flame Qilin. With the nourishment of this powerful soul power, his control of the soul would take a new step. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed. The power of 31 sovereign golden runes was indeed something. In his current state, it was still difficult for him to resist them head-on. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate to swallow the berserk pill he had long prepared. System prompt. You have successfully consumed the berserk pill plus 10. You have now entered berserk mode. For 20 seconds, your HP will fall by 40% per second. Your attack power will increase by 400 times. Your defense will increase by 300 times. And your skill damage will increase by 300 times. 70% of the damage will be converted into HP. After exiting Berserk mode, you will be in a slight weak state for a minute. In this state, all attributes will decrease by 10%. In an instant, the blood energy in his body burned crazily. Zhou Han's eyes were already red, and his hair had turned blood red. Red mist appeared on his entire body and kept circulating. This was the shocking improvement brought by the berserk state. Zhou Han only felt endless power surging in his body. At this moment, there was only the instinct to fight in his mind, as if he wanted to tear this world into pieces. By stacking 400 times attack power bonus and dealing 300 times the skill damage, one could imagine how powerful the improvement was. Dragon Abyss, 7 stars, Fury Slash. Break. Seeing that the 1,000-foot saber summoned by the Dark Soul King was inches away, Zhou Han roared angrily, and a terrifying sword aura poured out. A violent collision sounded. The 1,000-foot-long saber was instantly shattered, and the power of his soul was directly annihilated. Ugh! The Dark Soul King grunted, his face turning pale. This 1,000-foot saber was condensed from the power of his soul. Now that it had been blasted to pieces, it naturally affected him. How is that possible? The Dark Soul King was shocked and exclaimed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His ultimate skill had been destroyed just like that, leaving him stunned. However, in an instant, while the Dark Soul King was shocked, Zhou Han's attack surged like a tide. After all, he was losing 40% of his HP per second. Only by constantly attacking could he absorb enough HP. Otherwise, he would bleed to death. Fortunately, expert battles happened in microseconds. It was completely enough for Zhou Han to deal hundreds or thousands of attacks. The damage he caused could also absorb a lot of health points. At the moment, the prerequisite was that the Dark Soul King could withstand such a violent attack. Damn it, what happened to this kid? After fighting for 3 seconds, they had already fought for more than 100 rounds. The more the Dark Soul King fought, the more shocked he became. He felt a huge pressure invading him and was about to collapse. He did not expect a young prodigy's strength to reach such a terrifying level. He had been too careless to rashly snatch the soul artifact this time. However, at this moment, there was no possibility of retreat. It was naturally too late to regret. The intense confrontation was still playing out. In his berserk state, Zhou Han was like a tireless combat machine. His powerful blood energy kept burning, and the more he fought, the braver he became. The Dark Soul King was completely suppressed, but he had many trump cards and had avoided dangerous situations many times. It's over. Zhou Han roared angrily and used Chaos, Eternal Sword. Chaos Sword aura danced in the sky and completely surrounded the Dark Soul King. With a thought, Zhou Han kept bombarding the Dark Soul King with these sword auras. The power of the chaos was revealed. No matter how many trump cards the Dark Soul King had, there would be a time when he would use them all up. Under the crazy explosions, he could not fight back at all. System prompt. You have successfully killed the Saint Lord, the Dark Soul King. Congratulations on obtaining 315,200 Supreme Enhancement points. 2 Sovereign Golden Runes have dropped, and pills have dropped. Oh, it's finally out. Moreover, it's 2 Sovereign Golden Runes. How wonderful. The notification echoed in his mind. Zhou Han was delighted and very excited. This was the 8th Saint Lord he had killed. It could be considered lucky. It seemed that even if the probability was low, he could still rely on numbers to increase the probability. Swish. When Zhou Han obtained the Sovereign Golden Rune, he heard the sound of air breaking and fled into the distance. Heh, since you're here, why don't you leave without saying goodbye? Zhou Han revealed a playful smile. He had long sensed this powerful aura. It was one of the 2 super experts. Now, one of the Dark Soul Kings had already been killed by Zhou Han. This person had originally wanted to wait for an opportunity. Seeing such a scene, when would he not escape? Ghost Shadow Descent. Zhou Han closed his eyes and quickly locked onto the target's aura, directly activating this teleportation skill. He could directly teleport to a location close to the target. It was simply too convenient to chase after it now. Moreover, the berserk state of Zhou Han had not disappeared, so he naturally could not waste such a good effect. He had to kill more. There was no reason to let go of a head that had delivered itself to his door. After all, it was a free gift. At this moment, the Netherworld King was frightened out of his wits. He found a direction and used his most powerful escape method. He never expected Zhou Han's combat strength to be so terrifying. The powerful Dark Soul King could not withstand more than 10 seconds in his hands. The Netherworld King only controlled 30 Sovereign Golden Runes, and his strength was slightly inferior to the Dark Soul King. Therefore, he knew that there was no chance of survival against Zhou Han. Phew, looks like I've finally escaped. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and hit around to find an opportunity. I didn't attack and didn't expose myself. The Netherworld King heaved a sigh of relief, muttering to himself excitedly with the joy of surviving a calamity. You're in a good mood. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded in the Netherworld King's ear. He was stunned by fear, and his entire body turned cold. He felt a rich killing intent that had already locked onto him. You. The Netherworld King was shocked. Before he could say anything, a chaotic sword aura shot over. The outcome was already decided. After killing 122 rounds, sword light flickered, and the Netherworld King's head flew out. Then, a system notification sounded. Another sovereign golden rune. My luck is a little off today. Zhou Han was delighted and in a very good mood. Originally, when he killed 7 Saint Lords previously, not a single sovereign golden rune had dropped. He already had no hope. However, after killing the Netherworld King and the Dark Soul King, 3 sovereign golden runes dropped in a row. It instantly improved his disappointed mood. This drop rate should be related to the strength of the target. Zhou Han guessed in his heart. After all, the Dark Soul King and the Netherworld King were both experts above 30 sovereign golden runes. Of course, because there was still too little sample data, it was only a guess. He would find out when he killed more in the future. The figure of the flying serpent Saint Emperor, Ao Tianyun, slowly appeared from the clouds in the sky. Looking in the direction of Zhou Han's pursuit, he pondered for a moment and finally smiled. Good lad, you're really hiding your strength. With such strength, he's only SOSO as my son-in-law. Although he said that, the smile on Ao Tianyun's face could no longer be hidden. He naturally saw Zhou Han's huge potential. To have such powerful combat strength at such a young age, it was not impossible for him to surpass him, a Saint Emperor, when he grew up. One could imagine how comfortable this mood was. Saint Emperor, what did you call me for? Soon, an old man asked respectfully. Seeing the smile on Ao Tianyun's face, he did not know what had happened. One had to know that it had been a long time since he had been so happy as a Saint Emperor. Although he was a little puzzled, the old man did not ask further. Lock down everything that happens here. I don't want this news to be spread too quickly, Ao Tianyun said calmly. He did not want Zhou Han's powerful strength and potential to be known by the other large factions. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss for others to snatch his son-in-law. Yes, the old man replied and was about to leave. Also, the marriage recruitment event will officially begin tomorrow. Hurry up and urge those factions that haven't arrived, Ao Tianyun added. Naturally, he wanted to settle this matter as soon as possible. At this moment, Zhou Han naturally did not know that his series of battles had obtained the recognition of the flying serpent Saint Emperor, Ao Tianyun. He grabbed 3 sovereign golden runes and began to fuse them. The 3 sovereign golden runes slowly floated in front of Zhou Han, flickering with an incomparably dazzling light. A powerful force kept surging in it. Zhou Han directly took out the dragon spring sword and began to fuse. In that case, after the fusion, the dragon spring sword would have 17 sovereign golden runes. It was only 1 away from the maximum value of 18. The power it could unleash was even more shocking. System prompt. Congratulations, your sovereign artifact, the dragon spring sword, has successfully fused 3 sovereign golden runes. The new attributes have been updated. Please check immediately. Zhou Han nodded. At a rough glance, there was indeed an obvious change. It had to be said that the growth potential of a sovereign artifact was extremely shocking. He had fought with so many Saint Lord experts. The others carried the carrier of the sovereign golden rune and could not be compared to the dragon spring sword at all. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Han could fight above his level. Of course, the most important thing was the talent, infinite enhancement. It played a critical role. After enhancing it, it gave extremely powerful special effects to skills, equipment, Dharma treasures, and so on. It completely exceeded the strength of the item itself. After sensing the power inside, Zhou Han looked at the soul artifact. After awakening, before he could check his attributes properly, he was spied on by a large number of Saint Lord experts. Now that the battle was over, Zhou Han naturally had to check properly. 9 Flame Qilin Saber. Grade, Pseudo-Sovereign Artifact. Type, Soul Artifact. Description, a soul artifact condensed from the remnant soul of the 9 Flame Qilin. It has completed a perfect binding with your soul. As your proficiency increases, you can even use the origin power of the 9 Flame Qilin. Basic attributes. In combat, fire attribute damage and soul damage will increase by an additional 100 times. Unique passive. Immortal Soul. A powerful soul power will not be disturbed and bewitched by mental power. Exclusive skill. Fire Origin, Extreme Flame. Using the origin of fire, unleash the extreme heavenly flames and cause a large-scale destructive bombardment. After reading it, Zhou Han smiled in satisfaction. This soul artifact had soul power and fire attributes. The combat strength it displayed was very powerful. He had another powerful method. By the way, I almost forgot about that spatial skill book. When Zhou Han closed the interface, he suddenly remembered. It was a skill book that had dropped from killing the spatial cultivator, Wang Lang. Although Zhou Han did not completely control the power of the spatial element, he was not unfamiliar with the aura of the spatial element. The aura emitted by the skill book was the power of the spatial elements. A spatial skill book was naturally something Zhou Han dreamed of. Previously, there was no way to learn it, but now, it was not a problem for Zhou Han, who had controlled the chaotic power. Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened the spatial inventory. He took out the skill book that flickered with 5-colored light. The moment he took it out, the skill book automatically hid in space, as if it had fused with space. It was very magical. Zhou Han was not in a hurry. He activated the reincarnation, Heaven's Eye, and quickly saw the exact location of the skill book. Because there was a spatial element flowing quickly outside the skill book, this effect appeared. Spatial power is indeed unique. Zhou Han muttered to himself with a smile. As usual, he enhanced the skill book 10 times. 10 white lights flashed, and new attributes had been generated. Zhou Han looked over, and attribute data slowly appeared on the virtual interface. Invisible Killing, Sky Scar. Grade: 8-star Supreme Grade. Type: Spatial Damage Skill. Description: This skill is a strange spatial skill. It can skillfully control spatial elements and mobilize the power of space. It can fuse its body's perfect disguise into the spatial crack and silently give the enemy a fatal blow. It is a super powerful assassination method. It can completely defeat the strong and turn the tables in a desperate situation. Invisible Killing State. Perfectly fuse your body into the spatial crack. Relying on your powerful concealment, approach the enemy and deal a fatal blow. The backstab will trigger terrifying critical damage. Forced Killing State. Control the spatial power and forcefully open the spatial passageway where the target is. Cross over and complete the forced killing. Prompt: Between 2 states, you can only choose one to use at any time. Description: Limited to cultivators who control spatial elements. Hiss. Is it that exciting? There are actually 2 states. Space-type skills are really incomparably mysterious. After reading it, Zhou Han was delighted, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He did not expect it to have such a shocking effect. Firstly, the quality of this spatial skill book had reached the 8-star Supreme Grade. Among the skill books, it was considered of very high quality. Then, the 2 states of the skill had their advantages and disadvantages. In the invisible killing state, it would probably be very interesting to scheme against others. After all, others did not have Zhou Han's powerful perception. It was not easy to discover the existence hidden in space. He would directly stab them in the back. The assassination effect was super powerful. The forced killing state was relatively simple and crude. Forcefully opening a spatial passageway would be a fatal blow to those opponents who were good at long-range combat. What the 2 states had in common was to catch the enemy off guard. Because the space was so big and there were countless coordinates, even if the enemy was vigilant, they would not know which coordinates they had shuttled from. In that case, it would be impossible to guard against. Very good, let's learn it directly now. Zhou Han did not hesitate. Chaotic power was the collection of all power, so spatial power was naturally not a problem. There was no problem with restrictions at all. As soon as Zhou Han finished speaking, the skill book in his hand turned into a 5-colored light and surged into his body. It swam in his limbs and bones and was slowly absorbed by his body. At this moment, Zhou Han had entered a mysterious state. He looked up, and the surrounding scenery turned into nothingness. Immediately after, countless spatial coordinates appeared one by one. Space seemed to have been cut into countless coordinates with countless points, lines, planes, and curved surfaces. These lines were so close and far away from him. Originally, a meter in front of him was only a small step. Now, under Zhou Han's perception, there were countless routes to choose from. Some required an hour, some required a day, and some even took a few years. Is this the mystery of space? It's as if I'm in a different dimension and can constantly switch around. Zhou Han sighed. In the blink of an eye, this mysterious state disappeared, and the scenery in front of him appeared again. Zhou Han knew that this was a huge change brought about by learning the invisible killing, Sky Scar. His control of space had risen to a new level, and he had many insights of his own. At that time, if I control more profound spatial power, won't I be able to place my body in different dimensions? In that case, the other party's attack on me in this dimension can't affect me at all. Of course, this was only Zhou Han's guess. The mysteries of space were still too mysterious. He had only come into contact with a superficial understanding so far. To obtain more comprehension, he had to obtain more information about spatial elements. However, this was clearly not easy. After all, there were very few spatial cultivators. It was very difficult to encounter them. Forget it. Let's not think too much about it. Steady development is the way to go. As long as I'm powerful to the extreme, I'll naturally know many mysteries. After Zhou Han warned himself, he opened his personal attribute panel and looked at his current attributes growth. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 120, 0%. Health, 25.1 billion. Attack, 820 million. Defense, 690 million. Soul Power, 120 million. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, unique in the universe. Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, Number 1 Prodigy. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword, Sovereign Weapon. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, Supreme Grade. Soul Artifact, 9 Flame Qilin Saber, Pseudo-Sovereign Artifact. Accessory, Black Dragon King Set, 6-star Supreme. Support Equipment, Profound Mystic Set, 4-star Supreme. Gem, Split Gem, Supreme Grade. Attack Gem, King Grade. Learning Gem, King Grade. Damage Reduction Gem, King Grade. Equipment, Dimensional Walker, 1-star Supreme. Dharma Treasure, Sunflame Treasure Mirror, Emperor Grade. Immortal Binding Rope, Supreme Grade. Black Tortoise Armor, Supreme Grade. Honorable Soul Banner, Divine Grade. Nirvana Shield, Divine Grade. Concealment Array, Divine Grade. Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Holy Angel Sword, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Divine Trident, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Guild Buff, HP increased by 30 million. Attack Power increased by 10 million. Fashion, Space-Time Illusion, open and see the details. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King, open and see the details. Sword Heart, Indestructible Sword Heart, open and see the details. Sword Bone, Glazed Sword Bone, open and see the details. After changing some equipment, his attributes data had clearly increased. His HP had already exceeded 25 billion, his attack power had exceeded 800 million, and his defense was about to reach 700 million. Its combat strength was very powerful, and this was not good. Some powerful skills after fusion had their overall combat strength soar several levels higher than before, making Zhou Han very happy. After summarizing this battle, the greatest gain was 3 sovereign golden runes, then obtaining the spatial skill, invisible killing, Sky Scar, and finally killing the miscellaneous pills and equipment that dropped. These pieces of equipment were all loose parts and were not very useful to Zhou Han. He could buy some items with gold coins. Many pills were of the same type. They had the same attributes as the pills Zhou Han had consumed previously, so they were not effective. After tidying up, Zhou Han returned to the courtyard he lived in. Although they had experienced a huge battle, the courtyard had a special protective array. Not only could it weaken the damage, but it could also quickly recover the previous scene. This kind of array was considered a more popular array. It was also developed according to market demand. After all, if the experts fought, the terrifying aftershock would destroy countless items. Therefore, this recovery array was very necessary. In that case, he could fight freely and have no worries about his home being destroyed. "Brother Han, you're back," Lin Feng said excitedly, his eyes filled with admiration. In the courtyard, Meng Tian and Yi Chun hurriedly surrounded him like fans. After all, they were already deeply convinced by Zhou Han's shocking performance just now. "Brother Han, you're awesome. You're really boosting morale for our Firmament Imperial City. To think that I wanted to fight with you for the position of number 1 prodigy previously. Now that I think about it, it's really childish and ridiculous." Yi Chun leaned over with a bitter smile. He did not feel embarrassed when he said this. After all, Zhou Han could even kill more than 30 Saint Lords with sovereign grade runes. This strength was too stunning. Why should he compete with him? Wouldn't he be embarrassing himself? Such a huge difference was something no one could catch up to. Zhou Han looked at Lin Feng and Yi Qin's goodwill and nodded. Everyone came from the firmament imperial city, and there was not much conflict. It was normal to have conflicts previously. After all, they were all young people and were just fighting over personal feelings. Now that they had all lowered their heads, Zhou Han naturally would not argue anymore. Zhou Han, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. How did you cultivate such powerful strength? I can't figure it out. Some old fellows have been easily surpassed by you, Meng Tian said emotionally. Zhou Han's strength was already above his. Meng Tian thought of his mission to protect them. Do you need me to protect you? However, although he said that, Meng Tian's experience and broad knowledge could still help a lot. I have no choice. I'm just that talented. It's as if I have divine help. I wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength didn't allow it. Zhou Han spread his hands and said helplessly, "Ha. I agree." The three of them were amused by Zhou Han's words, but it was also because of this that they knew that Zhou Han was not a cold person and knew how to joke. Although you're powerful, you have to be careful. After Meng Tian reminded him, he continued, "By the way, someone from the Cloud Void Sacred Palace came just now. The betrothal event has been brought forward. It will officially begin tomorrow. Zhou Han, prepare well." Was it brought forward? Zhou Han was a little puzzled, but he did not think too much about it. Brother Han, is there a need to prepare for this strength? Isn't getting into the top 10 as easy as drinking water? Yi Chun bragged with a smile. Of course, there was nothing wrong with this. After all, how many peerless geniuses could there be like Zhou Han? That's right. It's definitely safe. There's no pressure at all. Lin Feng echoed. Of course, I'm confident in Zhou Han. However, you might not know this, but the preparation I'm talking about is the mystic realm we're entering for this marriage recruitment event. I've just been told. This mystic realm is derived from an ancient battlefield. There are countless dangers inside. Many areas have yet to be explored. In other words, we might face some unknown danger, Meng Tian said with a grave expression. Looks like we have to be careful. I didn't expect this affinity event to be so complicated. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with worry. After all, his strength was only average among the prodigies. Yi Qin's heart was also heavy. It did not matter if he could not enter the top 10. If he lost his life, he would be finished. After Zhou Han heard this, his expression was calm. The greater the danger, the greater the benefits. Perhaps this was an opportunity to quickly increase his strength. The night passed peacefully. The next day, Zhou Han brought Lin Feng and Yi Qin directly to a designated side hall. As soon as he approached, he felt that it was very lively. Many prodigies of the factions had already arrived and were chatting with each other. Some bragged about their strength, while others exchanged cultivation experience points. Are the people from the Firmament Imperial City finally here? I thought they were hiding and didn't dare to come. You bullied the prodigies of the 9 sacred city. Prepare to bear our endless anger. When Zhou Han stepped into the side hall, he heard mocking voices and frowned. He turned his gaze over. It was a young man with a folding fan. He was dressed in white and had a threatening glint in his eyes. Brother Fei, it's him. I was accidentally ambushed by him yesterday. Pei Qian pointed at Zhou Han and shouted loudly, his expression very ugly. He had embarrassed himself in the Divine Source Pavilion yesterday. Therefore, they were filled with hatred for Zhou Han. After all, he had a noble status. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? I'll say it here today. As long as you dare to enter the mystic realm, you're dead. Pei Qian gritted his teeth. If he did not take revenge, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the future. Of course, if you want to be a coward, you can also withdraw from this marriage search. After all, your Firmament Imperial City has always been weak. Du Fei, who was beside him, also jeered. Of course, the intention of saying this was very obvious. He was afraid that Zhou Han would really admit defeat and withdraw. Then, he would lose the opportunity to kill the other party. What's going on? Why are the people from the Firmament Imperial City going against the son of the Saint King? Such a confrontation naturally attracted the attention of the other prodigies. Many people had rushed to the Cloud Void Sacred Palace today. Therefore, he naturally did not know what had happened in the Divine Source Pavilion yesterday. This time, they were immediately filled with curiosity. After all, the 9 Sacred City and the Firmament Imperial City were both large factions. If they fought like this, It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. Then, the other factions would have a greater chance. You might not know this, but Zhou Han from the firmament Imperial City slapped Pei Qian yesterday. Damn, is it that exciting? Not to mention the son of a Saint King. Even an ordinary person probably won't be able to tolerate such a situation. That's why this is going to be a fight to the death. It's a good thing for us. The surrounding prodigies discussed excitedly. After all, it was human nature to watch the show. Brother, this is a good opportunity. When they both suffer heavy losses, we'll attack and reap the benefits. Just thinking about it is exciting. Li Jui's eyes flickered with excitement as he looked at Zhou Han with a cold smile. Do you think everyone else is stupid? There are many people who have the same thoughts as us. Therefore, it's even more difficult to steal Zhou Han's chaotic power. Li Jie said angrily. After all, the greater the commotion Zhou Han caused with the 9 sacred city, the more attention he would attract. Brother, you've thought it through. This is indeed very troublesome. We can only act with our cameras and wait for an opportunity to move. However, don't worry, Zhou Han is dead for sure. Even if he's not killed by the 9 sacred city, he will still consume a lot of energy and be killed by other factions in the end. Li Jie said with a smile. After all, no one was easy to deal with. When you were in your peak state, everyone was polite and minded their own business. Once you were in a very bad state, everyone would naturally take your life while you were down. He had seen this kind of thing too often. That's great. At the thought of Zhou Han being killed, my mood immediately improved. After all, my awakening was ruined by Zhou Han, so Li Jui was naturally filled with hatred. Don't worry, I'll participate in the mystic realm. I'll also accept all the heads of your 9 sacred city. Zhou Han's eyes shot out a cold light as he said domineeringly. Although he was a little puzzled, the commotion he caused after killing more than 30 Saint Lords with sovereign golden runes yesterday could be said to be not small. With such power, logically speaking, wouldn't the 9 sacred city weigh their strength when they came to provoke him now? However, they seemed to be completely unaware. The prodigies of the 9 sacred city were talking nonsense like clowns. Zhou Han was a little puzzled, and Lin Feng and Yi Chen beside him were also quite puzzled. He guessed that something might have happened that he did not know, causing the huge commotion yesterday to not be spread. However, this did not matter. He could not take the initiative to say that he was very awesome and not let the other party provoke him. Moreover, even if he said it, the people from the 9 sacred city would not believe him. Since they wanted to take the initiative to give their lives, Zhou Han naturally would not be disrespectful. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding prodigies exclaimed, "Damn, Zhou Han from the firmament Imperial City is indeed arrogant. He hit Pei Qian yesterday, and now he's saying that he wants to destroy the prodigies of the 9 sacred city." 5 prodigies came to the 9 sacred city. Among them, Du Fei and Pei Qian are the sons of Saint Kings. Their foundation is extremely abundant. There are only 3 prodigies in the firmament Imperial City. Can we really defeat them? Therefore, this Zhou Han really knows how to brag. As far as I know, Du Fei has already fused 18 sovereign golden runes and is about to advance to the Saint Lord realm. You're going to hit such powerful combat strength with your head. That's right. I wonder how Du Fei cultivated. I'm afraid the first place in this mystic realm is secured. Tisk, TSK. I'm envious. Such a person is our role model. Then, everyone's discussion went from criticizing Zhou Han for being arrogant at first to bragging about Du Fei of the 9 sacred city. When Du Fei heard this, he felt a little smug. However, now was not the time to be smug. Du Fei's eyes surged with crazy killing intent as he looked at Zhou Han coldly. Kid, you're very arrogant. Let's see if you have such an arrogant aura in the mystic realm. Hee, I promise to let you die nicely. Pei Qian's tone was filled with the threat of death. Zhou Han smiled and did not think much of it. Although he said too much, it was just nonsense in the end. It was better to see the truth on the battlefield. Just as they were about to fight, a majestic aura enveloped them with a bottomless vast power. This power is the flying serpent Saint Emperor. As expected of a super expert at the Saint Emperor level, this aura is too strong. While everyone exclaimed, the guard made a report. The Saint Emperor has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds in the space parted, revealing Ao Tianyun's burly body. Although he was the height of an ordinary person, The aura contained in him was like a 10,000 feet giant, bringing with it extremely strong pressure. However, this pressure only lasted a few microseconds before dissipating. Zhou Han acutely sensed an aura probing toward him. Although it was very hidden, he could still clearly feel it with his powerful perception. Looks like the flying serpent Saint Emperor is paying attention to me. Zhou Han thought quickly. That's true. After all, with my relationship with Ao Zhan, as a powerful Saint Emperor grade expert, it's not strange for him to know. I wonder what the flying serpent Saint Emperor's attitude towards me is. After all, he was his future father-in-law. It would definitely be best if he could build a good relationship. While Zhou Han was thinking, he heard a hearty voice. Ha! Very good. So many prodigies have come to my Cloud Void Sacred Palace. I thank everyone for your support. Ao Tianyan clapped his hands and continued with a smile. Since we're all here and we have the same goal, I'll cut to the chase. The Mystic Realm will open now, but before doing so, you still have to familiarize yourselves with the relevant rules. As soon as Ao Tianyan finished speaking, a guard took the initiative to stand up. He held a scroll in his hand that recorded the relevant rules of this mystic realm and the relevant process of determining the top 10. This mystic realm is called the Ancient Ruins. It's rumored to have evolved from an ancient battlefield. Therefore, I have to make it clear that there are many areas in the ancient ruins that have not been explored and are filled with unknown dangers. In other words, your lives will be in danger if you prodigies enter. Now, if anyone wants to withdraw, you can explain in advance, the guard said slowly, waiting for everyone to make their choice. After all, it involved many large factions. He naturally had to inform them in advance. Otherwise, if a prodigy really died inside, the Cloud Void Sacred Palace became the target of public criticism. This was not what Ao Tianyan wanted to see. Now, everyone was willing. Anyway, no one forced them. If an accident happened in the Mystic Realm, it would have nothing to do with the Cloud Void Sacred Palace. How dangerous can it be? My title as Brother Flattop is not for nothing. Danger and benefits coexist. Of course, I have to go in and explore. Why should prodigies like us cherish a battle? Only by constantly challenging danger can we break through. Yes, if you're afraid, quit on your own. I'm not that cowardly. Then, no one withdrew. After all, it was impossible to become a top prodigy with talent alone. Without constant tempering, they would not have reached their current height. Everyone had powerful confidence in their strength and was not afraid. Of course, there would definitely be a small number of prodigies who wanted to withdraw. However, for the sake of face, they could only bite the bullet. After all, when one was outside, what he represented now was not his personal reputation, but the reputation of his faction. This was embarrassing. Not only would he be mocked by the surrounding prodigies, but he would also not be liked by his faction when he returned. Very good. You're all admirable adventurers. In the Mystic Realm, there's a special stone called the Demon Bud Stone all around the ancient ruins. What you have to do is collect it. Within a day, the 10 prodigies who collect the most Demon Bud Stones will become the top 10 of the Mystic Realm and obtain the chance to meet Princess Ao Zhan. The guard quickly read the rules. They were simple, and everyone understood as soon as they heard them. Then how are we going to come out of the ancient ruins in a day? Lin Feng asked curiously. Yes, that's a good question. In a day, 3 teleportation arrays will open in the ancient ruins. The teleportation array in the center will definitely open. The other 2 teleportation arrays will open at random in the ancient ruins, the guard explained with a smile. After we entered the Mystic Realm, ancient ruins, did we appear in the same area? Du Fei glanced at Zhou Han and turned to ask the guard. After entering the Mystic Realm, the locations you appear are all random. In the Mystic Realm, the perception will weaken and communication cultivation techniques and methods will be restricted, the guard said. Such rules naturally eliminated the possibility of forming a team. Otherwise, some factions would have more than 10 to 20 people. If they directly formed a team and pushed forward, how could the 4 or 5 people from the other forces play? This restriction maintained fairness on a certain basis. Was it teleported at random? You're far away. You can still live a few more hours. Cherish the last of your life. Du Fei looked at Zhou Han and smiled coldly, making a throat-cutting provocative move. He took the initiative to ask this question because he wanted to deal with Zhou Han when he entered the Mystic Realm. Hearing the guard's answer, Du Fei was a little disappointed and said ruthlessly to Zhou Han, "Brother Han, this dog doesn't know that it actually dared to provoke us like this last night," Yichen said unhappily. "That's right. Otherwise, how would he dare?" Lin Feng was also filled with anger. The people of the Nine Sacred City were getting more and more impudent. "Huh, don't be angry. This Du Fei is just a clown. A dog that really bites won't bark." Zhou Han glanced around. The few people in the crowd he had paid attention to were much stronger than Du Fei, but they were all very low-key and hid in the crowd like passers-by. If not for Zhou Han's powerful perception, he would not have noticed them at all. Such a person was what he needed to focus on. Next, the guard answered the questions raised by the other prodigies. Seeing that no one asked anymore, the guard smiled and announced, "In that case, open the Mystic Realm door now." Good luck. A huge light surged out, and the array formation on the ground of the side hall erupted with an incomparably dazzling light. The moment spatial power spewed out, a door of light slowly appeared on the ground. Unexpectedly, the entrance to the Mystic Realm was in the side hall. After the space stabilized, under the guard's instructions, these prodigies surged into the door of light like dumplings. "You two have to be careful." Zhou Han patted Yi Chun and Lin Feng's shoulders and reminded them. After all, Zhou Han was not afraid of the 5 prodigies from the 9 Sacred City. If Lin Feng and the others encountered them, it would be very troublesome. Yes, we'll pay attention. Becoming a top expert means facing various challenges and dangers. Even if we die, it's because we're inferior. Yi Chun and Lin Feng were still very relaxed and not too afraid. Zhou Han nodded and also entered the door of light of the Mystic Realm. After everyone teleported, the door of light on the ground slowly closed. Seeing Zhou Han's figure disappear into the door of light, Ao Tanyun retracted his gaze. "Pass down the order. Prepare for the wedding etiquette immediately. The entire sacred palace will be decorated in the highest standard." "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard was filled with doubts. The Saint Emperor had a satisfactory son-in-law now. Previously, it was rumored that the Saint Emperor was very dissatisfied with the princess's marriage recruitment. Unexpectedly, this change was too fast. He wondered what had changed in the short day. Of course, he had no way of knowing the reason. What a good son-in-law. The smile on Ao Tianyun's face could no longer be hidden. He stroked his beard and laughed. "Zhou Han, let me see where your limit is." Ao Tianyun muttered to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Your Majesty, are you talking about the cultivation technique in the Mystic Realm?" An old man appeared behind Ao Tianyun and asked curiously. "That's right. This, although it's only an incomplete scroll, it's also a sovereign-grade cultivation technique. This is too difficult for the current Zhou Han to obtain." The old man's expression was a little shocked. He did not expect Ao Tianyun to value Zhou Han so much and place such high hopes on him. "That's why I want to see his limit," Ao Tianyun said calmly. This was because only humans could cultivate that sovereign-grade cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would not have let it be in the Mystic Realm and not taken it out. The Mystic Realm he had arranged previously had also been changed at the last minute, and specially changed to the ancient ruins. After all, Zhou Han's strength was outstanding. The Flying Serpent Saint Emperor did not have to worry that this sovereign-grade cultivation technique would be taken away by others. Zhou Han was her future son-in-law. Even if he obtained it, he was still family. This was the plan of the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor, Ao Tianyun. That's probably too difficult. After all, it's only a day. It's impossible to obtain it. Not to mention fighting the powerful ancient souls inside. Even searching around for news will take a lot of time. The old man shook his head, not holding any hope. He had naturally seen Zhou Han kill a Saint Lord last night, but he still did not think highly of Zhou Han. After all, the ancient souls in the ancient ruins were all experts who had died in battle on the ancient battlefield. All of them had incomparably powerful strength. Many of the ancient souls were even stronger than the Flying Serpent Saint Emperor when they were alive. Even if he became an ancient soul, after countless years, the combat strength displayed by the rich, baleful aura on the battlefield could not be underestimated. Therefore, this was also why the old man did not think highly of Zhou Han. There's no doubt that Zhou Han will become first in this mystic realm, but it's definitely impossible to obtain that sovereign-grade cultivation technique, the old man said firmly. After all, even his current combat strength, which was close to the Saint King grade, could not do it. Your analysis is not bad. Let's see the final outcome. AOT on Yun's side. This was the situation. However, for some reason, he actually had a lot of information about Zhou Han in the depths of his heart. He was also very curious about why this was happening. Perhaps it was because Zhou Han was his son-in-law. A white light flashed, and Zhou Han appeared in a desolate area. A rotten aura surged in all directions. The passage of time spoke of endless desolation. There was dust floating in the air. In the darkness that filled the sky, it emitted endless loneliness. Is this the ancient ruins? I wonder what kind of unforeseen event caused it to become so dilapidated. Zhou Han looked at the towering palace in front of him. At this moment, it was already broken walls and its glory was gone. System prompt. The place you are currently in is the mystic realm, ancient ruins. Your perception and various communication cultivation techniques in this mystic realm will be greatly weakened. With the notification, Zhou Han felt an inexplicable binding force envelop him. Then, the range of his divine sense immediately decreased from tens of thousands of meters to only about 1,000 meters. This feeling was very uncomfortable. However, this was the power of the world's rules. Zhou Han could not resist it for the time being. However, it's actually better news for me that my perception has been greatly weakened. Then wouldn't my invisible killing, Sky Scar, be killing randomly? Zhou Han's lips curled up as he muttered to himself. After all, the invisible killing, Sky Scar had a concealment effect and could attack the target unexpectedly. In this ancient ruins, perception was affected, so it was even more difficult to detect this concealment effect. Zhou Han was simply like a fish in water, and the advantage of his skill was infinitely magnified. Therefore, this was the reason why Zhou Han was extremely happy. Although his direct strength was outstanding, if he could assassinate and kill him in one strike, it would be straightforward and consume very little energy. Why not use it? Let's collect the demon budstones first. Retracting his thoughts, Zhou Han looked at the dilapidated palace in front of him. After all, obtaining the demon budstones in the mystic realm was the most important. The other gains were only in passing, and he did not have many thoughts. When Zhou Han stepped into the dilapidated palace, he felt a scarlet light enter his eyes, and a wonderful energy emitted. This is the demon budstone. Zhou Han focused and quickly saw all the attributes of the red stone. It was the key item for this mystic realm trip, the demon budstone. My luck is not bad. I discovered the demon budstone as soon as I entered. Zhou Han smiled. In order to obtain first place this time, it was naturally better to obtain as many demon budstones as possible. Now, he had a good start, making Zhou Han very happy. Thinking of this, Zhou Han directly swept up the wind and grabbed at the demon budstone. Bang! Just as they were about to approach, there was a sudden explosion. The hand formed by the wind was instantly shattered and dissipated into the air. Hiss! Roar! Immediately after, a few furious roars sounded in the dilapidated palace. A powerful, baleful aura instantly arrived and rushed toward Zhou Han like a surging tide. A few waves of light instantly arrived. Half of the light wave energy was dark and usually blood red. In the strangeness, it revealed endless blood. Good Lord, I didn't expect it to be just a demon budstone. It alarmed many experts. Interesting. Although he did not find any specific information about the target, from the strength of the attack, these enemies should be around 20 sovereign golden runes. To Zhou Han, it was still easy to deal with it. With a raise of his hand, violent sword aura surged out of Zhou Han's palm. It shot out with an endless tearing force. In an instant, it destroyed a few black and red energy pillars. The sword aura did not slow down and bombarded the space where the demon budstone was. A few piercing sounds echoed in the space. Soon, Zhou Han saw a few miserable soul shadows appear from the depths of the darkness. Zhou Han could also see their full appearance. Although they were only soul shadows, their souls were very full and condensed. If he did not take a closer look, they were no different from real people. Berserk, baleful aura surged on their bodies. At this moment, there was an undetectable fear in their angry eyes. Clearly, Zhou Han's relaxed attack and the strength he displayed shocked them. It's actually an ancient soul? After the experts in the ancient battlefield died, they absorbed countless baleful auras in the mystic realm. After countless years of evolution, They formed such a special existence. It's actually a sovereign's personal guard. After Zhou Han activated the attributes appraisal, he quickly obtained all the information about the soul shadow in front of him, which was also the ancient soul. Zhou Han was a little puzzled about their identities. It was obvious that these people were not simple when they were alive. Otherwise, how could he become a sovereign's personal guard without some strength? Zhou Han felt that things were not that simple. A mere demon budstone was not enough to be guarded by a sovereign's personal guard. There must be something wrong. Kid, you do have some strength, but do you think we're afraid of you because of that? We're ordered to guard this place. How can you touch the secret treasure of the beginningless sovereign? The words of the ancient souls woke Zhou Han up from his thoughts. What? A secret treasure of the beginningless sovereign? There was indeed something fishy. So it was related to a sovereign-grade expert. Therefore, it was not difficult to explain why he had encountered so many experts guarding him. It was very reasonable. He never expected such a thing to exist in this mystic realm. It was simply too awesome. Zhou Han smiled calmly. At the thought of the sovereign's secret, his heart burned. You've long died on the ancient battlefield. I'm here to expiate you and give you eternal release. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Dark Abyss, Fury Soul Slash. His soul turned into several sword shadows that attacked the 6 ancient souls in front of him. Damn it, what a powerful soul attack. Use the combined attack technique, Formless Combination Slash. With the violent soul power, the expressions of the 6 ancient souls instantly changed drastically. It contained an unstoppable power that was simply difficult to resist. After all, Zhou Han had only used basic attacks previously. They thought that they could fight. However, after using the skill, the powerful damage bonus of the skill, coupled with the increase in attack power in combat, the lethality displayed was completely different. Boom! The soul sword shadows poured violently on the huge light screen used by the 6 of them, causing a monstrous bang. With just one strike, the 6 ancient souls were sent flying without any strength to resist. However, this combined attack was indeed unique and was not insta-killed. However, at this moment, their auras were already very dispirited. They had lost their combat strength, and the tragic outcome was already decided. He's too strong. There's really nothing we can do. I didn't expect to encounter such an expert. We didn't lose in vain. The ancient souls sighed. The difference in strength was too great. Even a combined attack couldn't make up for it. The chaos sword aura in Zhou Han's hand was roaring wildly and instantly dispersed by him. It's a pity to kill such good souls like this. If they became the main souls of the Honorable Soul banner, its quality will probably increase greatly. The reason why Zhou Han dissipated the chaos sword aura and did not intend to kill the 6 ancient souls was naturally because he wanted to subdue them. During this period of time, he had a sovereign artifact and a pseudo-sovereign grade Dharma treasure, so he naturally forgot about the Honorable Soul banner that was only divine grade. Fortunately, he remembered at the critical moment. After all, the future growth potential of the Honorable Soul banner was still very huge, so it was naturally worth Zhou Han nurturing. Although subduing the ancient souls gave him no benefit unlike killing them, other than the sovereign golden rune and the supreme enhancement points, the other items that dropped were very useless to him. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Han decided to subdue a wave first and see what kind of improvement the Honorable Soul banner had. Moreover, Zhou Han was very interested in the sovereign's secret treasure. If he could subdue these ancient souls, he might be able to increase some useful information. After comprehensive consideration, Zhou Han took out the Honorable Soul banner. Collect the Honorable Soul banner, Zhou Han ordered. The small flag in his hand expanded in the wind and enveloped the 6 ancient souls that had lost their combat strength. If you want to live, it's best to give up resisting. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Zhou Han's cold voice sounded. The greater the resistance, the lower the probability of subduing it. The power of the soul binding in the Honorable Soul banner poured out and surged into the soul body of the ancient soul. Almost instantly, a prompt sounded. Congratulations, your Honorable Soul banner has successfully subdued the 22 sovereign golden runes ancient soul, Nakamoto South. Because this main soul is super strong, the grade of the Honorable Soul banner has greatly increased. Congratulations, Your Honorable Soul banner has successfully subdued 22 sovereign golden runes ancient soul, Oda Nobu. Because this main soul is super strong, the grade of the Honorable Soul banner has greatly increased. Only 2 were successfully subdued. As Zhou Han sighed, the notification sounded again. System prompt. Your Honorable Soul banner has failed to subdue the ancient soul, Wang Guozhou. Your Honorable Soul banner has failed to subdue the ancient soul, Shan Shouxin. For failed notification sounded. Zhou Han also knew that after all, they were the personal guard of the beginningless sovereign. Their loyalty was not ordinary. Not everyone submitted to a powerful force. Zhou Han did not continue to sigh. He took the items that dropped after failing to subdue them and roughly glanced at them. There was no sovereign golden rune. However, it was quite good to obtain hundreds of thousands of supreme enhancement points. Nakamoto so greets Master. Oda Nobu greets Master. The 2 of them knelt on the ground and hurriedly bowed. Sensing the powerful binding power of the Honorable Soul banner, they knew that their lives were all in Zhou Han's hands. They were naturally extremely terrified and knelt there trembling. Zhou Han glanced at them coldly and said expressionlessly, "Tell me what you know. I want to know everything about the beginningless sovereign's secret." When Oda Nobu and Nakamoto so heard Zhou Han's question, their eyes lit up. They were not afraid that Zhou Han would not ask questions, but afraid that he would not ask. Now, as long as they answered satisfactorily, their lives would be temporarily saved. If they performed well in the future, there might be a chance of taking off. After all, from the strength and potential displayed by Zhou Han, there was still a lot of room for growth in the future. "Woo, Master, we promise to tell you everything we know," Oda Nobu hurriedly said. This place was originally a cultivation place of the beginningless sovereign. After he broke through some kind of shackle and left the God-fiend continent, the treasure left behind attracted the covetous eyes of countless experts. The outside world even heard rumors that beginningless sovereign hid his inheritance cultivation technique, the beginningless sovereign scripture, in this mystic realm. Therefore, for hundreds of years after that, there was a bloodbath here and incomparably tragic battles erupted. As for us guards, we were killed by the experts who came to snatch the treasure. Although the supreme treasure was plundered, there are no longer any clues to the beginningless sovereign scripture. Nakamoto so recalled and began to tell that ancient history. However, perhaps because he had lost his memory or because it had been too long, he had to pause every time he spoke, making Zhou Han very speechless. So, the beginningless sovereign scripture is not in this mystic realm? Zhou Han asked anxiously. This was what he was most concerned about. The basic section of the Emperor Xianyuan's scripture that he had obtained previously directly gave 9 sovereign golden runes. The effect was very shocking. If he obtained another sovereign-grade cultivation technique, it would be difficult not to take off. This was also why Zhou Han was so excited. Of course, it's inside. However, because beginningless sovereigns set up 9 heaven-shrouding arrays that have a powerful concealment effect, these people naturally can't sense the effect of the inheritance cultivation technique. As a human, the beginningless sovereign naturally doesn't want his cultivation technique to be stolen by the foreign races. Therefore, only the fated can obtain monstrous fortune, Oda Nobu added. Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. As long as the cultivation technique was inside, he would have a chance to obtain it. Do you know the way to crack the heaven-shrouding arrays? Zhou Han asked. Our cultivation is shallow, so we don't know. Zhou Han was a little disappointed just now, but the subsequent word surprised him. However, you don't need the heaven-shrouding array to obtain clues to an inheritance cultivation technique. Oh, what? Because no matter how powerful the heaven-shrouding array is, after hundreds of millions of years of corrosion, its energy has long been exhausted and stopped operating. You can destroy it with a breath. Nakamoto So's words shocked Zhou Han. Hundreds of millions of years? How long was this? The oldest ancient era that Zhou Han knew at the moment was only millions of years ago. The era beginningless sovereign was in was actually before the primordial era. I didn't expect it to be undiscovered after so many years. Looks like I'm that fated person. Zhou Han could not hold back the smile on his face anymore. He grinned and felt extremely comfortable. Search the inside. Master, you're a genius. Only an expert with great providence like you is worthy of such a shocking opportunity. This inheritance cultivation technique was prepared for you. Please accept it. Nakamoto So and Oda Nobu hurriedly bragged when they saw that Zhou Han was in a good mood. Master, I've heard of that era too. It's called the Ancient Chaos Era. At that time, the energy of the world was incomparably rich. Countless experts were born in response and fought each other. It was very chaotic. At this moment, Koizumi Ikaru took the initiative to say, after all, it was a sovereign artifact that had existed for a long time. It was normal for it to know this. That's right. That was a chaotic era, and the beginningless sovereign was undoubtedly the most dazzling legend of the ancient chaos era. At that time, there was a widely circulated saying, "Who is the peak at the end of the immortal path? Upon meeting beginningless, the Tao becomes empty." Pialfadialfanu, Oda Nobu recalled, his eyes filled with endless admiration. To be able to become the guard of the beginningless sovereign was naturally extremely glorious and proud. Who's the peak at the end of the immortal path? Upon meeting beginningless, the Tao becomes empty. Zhou Han muttered to himself again. This sentence was so f-king domineering. What kind of expert could bear the weight of this sentence? Ordinary experts could not withstand the weight of these words. Only the truly strong could do it. Could it be that the realm above the sovereign realm is immortal? After Zhou Han sighed, he had a guess. Otherwise, he would not have used the word immortal path. However, he was not even a sovereign now. This realm was still too far away from him. Even if Zhou Han racked his brains, he would not know. By the way, I wonder if there's a system among the people of that era? Thinking of this, Zhou Han immediately asked Nakamoto So. As a result, their expressions were very blank, indicating that they had never heard of this term. Zhou Han frowned. In other words, there was no system in the ancient chaos era. However, in the primordial era, there was a system. What happened between the primordial era and the ancient chaos era to cause the system to appear? Zhou Han felt that he had to figure out more history in the future and see if he could find any clues. Next, he asked Nakamoto So and Oda Nobu. Everything had been sorted out. After a long time, this mystic realm disappeared into the river of time and kept wandering in space. In the end, it was discovered by the flying serpent Saint Emperor, Ao Tianyan. Let's go? Bring me to see the inheritance cultivation technique directly. Zhou Han could not wait and ordered. Yes, master. After Nakamoto So replied, he took the initiative to lead the way into the depths of the dilapidated hall. After passing through the ruins, spots of starlight immediately flickered in the darkness. There was a slight energy fluctuation in the space that Zhou Han acutely sensed. Master, the heaven-shrouding array is in front of you. After breaking the array, you can obtain information about the inheritance cultivation technique. Oda Nobu pointed at a stone pillar that was flickering with starlight in front of him. Zhou Han nodded. A storm condensed in his hand and rushed towards the stone pillar. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone pillar disappeared, and countless dusts surged in the ruins. The super-powerful heaven-shrouding array was extremely fragile after hundreds of millions of years of corrosion and was instantly destroyed. After Zhou Han used the wind to blow away the dust, soon, he saw the true appearance inside. Starlight was mottled and constantly lingering. As the luster flowed, it all gathered in the center, on a mark floating. A complete and ancient power surged out from above. This mark had experienced hundreds of millions of years, but it was still so shiny and filled with a strange power. Zhou Han did not need to appraise it to know that this thing was extraordinary. This is the beginningless sovereign seal. There are a total of 9. As long as we gather them all, we can summon the beginningless sovereign scripture. Nakamoto So hurriedly explained. In other words, the beginningless sovereign seal is not hidden by the 9 heaven-shrouding arrays. I have to find them all to obtain an inheritance cultivation technique? Yes. Oda Nobu nodded. Then do you know where the other heaven-shrouding array is set up? Zhou Han asked. Well, I don't know. Nakamoto So lowered his head and whispered. They were all in charge of guarding their areas and were not familiar with the other areas. Hearing Nakamoto So's words, Zhou Han's expression darkened. After all, this mystic realm was extremely large and his divine sense was restricted. Most importantly, Zhou Han only had a day. It was obvious how difficult it was to find the remaining 8 beginningless sovereign seals. Master, I know the location of another heaven-shrouding array, but I'm not sure about the other 7, Oda Nobu said. Yes. Zhou Han nodded. In that case, The situation eased a little, but it was still very disadvantageous. Without any time to waste, Zhou Han directly grabbed the beginningless sovereign seal. He inspected it. Pialfadialfanu, beginningless sovereign seal. Type, special item. Description, a special seal. The beginningless sovereign forged a total of 9. It's a status symbol. Other than the unique material, it doesn't seem to have any other use. Effect. After gathering the 9 beginningless sovereign seals, you can obtain the inheritance cultivation technique, the beginningless sovereign scripture. Zhou Han appraised it. Because it was a special item, the quality was not displayed. Should I enhance it? Out of habit, Zhou Han decided to enhance it first. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Detected the specialness of this guess. You have successfully consumed 3 million Supreme Enhancement points. The special item, Beginningless Sovereign Seal, has been successfully enhanced 10 times. The new attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. Damn, I was too careless. My 3 million Supreme Enhancement points were deducted at once. Zhou Han was a little dumbfounded. When he saw the Supreme Enhancement points that he had painstakingly accumulated being deducted just like that, his heart ached. He originally thought that since there was no grade, the enhancement effect should be free, so Zhou Han did not care so much. If he had known that so much would be deducted, Zhou Han would never have enhanced it. This was a huge loss. Zhou Han shook his head and smiled bitterly. He still looked at the virtual interface. Then, his eyes narrowed, as if something unusual had happened. Beginningless Sovereign Seal. Type, special item. Description, a special seal. Beginningless Sovereign forged a total of 9. It is refined from an extremely unique otherworldly mystic gold. It has a certain enhancement effect on the Sovereign Golden Rune. Special Effect 1. Cultivation Technique Sensing. After gathering the 9 beginningless Sovereign Seals, you can obtain the Inheritance Cultivation Technique, the Beginningless Sovereign Scripture. There is a stronger connection between the Sovereign Seals, and they can sense each other. Special Effect 2. Sovereign Grade Amplification. After the beginningless Sovereign Seal is completely fused, the power of the Sovereign Golden Rune you release will increase by 10 times. This special effect. It came at the right time. Zhou Han immediately felt that it was really fragrant. These 3 million Supreme Enhancement points were simply worth it. With the Cultivation Technique Sensing Effect of Special Effect 1, Zhou Han could easily sense the location of the remaining 8 beginningless Sovereign Seals with the beginningless Sovereign Seal in his hand. In that case, it would save a lot of time. A day was completely enough to gather all 9 beginningless Sovereign Seals. Then the Inheritance Cultivation Technique would belong to him. Zhou Han was in a very good mood. He did not expect such powerful special effects to appear under his unintentional manipulation. He exclaimed in his heart that he was lucky. If the system had told Zhou Han that it required 3 million Supreme Enhancement points, he would definitely have refused to enhance it. Sure enough, there were so many coincidences in the world. Moreover, the enhancement of Special Effect 2, Sovereign Grade, increased the power of the Sovereign Golden Rune by 10 times. This enhancement was terrifying. In the future, it would be even easier for Zhou Han to fight above his level. Thinking of this, even if there was a sensing effect, Zhou Han did not waste any time and put the Demon Bud Stone into his bag. He activated his powerful divine sense. System prompt. Your spiritual sense has been detected to have entered the beginningless Sovereign Seal. Special effect, Cultivation Technique Sensing has successfully taken effect. Then, he received feedback. 8 auras appeared in his divine sense. Although it was a little hazy, as long as he knew an approximate range, it was much easier to search. Previously, it had been like looking for a needle in a haystack. Now, he was searching within 500 to 600 meters. Although Zhou Han's transcendent perception was suppressed by the rules here, he could still probe 1,000 meters away. Therefore, this was not a problem for him at all. He directly chose the nearest one. With a thought, Zhou Han summoned the Peng Feather Flying Ship. Of course, he had to use the fastest way. After all, if he wanted to collect the beginningless Sovereign Seal, he had to obtain enough Demon Budstones. Otherwise, it would be awkward if he failed miserably. For now, time was all that mattered to him. As Zhou Han activated a huge amount of energy, the Peng Feather Flying Ship instantly turned into a golden light and flew away. Master, you're too powerful. I actually found the location of the second heaven-shrouding array. Otonobu was a little shocked. He knew this location, but before he could tell Zhou Han, he had already flown over. As expected of Master. You're indeed powerful. Nakamoto so said in admiration. Zhou Han smiled calmly. He was best at cheating. Without saying anything, the phantoms of a few ancient souls appeared in the desolate space in front of him. They were also guards, but their strength was much stronger than Nakamoto So and the others. However, Zhou Han did not find it strange. There were strong and weak ancient souls when they were alive. After they died, everyone in the ancient ruins absorbed the baleful aura inside, and their growth speed was definitely different. Therefore, it was very normal for the strength he displayed now to be different. Baka, can't you see my master coming? Hurry up and get over here. Kneel and beg for mercy. Nakamoto So shouted. Then, Otonobu also began to clamor. His ability to rely on his master's reputation was also first-rate. Of course, they knew that Zhou Han was powerful, so they dared to be so impudent. After all, there were 8 ancient souls on the other side, and their combat strength was all the combat strength of a Saint Lord. These guards did not waste much time. The 8 of them rushed up and summoned all the sovereign golden runes. They flickered with an incomparably dazzling golden light in the air. They directly surrounded Zhou Han. Green flame, burning mountains, and boiling sea. Destroy. Zhou Han's expression was indifferent, and the power of flames surged out of space. Facing the attacks of the 8 ancient souls, he did not panic at all. After all, after the investigation just now, the strongest ancient soul in the lead was only the strength of 25 sovereign golden runes. This did not pose much of a threat to Zhou Han. As expected, in an instant, green flames filled the entire space. Blazing high-temperature waves kept surging with an unstoppable might. It was mixed with an endless aura of destruction. Ah, what a powerful fire attack. After one of the ancient souls was tainted by this green flame, half of its body was burned to ashes. There was a violent scream, and his eyes were filled with endless fear. He actually has such strength? Wild wave calamity, block it. One of the ancient souls who had control of the water attribute immediately summoned a shocking wave. It surged towards the violently burning green flame, wanting to stop its crazy expansion. Once the green flames all expanded, they would have no strength to resist at all. Their room to move became smaller and smaller, and they would quickly be burned to ashes. After all, this green flame had an absolute restraining effect on souls. This was also the reason why Zhou Han used this skill. It happened quickly. The violent waves summoned by the ancient soul had already attacked Qing Yin. However, the effect was not as good as expected. It only temporarily stopped the expansion of the green flame. However, after all, the powerful effect enhanced by the green flame, burning mountains and boiling sea 10 times was not something ordinary skills could resist. My skill is actually so fragile. Water moon mirror. Block it. Seeing that the situation was not right, this ancient soul took out another top-grade Dharma treasure that flickered with a blue and moving luster. As soon as he summoned it, a powerful water element fluctuated violently in the space. 1,000 meters around him was instantly surrounded by damp fog. The fog was very heavy and brought powerful pressure. Moreover, it could constantly absorb the energy in its body. The others also activated their powerful cultivation techniques. The green flame was also successfully extinguished under the siege. Seeing this, the 8 ancient souls were encouraged. The Dharma treasures in their hands also flickered with a powerful aura. They joined forces and bombarded Zhou Han. These cultivators from the ancient chaos era really can't be underestimated. Zhou Han sighed and was surprised by the combat strength displayed by these ancient souls. One had to know that he was also surrounded by 7 Saint Lord grade experts yesterday. However, killing them was simply too easy. Now that he had encountered 8 ancient souls, their methods were still very impressive. It was impossible for Zhou Han to insta-kill them. Blazing Sun Divine Saber. Watch the power of my Divine Saber. Thunder Sword. Kid, you're nothing much. If the 8 of us join forces, you'll definitely die. The powerful power of all kinds of Dharma treasures poured over. You want to compare Dharma treasures with me? Then come. See Sovereign, World Extinguishing Wave. Zhou Han directly summoned the Divine Trident. A dark blue aura surged violently. The most powerful exclusive skill was released with a bang. The divine trident turned into 1,000 feet in size and froze in the void. A vast aura kept surging, instantly turning into a blue sea around it. Under Zhou Han's will, the seawater weighing more than 100 million June directly reversed and poured down, directly enveloping the small figure of the 8 ancient souls. Yes, in the face of an endless sea, the 8 of them were too insignificant. Boom, boom, boom. A huge violent wave collided fiercely with that space, causing a monstrous tremor. The roar was endless. Whether it was the ground or the sky, all space was sealed. There was no way to escape. In an instant, that space was filled with endless seawater. System prompt. You have successfully killed Ancient Soul Baka Yuru. Congratulations on obtaining a Sovereign Golden Rune, 21,520 Supreme Enhancement Points, and an item dropped. You have successfully killed Ancient Soul Fellworth. Congratulations on obtaining 182,530 Supreme Enhancement Points. Items dropped. Soon, the notification echoed in Zhou Han's mind. The power of the Sea Sovereign, world-extinguishing wave was indeed extraordinary. After the green flame burned them, they were not in a good state to begin with. Therefore, coupled with this violent attack, the 8 of them were instantly insta-killed and had no strength to resist. However, the cooldown of the exclusive skill of this Dharma treasure was much longer than the skill Zhou Han had learned himself. In other words, after using it, it would take at least 3 to 4 hours to cool down. This was also the reason why exclusive skills were powerful. Master, the power of this Dharma treasure is really too strong. It can actually insta-kill someone. How terrifying. Nakamoto so knelt on the ground and said in fear. He admired Zhou Han's combat strength even more. Zhou Han smiled. How could the effect be the same after enhancement? Otherwise, why hadn't Poseidon been so powerful when he used it? Master, if I'm not wrong, this Dharma treasure should have been the Sea Sovereign's inheritance Dharma treasure. You're really like a tiger with wings after obtaining this Dharma treasure. As expected of my master, you'll definitely become a sovereign in the future. Oda Nobu also knelt there and bragged. All right, the 2 of you get into the Honorable Soul banner. Zhou Han waved his hand impatiently. Hearing Oda Nobu's words, Zhou Han finally knew the origin of the divine trident. Otherwise, it would not have the power to command the 4 seas. It was even more impossible for it to be owned by a 9-star supreme-grade trash like Poseidon. It should have been passed down from a close relationship. However, this was not something Zhou Han needed to consider now. He could not wait to destroy the heaven-shrouding array. As expected, the beginningless sovereign seal was indeed stored inside, flickering with a moving luster. Very good, the second sovereign seal. Zhou Han grabbed it and felt very comfortable. With a special sensing effect, it was very convenient to find it. What was originally very difficult to complete had become very simple now. He only needed to sweep through the obstacles along the way. Zhou Han steered the Peng feather flying ship and flew towards the location where the 3rd beginningless sovereign seal was hidden. Soon, they did not encounter much obstruction. After killing 5 Saint Lord level ancient souls, he successfully obtained the 3rd beginningless sovereign seal. Then, on the way, he encountered some wandering ancient souls. These ancient souls were all experts when they were alive, so their current strength was not bad. So far, Zhou Han had encountered the weakest with the strength of 5 sovereign golden runes. The strongest was actually the strength of 27 sovereign golden runes. Chaos Sword Aura Die. Zhou Han reached out, and countless sword auras spread in his palm. They launched a violent attack on the group of phantoms flying toward them. These phantoms came in groups. They looked very similar to ordinary goshawks. They had huge wings and emitted a silver light. They were extremely fast. Zhou Han investigated and realized that they were called silver-feathered eagle rock. Although there were many of them, fortunately, they were not powerful. They were only about the strength of 10 sovereign golden runes. Therefore, Zhou Han could not even be bothered to use his skills. He could deal with these silver-feathered eagle rocks with ordinary attacks. Those that were not instantly killed were also put into Zhou Han's Honorable Soul banner. I wonder what level the Honorable Soul banner has advanced to. After dealing with this group of silver-feathered eagle rocks, Zhou Han thought to himself. Anyway, It had definitely advanced to the supreme grade. As for how many stars it was, Zhou Han did not know. Thinking of this, he opened the attributes of the Honorable Soul banner and began to check. Honorable Soul banner plus 10. Grade, 9-star supreme. Type, attack type Dharma treasure. Main soul, 36/99. P alpha D alpha new, soul, 1060000/100,000,000. Basic attributes. In combat, the damage of soul-type attacks will increase by 50 times, and the damage received from soul-type attacks will decrease by 60%. Every soul in the Honorable Soul banner will enjoy 10% of this buff. Unique passive, soul nurturing. Souls living in the Honorable Soul banner can quickly recover their vitality and stamina. Souls with powerful talent can also increase their realm. Exclusive skill, Soul Fusion. After activating the secondary skill, the soul power of all the souls in the Honorable Soul banner will converge in your soul, bringing extremely powerful strength. After using this skill, it will cause a certain amount of damage to the soul. It is recommended not to use it easily. Cooldown, 12 days. Description: a Dharma treasure refined by the Soul Control Sovereign. It can absorb billions of souls. 99 of them are the main souls. The higher the quality of the main soul, the greater the power it can unleash. It can easily fight above your level. It has an absolute restraining effect on souls and can constantly advance by devouring souls. It actually reached the 9-star supreme grade. Zhou Han was delighted. Although he had some guesses, he never expected the growth speed of the Honorable Soul banner to be so terrifying. He had still neglected the Honorable Soul banner previously. If he nurtured it carefully, it might even become a pseudo-sovereign artifact now. It was mainly because after Zhou Han obtained the sovereign artifact and many pseudo-sovereign artifacts and Dharma treasures, he naturally underestimated the Honorable Soul banner, so he did not deliberately absorb souls many times. However, he did not expect that after absorbing the souls of some Saint Lord grade experts and becoming the main soul, the quality of the Honorable Soul banner would increase drastically, shocking Zhou Han. After reaching the 9-star supreme grade, the Honorable Soul banner's attributes also increased greatly. Firstly, in terms of basic attributes, the soul damage Zhou Han caused to the enemy target in combat was 50 times stronger. Then, all the souls in the Honorable Soul banner could also enjoy a 10% effect, which was a 5-fold increase in damage. At the moment, there were more than 1 million souls. It could be imagined how powerful they could be. Then, the only passive soul recovery had about the same effect as before, but other than recovering stamina, it could also increase the strength of the main soul. It was also a very good effect. Soul Fusion. This skill is strong. Once more than 1 million souls are fused into my soul, I don't dare to imagine how much strength I can unleash. A trace of shock flashed across Zhou Han's face. Only after using it would he know how strong it was. This was simply a killing machine. I have to nurture the Honorable Soul banner more carefully in the future. This is only more than 1 million souls. If 10 million, 100 million souls are all fused into my soul, the strength. Zhou Han could not help but smile excitedly, filled with endless anticipation. Of course, with such a powerful effect, the cooldown was also very long, reaching 12 days. However, Zhou Han also expressed understanding. After all, it was only a 9-star supreme grade item. It could not be like a sovereign artifact that had a high explosive power and a short cooldown. That was impossible. Zhou Han was still very satisfied with this. He believed that as long as he nurtured it diligently, the Honorable Soul banner would bring more surprises. After putting away the Honorable Soul banner, Zhou Han realized that after killing this group of silver-feathered eagle rocks, another sovereign golden rune had dropped. Coupled with the sovereign golden rune that had dropped after killing the ancient soul, Baka Yuru, another 2 sovereign golden runes had arrived. As expected, it didn't matter if the drop rate was low. As long as he killed enough, the chance of dropping it would be higher. Fuse the sovereign golden rune. Thinking of this, Zhou Han did not hesitate and chose to fuse. System prompt. Your sovereign artifact, Dragon Spring Sword, has successfully fused with a sovereign golden rune. Currently, it has already reached the upper limit of the sovereign artifact, Dragon Spring Sword. It cannot be fused further. New attributes have been updated on the virtual interface. Please check in time. Zhou Han also knew that the Dragon Spring Sword had reached the upper limit of the 18 sovereign golden runes. He could not fuse the additional sovereign golden rune. Then, he opened the interface and looked at the current attributes of the Dragon Spring Sword. Dragon Spring Sword. Grade, Sovereign Artifact. Type, Longsword type weapon. Description, the entire sword body is like an agile little dragon. A peerless power automatically emitted. It is also known as the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. It was born in the ancient Dragon Abyss and absorbed the essence of the Big Dipper. It contains a powerful water attribute and starlight power. It is also a rare, powerful existence among the sovereign weapons. Basic attributes. In combat, attack power increases by 16,000 times. Unique passive. Dragon Battle in the Wild. The power of the dragon soul has dyed your entire body. In combat, your defense will increase by 7,200 times. Exclusive skill. Dragon Abyss. 7 stars Fury Slash. With the power of the stars contained in the Big Dipper, fuse it into the sword aura and cause a destructive attack on the target. This skill will forcefully hit and cannot be dodged. There is a 90% chance of directly killing the target. Exclusive skill, Dragon Abyss, Big Dipper Killing Formation, a formation formed from the Big Dipper. It contains the mysteries of the world. In the array, it can greatly increase all your attributes. The enemy target will suffer a sea of sword aura damage. Sovereign Golden Rune, 18/18. Can fuse up to 18 sovereign golden runes. The current number is full. Sovereign weapon ranking, not activated yet. After reaching the maximum attributes, the Dragon Spring Sword's attributes increased to another level. It had 16,000 times the attack power. The 3 skills were even raised to an extremely powerful level. Zhou Han smiled in satisfaction. I wonder if the sovereign golden rune contained by enhancing the Dragon Spring Sword will break through. Zhou Han thought. It had to be said that it was very simple to obtain supreme enhancement points in this mystic realm. After enhancing the beginningless sovereign seal, although the supreme enhancement points were exhausted, he then killed a large number of ancient souls. They were all pseudo-sovereign grade experts. Therefore, Zhou Han's accumulated supreme enhancement points had reached more than 4 million. Only then did he have the thought of enhancing the Dragon Spring Sword. However, just as Zhou Han was about to make a decision, boom! With a loud bang, the prung feather flying ship shook violently, instantly alarming Zhou Han. Sensing a shocking aura enveloping him, Zhou Han's expression changed drastically. An incomparably vast power surged over as if tens of thousands of mountains were crushing over. It was very shocking. This power. Zhou Han did not have time to sigh. He rode the prung feather flying ship and fled into the distance. Sensing the violent aura that was filled with a threat to his life, Zhou Han naturally did not hesitate. He activated the special effect of the prung feather flying ship and chose to escape far away. The prung flew out for thousands of miles. As a violent golden light surged, Zhou Han disappeared from the spot. The peerless experts of the ancient chaos era really can't be underestimated. I actually encountered such a powerful existence, Zhou Han said with lingering fear. He had thought that he could sweep through these ancient ruins. But clearly, he overestimated himself. He had also underestimated the experts of the ancient chaos era. Although they had already become ancient souls, their terrifying strength could not be underestimated. He could sense that the strength of the person had at least reached the level of a Saint King, and it was 2 auras. To reach the Saint King grade, one had to fuse the power of at least 50 sovereign golden runes. This was also why Zhou Han did not check the other party's attributes and chose to slip away. Otherwise, no matter how many chances he had to revive, the consequences of being surrounded by 2 Saint King grade experts were unimaginable. Shriek! Shriek! Just as Zhou Han heaved a sigh of relief, a terrifying whistling sound sounded above his head. You killed my descendants. Do you think you can escape? Hateful human, die! How dare you provoke me, the primordial golden rock? You're really courting death. An angry and dignified voice echoed through the entire space. Zhou Han looked up. 2 huge birds had appeared in the sky. They were 10,000 feet long and covered the sky. Its entire body flickered with a golden luster, and it had endless arrogance. It coiled in the sky, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. Zhou Han's eyebrows constricted. No wonder the other party still caught up to him when he activated the prung feather flying ship. After all, the real golden rock was right in front of him. Comparing speed with the other party was simply asking for humiliation. Looks like the group of silver-feathered eagle rocks I killed are the descendants of the golden rock. That's why they attacked me. Through the primordial golden rock's words, Zhou Han quickly knew the cause of the matter. Because of the other party's extreme speed, Zhou Han's powerful divine sense was rushed close before he could react. What? It's actually the primordial golden rock. Oh my God, Master, what did you do to provoke such a powerful existence? Nakamoto was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. After all, he was also a member of the ancient Chaos era, but he was just a small fry. The primordial golden rock in front of them was also domineering in that era and an existence they looked up to. More importantly, the other party's extreme speed was impossible to escape once he was entangled. This was the most terrifying power. Facing other experts, even if he could not win, if his escape methods were brilliant, he still had a chance of survival. However, these were useless in front of the primordial golden rock. Fortunately, after it became an ancient soul, its strength decreased greatly, but it's still a Saint King grade expert. This is really not easy to deal with. Oda was also very panicked. They knew Zhou Han's strength and could still deal with more than 30 experts with sovereign golden runes. However, they were facing Saint King grade experts now, and there were two of them. The difference was as many as a dozen sovereign golden runes. It was simply an insurmountable chasm. How hateful! I'm going to tear off your muscles piece by piece with my sharp claws. The other huge bird beside the primordial golden rock also let out a shrill roar. It was a size smaller than the primordial golden rock. It was a blue cloud dragon eagle. From the looks of it, it should be the mate of the primordial golden rock. Just now, with 50 sovereign golden runes, he had stepped into the Saint King realm. There was still a gap between him and the 55 sovereign golden runes of the primordial golden rock. It happened quickly. The blue cloud dragon eagle naturally could not withstand the anger in its heart. It had already launched an unprecedented violent attack on Zhou Han. It was so fast that even Zhou Han could not react. It was not only a suppression of strength, but also an absolute suppression of speed. Crack! A huge force pierced through, and the sharp claws of the blue cloud dragon eagle tore a hole in Zhou Han's body. After being hit by the violent impact, Zhou Han was sent flying. System prompt. You have been detected to have suffered fatal damage. Your Dharma treasure, Nirvana shield, has successfully triggered the death immunity effect. Is this the strength of a Saint King? Zhou Han was a little shocked. He did not expect to be struck to death in one strike. In other words, a Saint King grade expert completely had the strength to insta-kill him. Moreover, the blue cloud dragon eagle had tempered its sharp claws and become a pseudo-sovereign grade Dharma treasure with an 80% armor-piercing effect. Therefore, Zhou Han's powerful defense was still useless. Master, are you alright? What should we do now? Boo-hoo, I don't want to die. We can't defeat them at the Saint King grade at all. Oh my God, the primordial golden rock has already fallen into such a disadvantageous situation before it can attack. Nakamoto and Oda, the two cowards, were crying in fear and despair. Even the powerful Zhou Han was sent flying, so they were naturally extremely panicked. You two pieces of trash, shut up. If you continue to shout, I'll kill you first, Zhou Han roared. The situation was dangerous now, and these two ghosts were still crying annoyingly. If not for the fact that he had to ensure that the Honorable Soul Banner could release enough power, Zhou Han would have killed them long ago. By the way, the Honorable Soul Banner. Didn't you just awaken an exclusive skill, Soul Fusion? Thinking of the Honorable Soul Banner, Zhou Han instantly thought of the Soul Fusion skill that he had just investigated. However, he was not sure about the exact effect. After all, he was facing a super expert at the Saint King grade. This was a powerful existence that Zhou Han had never fought before. Therefore, the description on the Honorable Soul Banner was indeed very awesome, but the exact effect still depended on his performance in actual combat. Shadow Soul Breaking Claw. How is it? Do you feel pain? Beg me for mercy. I'll reject you ruthlessly. The blue cloud dragon eagle revealed a ferocious smile and kept attacking Zhou Han. In just a few seconds, the bombardment had been more than 10,000 times. Zhou Han's body was constantly sent flying in the air like a rubber ball. He looked very sorry. Nakamoto and Oda were even more desperate. The equipment effect on Zhou Han also kept sending notifications. The death immunity effect and the invincibility effect were all triggered. Let's see how long you can last. How ridiculous your trump card is under my violent attack. The blue cloud dragon eagle mocked wantonly, venting the endless anger in its heart. At the side, the primordial golden rock also sat proudly in the sky, looking like it was watching a good show. It had no intention of attacking. After all, in its opinion, it was simply too easy for someone at the level of a blue cloud dragon eagle Saint King to deal with Zhou Han. It was just playing. There was no pressure at all. A weakling like Zhou Han was not worthy of him attacking at all. Soul fusion. My soul is immortal, and my soul can be eternal. Zhou Han roared. He directly used the exclusive skill of the Honorable Soul Banner. In an instant, the whimpers and roars of 1,000,000 souls resounded in the sky. A huge soul fluctuation rippled in all directions. Zhou Han only felt a majestic and vast soul power gather crazily in his soul. An endless tearing feeling came. Even the soul of the immortal realm found it very difficult to withstand it. I feel Master's call. Contribute the greatest soul essence to Master. Let me help you. Whether it was the main soul or the ordinary souls in the Honorable Soul Banner, they all let out happy roars and contributed the purest soul power to fuse with Zhou Han's soul. System prompt. The soul power in the Honorable Soul Banner has all fused into your body. Congratulations, your current soul power has reached 10 billion. This state lasts for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, your soul will suffer a certain amount of damage. 10 billion soul power. Zhou Han was delighted and filled with shock. He never expected the improvement to be so shocking. However, he only had 3 seconds. Naturally, he could not waste even a microsecond. Only then could he guarantee the greatest output effect. What? This power? There's something strange about this kid. Blue Cloud, you have to be careful. The primordial golden rock, who was originally arrogant and looked like he was watching a good show, suddenly changed his expression, and his tone was quite nervous. The blue cloud dragon eagle was killing Zhou Han at close range. At this moment, it naturally felt like a huge life threat immediately. This threat of death was especially strong. Although it was very puzzled why such a change would happen to Zhou Han, who was not even a Saint Lord. But now was not the time to think too much about it. He flapped his wings and flew away, wanting to dodge. Weren't you playing quite happily just now? Please visit. Are you escaping now? Zhou Han smiled coldly. He had been kicked around in the air by the blue cloud dragon eagle just now. This was the first time Zhou Han had suffered such humiliation in more than 20 years. He had long been holding back his anger. After fusing the power of more than 1,000,000 souls, this powerful feeling expanded unprecedentedly. A huge wave of air constantly lingered around his body. From the fact that the blue cloud dragon eagle chose to escape without hesitation, it was obvious how powerful this force was. Ghost Shadow Descent. In a flash, Zhou Han descended beside the blue cloud dragon eagle. Dark Abyss, Fury Soul Slash. Then, there was a powerful soul attack. With the enhancement of 10 billion soul power, at this moment, the already very powerful skill became extremely terrifying. Zhou Han's soul turned into countless sword shadows and bombarded the blue cloud dragon eagle crazily. The 9 sword shadows that were triggered the fastest bombarded the blue cloud dragon eagle, directly breaking through its defensive Dharma treasure and resisting once with the death immunity effect. However, another 9 sword shadows followed in a few microseconds. The light barrier on the blue cloud dragon eagle was also shattered. Next, as the sword shadows continued to bombard, the blue cloud dragon eagle's life-saving methods had been exhausted. Shriek. Screams sounded, then they were drowned in violent soul fluctuations. System prompt. You have successfully killed a Saint King grade expert, the blue cloud dragon eagle. As this is the first time you have killed an existence of this level, you are specially rewarded with 3 sovereign golden runes. You have obtained 357,230 Supreme Enhancement points. Items dropped. 3 sovereign golden runes. What a generous reward. This is not a loss. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han's eyes lit up. As expected of a Saint King grade expert, the drop rate was awesome. What? Master, you killed a Saint King expert? This is too shocking. Nakamoto so revealed an extremely shocked expression, unable to believe all of this. His master seemed to be a little heaven-defying. He had actually crossed such a huge gap. Even in the ancient Chaos era, he had never heard of a forced-killing Saint King. Although he was very tired after having his soul essence extracted, he was extremely excited. Such a master was too awesome. In the future, he had to be a good bootlicker. Oda Nobu was also filled with shock and disbelief. The two of them knelt there and kept flattering him. However, their surprise did not last long. He heard a huge wave of anger. The entire space was torn apart by this roar. Blue cloud. My blue cloud. Unforgivable. You, unforgivable. The primordial golden rock's eyes were wide open as it let out a shrill and angry cry. Its entire body condensed a blazing golden light. It never expected Zhou Han's counterattack to be so powerful. From the incomparably passive situation just now, the situation instantly reversed. Strange and violent soul attacks poured over. Even if the primordial golden rock wanted to stop him, it was already too late. A golden light bombarded. Zhou Han was about to launch another soul attack when a notification sounded. System prompt. The soul power you have fused has expired. In an instant, a weak feeling swept through his entire body. Zhou Han's movements froze. The golden energy of the primordial golden rock completely hit Zhou Han's body. The terrifying force even drew a 1,000-meter-long pit on the ground with Zhou Han's body. The power of the primordial golden rock's 55 sovereign golden runes poured out with endless hatred and anger. It was also Zhou Han's weakest moment. Without the fusion of soul power, he could not resist it at all, so this violent golden light bombardment instantly knocked out the invincibility effect of one of his equipment. Die! I want you to die with blue cloud. As the primordial golden rock roared, its violent speed kept shuttling through space. It attacked Zhou Han fiercely at an extremely fast speed. One could only see golden light flickering nonstop. Then, Zhou Han's body flew in the air like a kite with a broken string. A Saint King grade expert was indeed very powerful. This can't go on. The invincible state will disappear sooner or later. Once it disappears, my situation will be extremely dangerous. Zhou Han was also a little nervous now and kept thinking of countermeasures. Because of the soul fusion, the side effects caused his thoughts to be a little slow. After thinking for 2 seconds, he remembered that he had to enhance the sovereign artifact, the Dragon Spring Sword. This shouldn't be the case for an expert. In 2 seconds, he had already been bombarded by the primordial golden rock more than 1,000 times. Fortunately, he had the effect of invincibility. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. Enhance the Dragon Spring Sword. Enhance it fiercely. Enhance it as many times as I can. Zhou Han immediately made a decision in his heart. He wondered how many times more than 4 million supreme enhancement points could be enhanced. He could only leave it to the system to deal with. At the same time, he was worried that the Dragon Spring Sword would not be of much use if it was enhanced less often. Therefore, in the current crisis, there was no need to consider so much. He would use them all and enhance them to the maximum number of times. Only then could his powerful output be guaranteed. System prompt. You have consumed 4 million supreme enhancement points. Your sovereign artifact, the Dragon Spring Sword, has been successfully enhanced 30 times. The attribute data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please check the specific attributes. The white light kept shining. One could vaguely hear the anger of the dragon roar resounding through the 9 heavens. It echoed with the dragon's soul contained in the Dragon Spring Sword from afar. A huge and vast power slowly woke up on the sword. Let's see how long you can last. You're going to die today. No one the primordial golden rock, want to kill can escape my grasp. The horror contained in the golden light was still wreaking havoc. However, the primordial golden rock also sensed that Zhou Han was invincible. However, he was not worried at all. After all, there was definitely a limit to the time he could be invincible. As long as he exhausted them all, it would be the other party's death. However, at this moment, a violent and domineering aura surged out of the Dragon Spring Sword. The dragon roared into the 9 heavens, and the world trembled. Its shocking aura became more and more terrifying. Could he have other powerful methods? Impossible. How can there be so many powerful methods? The primordial golden rock's pupils constricted, revealing an unprecedented solemnity. When Zhou Han activated the soul fusion just now, it naturally felt the majestic power inside. Please visit. To be honest, even he was not confident about facing this powerful aura head-on. Originally, when he saw that Zhou Han was extremely weak, he thought that the other party had lost his trump card. That was why the primordial golden rock did not hesitate to launch a violent attack, even though the primordial golden rock was not surprised when it sensed Zhou Han's invincible state. After all, Zhou Han could only be passively beaten up and not pose a threat to him at all. However, it was different now. As the violent aura of the dragon spring sword slowly woke up, the terrified energy was surging crazily. The primordial golden rock instantly sensed that this power was incomparably powerful and somewhat unstoppable. Moreover, it was actually a little stronger than the soul fluctuation just now. Therefore, this was also why the primordial golden rock was so afraid. When Zhou Han heard the system notification, he smiled. After enhancing the sovereign artifact 30 times, its power was indeed extraordinary, although Zhou Han had yet to check the specific attribute changes. However, the monstrous aura emitted from the dragon spring sword had already explained everything. This power was incomparably powerful. Facing the 55-rune Saint King expert, he was not afraid at all with the dragon spring sword in hand. The current Zhou Han was filled with confidence. He directly checked the attributes of the enhanced dragon spring sword. Dragon spring sword plus 30. Grade, sovereign artifact. Type, longsword type weapon. Description, the entire sword body is like an agile little dragon. A peerless power automatically emitted. It is also known as the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. It was born in the ancient Dragon Abyss and absorbed the essence of the Big Dipper. It contains a powerful water attribute and starlight power. It is also a rare, powerful existence among the sovereign weapons. Basic attributes. In combat, the damage you cause will increase by 50,000 times. Unique passive. Dragon battle in the wild. The power of the dragon soul has dyed your entire body. In combat, your defense will increase by 20,000 times. Exclusive skill, Dragon Abyss, Heaven Slaying. Activate an extreme sword aura. With the dragon soul as the carrier, it will constantly absorb the water elements in the air and cause a destructive attack on the target. This skill will forcefully hit and cannot be dodged. It will directly kill the target. A target without a resurrection method will directly die. Exclusive skill, Dragon Abyss, Star entering the body. The dragon spring sword has established a wonderful connection with the Big Dipper. When releasing the skill, summon the Big Dipper. The violent star power inside will all surge in, bringing a terrifying increase in all attributes. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Sovereign Golden Rune, 18/30. Can fuse up to 30 sovereign golden runes. Current number of fused runes, 18. Sovereign weapon ranking, not activated yet. Is it that powerful? Directly cause a 30,000 times increase in damage. When he saw his basic attributes, Zhou Han's eyes lit up and he gasped. He knew that the dragon spring sword would become very powerful, but the huge improvement still exceeded Zhou Han's expectations. One had to know that the previous increase was only 16,000 times. However, after enhancement, it increased by nearly 3 times. It was simply terrifying. No wonder I felt a terrifying power slowly recovering just now. This powerful effect is simply transforming. The attributes that have been enhanced 30 times are awesome. Zhou Han's eyebrows flickered with great joy. This was because the last 3 exclusive skills were equally shocking. Dragon Battle in the Wild's defense had increased by 20,000 times in the wild. Now, even if he encountered a Saint King grade expert, he would not be insta-killed. With this defense, he could withstand 3 moves no matter what. Then there was the second exclusive skill, Dragon Abyss, Heaven Slaying. Previously, Zhou Han remembered that it was the Dragon Abyss, 7 stars Fury Slash. Now, even the skill name had changed. Of course, it wasn't just the name that changed. The effect of the skill had also greatly increased. Instant kill. And it's a forced hit. This is a little awesome. After reading the skill introduction of Dragon Abyss, Heaven Slaying, Zhou Han's eyes were filled with shock. This also meant that even if the target had an invincible state, it was useless. If he did not have a way to revive, he really had no chance at all and would completely die. Of course, the opponents he would face in the future would only become stronger and stronger. Super experts naturally had methods to revive. However, Being able to insta-kill the other party once not only consumed the other party's trump card, but also gave the target huge pressure. For example, if two people fought and I insta-killed you once when we met, would you be afraid? The last exclusive skill's name also changed. It was called Dragon Abyss, star entering the body. According to the description, it was to fuse all the star power of the Big Dipper into his body and greatly increase all his attributes. As for how much the increase was, it did not say. However, as the ultimate move of the Dragon Spring Sword, the effect would definitely not disappoint. Moreover, what surprised Zhou Han even more was that after the Dragon Spring Sword was enhanced, it could now accommodate 30 sovereign golden runes. After Zhou Han finished reading and closed the virtual interface, he looked at the primordial golden rock with a smile in his eyes. Because it felt a huge pressure, the primordial golden rock had long stopped attacking. Instead, it distanced itself and kept observing Zhou Han from afar with a very vigilant expression. However, when it saw a faint smile flickering in Zhou Han's eyes, it was as if he was mocking it silently. The primordial golden rock was completely furious. No matter what, it was the overlord of the ancient chaos era, even though it had now become an ancient soul. It was not something a small fellow who was not even at the Saint Lord level could mock, especially since it had just felt a little afraid. This was simply unforgivable to the arrogant and powerful being. Great sun, scorching sunlight. The great primordial golden rock is not someone a weak person like you can underestimate. The primordial golden rock no longer had so many scruples. As it roared, its 1,000-foot-long golden wings slowly spread. In an instant, golden light spread and shone in the sky. Flames kept burning. From afar, it looked like a sun with a shocking aura that kept surging with the aura of destruction. It had undoubtedly displayed the power of a Saint King, but so what? What a showy move. Dragon Abyss, Heaven Slaying. Zhou Han did not waste any time with him. He held the Dragon Spring Sword in his hand and pointed the sword forward. A dragon soul surged out. The sharp sword aura was invincible. It attacked the primordial golden rock. However, the sword light that surged out was not very fast. Originally, when the primordial golden rock saw the shocking power, its expression was filled with fear. However, now, there was a disdainful smile. Even if he was powerful, so what? The primordial golden rock, was famous for its speed. Very few people could attack it. Moreover, even if it was hit, it still had a powerful chance of dodging. Therefore, the sword light at this moment was like in slow motion in its eyes. It could easily dodge it. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Soul's sword light still leaned over. The primordial golden rock's expression was indifferent. It spread its wings and flew away, completely dodging the attack trajectory of the golden light. However, in the next moment, its expression changed drastically. Please visit. This is forced hit. It could have easily dodged, but the power of destruction completely bombarded it. Boom. Sword aura spread and completely erupted with powerful power. The killing effect of the Dragon Abyss, Heaven Slaying, was directly triggered, and the primordial golden rock was instantly insta-killed. Soon, its figure appeared on the spot, its face filled with endless fear. Was I insta-killed? How can he be so strong? That's impossible. A shocking wave surged in the primordial golden rock's heart. It was extremely shocked and could not believe what had just happened. It was actually insta-killed by someone who was not even a Saint Lord. It was simply too ridiculous. After the shock, it was naturally filled with panic. It had victory in its grasp, but now that such a change had happened, it had no choice but to retreat. Zhou Han, who was in front of it, could no longer be seen through. From the previous soul fusion to the skill that released terrifying power. All of this reminded the primordial golden rock that it seemed to have provoked an existence it should not have. Hee. How is it? Do you know how to be afraid now? Didn't you enjoy hitting me just now? Come on, continue hitting me. Seeing the primordial golden rock's expression change and its aura immediately weaken, Zhou Han directly mocked. Saint King experts were nothing much. Against the Saint King who had been incomparably arrogant in front of him previously, he now had the strength to completely defeat it. This feeling was really incomparably comfortable. Zhou Han could not help but sigh again in his heart. The talent, Infinite Enhancement, was awesome. Scorching Sun Golden Light Kill. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? After experiencing the initial shock and wasting a chance to revive, the primordial golden rock quickly adjusted its mentality and launched another powerful attack. After all, it had an extreme speed advantage. Even if it really couldn't win, it could completely escape. Therefore, the advantage was on it. Of course, as it attacked, it planned a strategy to escape in its heart. If anything went wrong, it could escape immediately. With its extreme speed, no one could kill it. Soon, a blazing sun shone over from the top of the primordial golden rock's head. The blazing flames fused into its body. At the same time, it spread its two huge wings. A terrifying cyclone kept echoing on them, and countless waves of light bombarded Zhou Han. Heh, you're the only one who can fuse the power of the sun. Dragon Abyss, star entering the body. Big Dipper fuse. Zhou Han smiled, and also released the Dragon Spring Sword. In an instant, starlight enveloped the sky and constantly sprinkled pure power. This star power completely fused into Zhou Han's body, which controlled the chaotic power. There was no obstruction at all. All of Zhou Han's attributes had soared. After enduring the attacks of the primordial golden rocks, scorching sun golden light kill, he was also safe and sound. The primordial golden rock relied on its advantage in speed to attack first, but it did not work. On this side, Zhou Han's Chaos Sword aura also shot out. The golden light wave was directly annihilated by the impact of the Chaos Sword aura. I actually lost my frontal attack. The primordial golden rock's expression trembled. These were all its ultimate killing moves, but they were easily broken by Zhou Han now. Is this all you've got at the Saint King level? Then go to hell. Zhou Han sneered. His expression was cold, and the chaotic power spread even more. Master, this primordial golden rock has extreme speed. After all, it's the overlord of the ancient chaos era. Its growth potential is also very outstanding. If you can successfully subdue it as a mount, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. You will have even more life-saving methods. Seeing that the primordial golden rock had suffered considerable injuries after a few violent waves of attacks, Koizumi reminded him in time. Koizumi, your suggestion is good. Coincidentally, my Pung feather flying ship was destroyed by him. I'm short of a transportation method. When Zhou Han heard this, it was indeed the case. This primordial golden rock's speed completely crushed the Pung feather flying ship. After all, one was the owner, and the other was just a feather. The difference was like heaven and earth. The strength and speed of the primordial golden rock were also very satisfying. This is for you. In the future, you'll be my mount. Zhou Han pointed his sword at the primordial golden rock and said arrogantly. After a few consecutive violent waves of attacks from the Dragon Spring Sword, the primordial golden rock had already suffered serious injuries. Hearing Zhou Han's words, he was simply furious. How awesome was the primordial golden rock when it was alive? It was the overlord of the ancient chaos era. Now, he was actually going to be taken in as a mount. This felt extraordinarily bad. However, his current state was not optimistic, even with the strength of 55 sovereign golden runes. Facing the Dragon Spring Sword that had been enhanced 30 times, it still did not have much resistance. I admit that you're very strong. I'm no match for you. But do you think you can catch me? In your dreams. A trace of disdain flashed across the primordial golden rock's eyes. He was the overlord of the sky. No one could surpass him in terms of speed. Then, he confidently spread his 1,000-foot-long wings and fled into the distance. This was also a strategy he had thought of previously. Before the battle, he had already left a way out for himself. With extreme speed, even if he was no match for them, he could easily escape. Do you really think I want to compete in speed with you? Immortal binding rope. Bind it. Zhou Han sneered. A golden light flashed in his hand, and the immortal binding rope turned into a dazzling halo. It flew towards the primordial golden rock, shuttled through space, and arrived instantly. Zhou Han was not stupid enough to compete in speed. As long as he controlled the other party, everything would be resolved. At that time, even if the primordial golden rock did not want to become a mount, it had no choice. It's just the immortal binding rope of a 9-star supreme. Is that your method? That's ridiculous. When the primordial golden rock saw Zhou Han attack, it sneered. It naturally recognized this immortal binding rope. It was an item inherited from the ancient chaos era. He had also come into contact with it before. The effect was indeed very powerful, but it was useless to a top expert like him. This was also why the primordial golden rock was laughing. That's it. You look down on my reputation as the primordial golden rock too much. The primordial golden rock relied on its speed advantage to continue mocking. However, in a flash, the golden circle of light transformed by the immortal binding rope had instantly expanded to more than 10,000 feet in size. It ruthlessly wrapped around the primordial golden rock's huge body and collided violently. An explosive bang erupted in space. What? Isn't this the immortal binding rope? The primordial golden rock's expression changed drastically. Sensing the majestic power, it instantly bound him. The powerful power in his body seemed to be restricted by something and was very difficult to mobilize. Even if it condensed, it was instantly scattered. Please visit. This situation made the panic in the primordial golden rock's heart intensify. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The effect of this immortal binding rope was simply worlds apart from what he remembered. The effect was too powerful. Ha! Weren't you very arrogant just now? Continue to mock me? Zhou Han's lips curled up, his face filled with a cold smile. He had already enhanced this immortal binding rope 40 times. He had only thought of it when he had just decided to capture the primordial golden rock as a mount. He had spent 400,000 supreme enhancement points. These were all the enhancement points that he had not used up when enhancing the Dragon Spring Sword. They were also Zhou Han's last stock. As expected, the effect of enhancing it 40 times did not disappoint him. At this moment, the immortal binding rope had successfully unlocked an exclusive skill, Ancient Binding. This skill was also very awesome. It could even restrain Saint King-grade experts. Of course, it was not 100% accurate. As the target became stronger, the probability of failure increased. This time, Zhou Han used Ancient Bind and directly succeeded. Stop struggling fearlessly. Be obedient and become my mount. Don't suffer too much physical pain. Zhou Han's eyes flickered with a cold light, filled with threat. If the primordial golden rock did not agree, he did not mind using some ruthless methods. Damn it! The primordial golden rock's expression became uglier and uglier. It struggled violently there, but it was useless. Just as the two huge golden wings were about to flap and fly, they were also tightly bound by the immortal binding rope. Just like that, the primordial golden rock directly lost its balance and could not mobilize the power in its body. He fell hard to the ground. They were already beginning to feel uneasy. They knew that there was a high chance that they had suffered a setback today. It did not expect the other party to have such a powerful Dharma treasure and endless methods. Today, it had learned something. Master, you're really powerful. The effect of this immortal binding rope is countless times stronger than before, Koizumi said excitedly. Back when he was only a wisp of sword light, he had been bound by the immortal binding rope, and it was only the original version. The feeling of being bound was also very uncomfortable, and it was unforgettable. Now that it was in an enhanced state, it was even more impressive. Zhou Han's expression was indifferent as he slowly walked over. Submit, or... He didn't finish. The primordial golden rock prostrated on the ground, and the next words made Zhou Han a little speechless. Greetings, Master. Master's strength is shocking. I really regret meeting you so late. If I had known about you earlier, I would have joined you long ago. It's my honor to be your mount. I'm very happy. The primordial golden rock said excitedly, its expression filled with admiration. It did not look like it was fighting to the death at all. Those who didn't know better would think that the primordial golden rock had met its biological father. Zhou Han smiled bitterly. He had yet to use any methods, but the primordial golden rock had already submitted. As expected, he had the aura of a king and directly stunned the other party. The primordial golden rock was helpless. The power of this immortal binding rope made him completely despair. Now that he was at his mercy, it was useless to resist. His life was the most important. All other dignity was nothing. Very good. You're very sensible. Zhou Han nodded in satisfaction. If the other party submitted like this, it would save him a lot of effort. Of course, a wise man submits to circumstances. You naturally have to have some ability to follow the great and outstanding you. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you? The primordial golden rock had long lost the dignity of the overlord of the ancient chaos era and directly licked his boots shamelessly. Dignity was something that would happen a second time after losing it once. If he lost it too much, it wouldn't feel much. At this moment, the primordial golden rock had almost begun to adapt to this rhythm. All right, cut the crap. Why did you come to this mystic realm and become an ancient soul? Zhou Han reached out to stop the primordial golden rock from talking nonstop. Instead, he asked the question in his heart. Whether it was through Nakamoto's So and the primordial golden rock's previous self-report, it could be seen how powerful the primordial golden rock was during the ancient chaos era. However, it had become an ancient soul in this mystic realm. That meant that it had been killed. Otherwise, it would not have evolved into an ancient soul. Sigh? Speaking of which, this was caused by my greed. I'm also very interested in the various treasures left behind by the beginningless sovereign. However, ordinary treasures naturally did not enter my eyes. At that time, I relied on my powerful strength to tear open a strange array in the mystic realm. The primordial golden rock paused and continued. There's a violent and destructive aura inside. A sovereign artifact is sealed there. In my excitement, I want it for myself. But suddenly, a shocking ray of light poured out. That power seemed to freeze me. It became extremely difficult to fly. I couldn't react at all and was insta-killed by the energy. As the primordial golden rock spoke, an incomparably shocked expression appeared on its face. Recalling the scene at that time, it still had lingering fears and its body was trembling. Clearly, that powerful force and horror exceeded his understanding. Sovereign artifact? An unknown powerful force. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes. He did not expect this mystic realm to really be filled with a large number of supreme treasures. Even a sovereign artifact existed. No wonder so many experts from the ancient chaos era were constantly fighting inside. After all, the secret treasure of the beginningless sovereign was too tempting. Before I died, I saw from the corner of my eye the figure of a black dog in the sky. So, the one who killed me was actually a black dog? I still wonder if I saw wrongly. The primordial golden rock's expression was filled with confusion. After all, he had the golden rock bloodline and was incomparably powerful, while the other party was just a black dog with an ordinary bloodline. This was simply too unbelievable. Although that black dog is ordinary, it often listens to the teachings of the beginningless sovereign. Over time, a dog can take off. After all, it's the guidance of the beginningless sovereign. That's such a difficult opportunity. Nakamoto So ran out at some point and continued. As guards, they knew some secrets. That's right. Unfortunately, we don't have such an opportunity. Oda Nobu said emotionally. Looks like the beginningless sovereign is indeed not simple. Zhou Han muttered to himself. He was even more interested in the beginningless sovereign scripture he was about to obtain. The stronger beginningless sovereign was, the happier Zhou Han was. After that, the primordial golden rock took the initiative to reveal some things about the ancient chaos era. As an overlord, it was naturally more knowledgeable than Nakamoto So and his companion, allowing Zhou Han to have a clearer understanding of that era. Become my mount now. As Zhou Han spoke, he opened the pet column. There were 3 spots in the pet column. Currently, he had only used one on Little Bone. There were still 2 spots that could contract the primordial golden rock. All right, master. I'm extremely happy. The primordial golden rock forced a smile. Although he was already mentally prepared, his emotions were still very complicated when he really wanted to become someone else's mount. Of course, Zhou Han could not care less. Begin the contract, he chanted in his heart. System prompt. Your pet column has been activated. The current contract target is the primordial golden rock. It is in the contract. With the system notification, inexplicable energy flew out of Zhou Han's soul and bound the primordial golden rock's soul. Please visit. In that case, he would have absolute control. With just a thought, Zhou Han could kill the primordial golden rock. This was the power of the contract. The entire contract process lasted 5 minutes. It was a little long. It might have something to do with the primordial golden rock strength. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully contracting the primordial golden rock. The new pet data has been updated on the virtual interface. Please check it in time. Zhou Han also subconsciously looked at the virtual interface. Soon, the attributes of the pets were all displayed. Primordial golden rock. Combat strength. Saint King. 55 sovereign golden runes. Type. Pet. Bloodline. Golden rock race. Characteristics. Extreme speed, brilliance, dominance. Weapon, golden-winged limitless spike, pseudo-sovereign grade. Equipment, chaos essence armor, pseudo-sovereign grade. Skills, grand sun, scorching sunlight, scorching sun golden light assassination, infinite sun flame, shadow speed overkill, pung flying 10,000 miles, soaring up, absolute evasion, heavenly vault overlord. Dharma treasure, Hao Tian shield, dimensional protection, flying shadow array, proud world golden armor, golden flame bead. Description, as the undisputed king of the sky, not only does the golden rock race have extreme and terrifying speed, but their output is also very powerful. They control light, fire, and wind attributes. When combined, they will produce shocking lethality. They are a pet with both speed and power output. They are rare top grade. Pet location, speed, damage. Pet rating, SSS. 3 attributes. That's right. In the future, you'll be in charge of charging forward. After looking at the attributes of the primordial golden rock, Zhou Han was delighted. This pet was quite worth it. In that case, there were no longer any obstacles in this ancient ruins mystic realm. Your name is Little Rock. Yes. Thank you for the name, Master. Master, please come on my back. Little Rock said respectfully and quickly got into character. Zhou Han flew up and landed steadily on Little Rock's back. He directly headed for the hiding place of the next beginningless sovereign seal. Shriek. Little Rock let out a cry and turned into a golden light that flew out. There was a light barrier on its back that isolated the flow of air. Zhou Han felt like he was walking on flat ground. This feeling was naturally much more comfortable than riding the Pung feather flying ship. Moreover, it was even faster. Another benefit was that Little Rock could still be a fighter. After all, with Saint Kingrade strength, he could easily sweep through the enemy without Zhou Han needing to attack. Then, Zhou Han sorted out his gains after this battle. He accidentally discovered a soul-healing pill in the spoils of war. Coincidentally, after the soul fusion, Zhou Han's soul was damaged and ached. After enhancing it once, the pill was consumed. Soon, his injuries recovered, and the fatigue in his mind was swept away. Then, he still had 4 sovereign golden runes that had not been fused. Zhou Han did not hesitate to fuse them into the Dragon Spring Sword. Now, there were 22 of them. I've also become a Saint Lord, Zhou Han muttered to himself, in a good mood. Although he was only a Saint Lord, Zhou Han was confident that he could fight a Saint King with 60 sovereign golden runes with his current strength. These were all the huge enhancement effects brought about by the Dragon Spring Sword after enhancing it 30 times. Therefore, Zhou Han was looking forward to seeing how shocking the effect would be if it was raised to 50 times or 100 times. No, I have to continue earning supreme enhancement points. My current stock is only more than 10,000 points. I'm simply too poor. Zhou Han muttered to himself with a bitter smile. Everything went very smoothly after that. With the extreme speed and power output of the primordial golden rock, wherever it passed, it was like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, unstoppable. He swept it directly. There was no opponent at all. This feeling made Zhou Han feel even more that it was simply worth it to take in such amount. There are actually so many demon bloodstones here. When Zhou Han had just obtained the 6th beginningless sovereign seal, under the probe of his transcendent perception, there was a fiery red deep underground in front of him. It was the aura of the demon bloodstone. Zhou Han was delighted. There should be more than 100 of them. During this period of time, he had been collecting the beginningless sovereign seal, so he could not go to the demon bloodstone medal. He only had more than 20 demon bloodstones on hand. At this moment, he saw more than 100. Zhou Han was still very happy. Little Rock, fly to the left ahead. Zhou Han patted the primordial golden rock's back and ordered, "Yes, Master." Little Rock chirped and flapped its wings to fly away. It arrived more than 800 meters away in a few microseconds. Boom! As if feeling the impact of a huge wave of air, a few ancient souls underground directly broke out of the ground, and 10 powerful auras rushed over. Do you have a death wish? I wonder if this is the territory of the 10 great evildoers. The leader, Zhou Han, had a scar on his face. His boss was called Duan Yanqing. At this moment, he revealed a ferocious gaze and berated fiercely. You really don't want to take the path to heaven. Are you tired of living? Why don't you ask around about the names of the 10 great evildoers of the ancient chaos era? Good Lord, it's actually not in the ancient soul state. Brothers, subdue him quickly. I want to possess him. Just as Zhou Han was about to collect the demon bud stones, the powerful auras of these 10 ancient souls had already surrounded him. Zhou Han was not surprised by this. Previously, when he was collecting the demon bud stones, he had concluded that there were definitely ancient souls near the demon bud stone, but the strength of their combat strength was a little different. The more demon bud stones there were, the stronger the ancient souls were. It seemed that these demon bud stones had a special effect on the ancient souls. Moreover, when Zhou Han detected more than 100 demon bud stones, he felt the aura of the 10 great evildoers. Their strength was all Saint Lord experts with more than 30 sovereign golden runes. It was indeed a powerful force, but to the current Zhou Han, it could not pose a threat at all, especially since he had a super fighter beside him. This was simply too easy to deal with. Oh, you're quite arrogant. You still want to possess me. Coincidentally, I'll gladly take your heads. Zhou Han smiled calmly, but the coldness in his eyes was bone-chilling. Huh, you're just a young kid who has just advanced to the Saint Lord realm. How dare you say such boastful words? A trace of contempt flashed across Duan Yanqing's face. If the 10 of them joined forces, it would not be a problem to deal with 40 sovereign golden rune experts. Therefore, when they saw that Zhou Han was so weak, they did not take him seriously at all. Boss, don't waste your breath on him. Let me imprison him. Then you'll possess him. Yu Laowu held a pair of tyrant dragon divine shears and said arrogantly, Very good. Thank you, fifth brother. Duan Yanqing smiled calmly. At the thought that he would soon possess a new life, he felt very happy. Seeing Yu Laowu rush over, Zhou Han's palm moved slightly, preparing to attack. However, the primordial golden rock took the initiative to volunteer. Please visit. Wouldn't killing such trash dirty your hands, master? Let me help you. A shocking aura surged out of Little Rock's body, and its body was quickly enlarging. Yes, that's good too. Zhou Han nodded indifferently. Anyway, no matter who attacked, it would be one move. The difference was not very great. However, seeing that Little Rock wanted to express his loyalty, Zhou Han gave him such a chance. Little Rock's aura exploded with a bang. His body finally reached 1,000 feet in size and crossed the sky, covering the sky and bringing with it extremely strong pressure. What? What is? Damn, it's actually the primordial golden rock. The 10 great evildoers were shocked and instantly terrified. They screamed involuntarily, filled with endless panic. Previously, because Little Rock's body had shrunk to more than 10 meters, he could fly faster and conserve energy. Therefore, the 10 great evildoers did not discover the primordial golden rock immediately. But now, as its body expanded to normal size and a powerful aura emitted, it naturally gave the 10 great evildoers of the same era a huge shock. He actually subdued the primordial golden rock. How is that possible? Oh my God! How strong is he to make the overlord of the ancient chaos era submit to his dignity? Damn, where are you? Why didn't you call me when you fled? This evildoer's reaction was the slowest, and he was still shocked. When he turned around, his companion was long gone. He was immediately dumbfounded. Wouldn't they be fools if they didn't escape in the face of such a powerful existence? Huh, your so-called extreme speed is just in slow motion in front of me, the primordial golden rock. Awake, hunting moment. Looking at the 10 great evildoers fleeing in all directions, the primordial golden rock revealed a disdainful smile. His body turned into a golden light that whistled in all directions. Shadow speed overkill. Blazing sun limitless. Next, the primordial golden rock kept shuttling through space, killing wantonly. In less than a second, the 10 great evildoers were all killed. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Saint Lord, Old Fifth You. You have obtained 126,320 Supreme Enhancement points and dropped an item. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Saint Lord, Duan Yanqing. You have obtained 166,650 Supreme Enhancement points and dropped an item. The notification of the kill refreshed on the combat interface. Another wave of Supreme Enhancement points was obtained. However, the Sovereign Golden Rune did not drop this time, making Zhou Han a little regretful. However, he was not dejected. There were still many powerful ancient souls in this mystic realm. As long as he killed enough, sooner or later, the sovereign golden rune would drop. System prompt. The supreme enhancement points you have obtained in the current mystic realm have exceeded the limit of 10 million. Therefore, you will not be able to obtain supreme enhancement points in the next kill. Please understand. Zhou Han was speechless. His hopes of greatly enhancing the powerful equipment on him were gone. This was not the first time he had encountered such benefits restrictions. They had all been triggered in the night parade of 100 ghosts in the Snow Eagle tomb. Although the restriction this time was late, the amount obtained had increased a lot. 10 million was still quite powerful. Since this was the outcome, Zhou Han could only accept it. Soon, he slapped the ground, and a huge pit immediately appeared. The demon budstone hidden inside was also revealed. Zhou Han counted. There were 120 stones. The harvest was still very gratifying. After coming to the mystic realm, it had only taken 2 hours. After gathering the beginningless sovereign seal, Zhou Han naturally had more time to collect the demon budstones. He believed that if he searched with all his might, it would be very easy to obtain first place in this mystic realm. Let's go. Go to the next location. Zhou Han spread out his divine sense in the beginningless sovereign seal. Soon, he sensed the location of the 7th beginningless sovereign seal. With Zhou Han's order, the primordial golden rock also flew over obediently and crawled under his feet. It was very respectful and had a strong desire to live. Zhou Han stepped on its back and flew in the direction indicated. In a dark, dense forest, the loud sound of battle rumbled. The aftershock of the battle kept overflowing, turning the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees into dust. How did the 5 of you get together? Lin Feng's expression was a little ugly. Looking at the 5 people in front of him who were aggressive and erupted with a ferocious aura, his heart had already sunk to rock bottom. The 5 people opposite him were from the 9 sacred city. One had to know that their perception in the mystic realm was very weak, and their communication methods were limited. Everyone's teleportation location was random. But now, the 5 prodigies of the 9 sacred city had gathered and even launched a surprise attack on Lin Feng. That was why he was so panicked. If he faced the combined situation of 1 or 2 people, he still had a chance of escaping. However, facing the combined attack of 5 people, he had no chance at all. Hee. You don't have to know that's right. Anyway, you'll be a corpse soon. The leader, Du Fei, sneered, his expression filled with playfulness. Isn't your firmament imperial city very arrogant? Aren't you going against my 9 sacred city? Come on, let's stand here now and attack. Pei Qian looked extremely smug and kept clamoring. The 9 sacred city was already like fire and water with the firmament imperial city. Coupled with the slap in the face by Zhou Han in the Divine Source Pavilion yesterday, the hatred in Pei Qian's heart naturally intensified. Therefore, he naturally had to torture Lin Feng, who was alone, to vent the hatred in his heart. Soon, it'll be Zhou Han's turn. No one from your firmament imperial city can escape this time. The 5 people from the 9 sacred city laughed impudently, their faces filled with teasing smiles. However, the sharp attacks in their hands did not stop. 5 energies intertwined, and a powerful power poured toward Lin Feng. PFFF. Lin Feng's body was sent flying. Facing the combined attack of the 5 of them, he had no strength to resist at all. He could not even withstand a round. Do you think you can deal with Zhou Han? You really overestimate yourself. Even if you kill me, Zhou Han will avenge me sooner or later and kill all of you. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, and a miserable smile appeared on his face. Although he was severely injured, he did not submit. He knew Zhou Han's strength, especially after easily killing 2 experts with 30 sovereign golden runes last night. It was simply easy. Therefore, Lin Feng was also filled with confidence. Since he could not escape death, it was useless to compromise. Fortunately, Zhou Han could avenge him. It was considered his only psychological comfort. However, due to the blockade of news, most people in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace City did not know Zhou Han's true strength. Among them were people from the 9 sacred city. Please visit. What a huge joke. It's just Zhou Han. Do you think I, Du Fei, will take him seriously? Your firmament imperial city is just a group of cowards. Prepare to be stepped on by my 9 sacred city. Du Fei looked up at the sky and laughed, not caring at all. This was his confidence in his strength, and he had 5 people working together. Even if Zhou Han had some ability, he could not do anything. Are you talking about Zhou Han? I'm looking forward to his arrival. In that case, I'll let him know what true cruelty is. Pei Qian's eyes narrowed, revealing extremely cold hatred. The 5 of them looked at each other and could see the contempt in each other's eyes. The violent energy bombarded Lin Feng again. The latter closed his eyes in despair. Although he knew that Zhou Han had the strength to kill them, it was too late. Bang! Right here, a blazing golden light shot out from afar. It instantly annihilated the energy of the 5 of them. Then a lazy voice sounded. I heard that you're looking forward to my arrival. Do you want to discuss life with me? Zhou Han stepped on the primordial golden rock and crossed his arms. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His appearance was very flashy. While flying just now, he had also felt the commotion of a fight. Therefore, he came over to check. When he was 1,000 meters away, Zhou Han's transcendent perception immediately sensed the aura of the people from the 9 sacred city. Since he had encountered it, there was no reason for him to let it go. Brother Han, you're here. You're finally here. That's great. I, Lin Feng, am not destined to die. Seeing Zhou Han riding the wind, Lin Feng was extremely excited. Just now, he was filled with despair and his face was ashen. Now, he was immediately energetic. Zhou Han's arrival meant that the situation was already stable. Yes, watch from the side and learn well. Watch how I deal with them. Zhou Han nodded gently and said. Then, he turned to look at the 5 people from the 9 sacred city with endless coldness. Ha ha ha, Zhou Han, you're really shameless. Who gave you the courage to come alone? Pei Qian immediately jumped out, looking very excited. Originally, they thought that it would take a lot of effort to find Zhou Han, but he actually took the initiative to come knocking on their door. Therefore, Pei Qian was very happy. Looks like you know nothing about true power, Zhou Han said slowly, and the chaos sword aura spread out. Although he gently pointed with his finger, in the next microsecond, a certain unlucky person among the 5 of them was instantly killed, and the remaining figure blew past and dissipated into the air. Silence. Pei Qian and Du Fei's arrogant mockery immediately fell silent. A cold feeling surged over him. This situation was simply too terrifying. What? Lu Lang was insta-killed just like that? How is that possible? He's an expert who fused 10 sovereign golden runes. How can he be killed so easily? Seeing Lu Lang being insta-killed, the other 4 people's eyes flickered with fear. They never expected Zhou Han's strength to have already reached the level of casually insta-killing a pseudo-sovereign expert. They had thought that they were hunters, but now it seemed that they were the prey. Are you that strong? Du Fei was in a daze. Although he was the boss of the 5 of them, his combat strength had not reached the level of being alone. He was only a little stronger than his companion, Lu Lang. Since Zhou Han could insta-kill Lu Lang, if Zhou Han's attack just now was aimed at him, there was no need to think too much about the consequences. Thinking of this, Du Fei shivered with coldness. Pei Qian and the others also avoided eye contact. They had been extremely arrogant just now, but now they were terrified. They did not dare to meet Zhou Han's sharp gaze. One by one, their feet moved slowly back, ready to slip away at any moment. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Continue attacking. Isn't the 9 sacred city very awesome? At this moment, Lin Feng had already leaned over and roared proudly. Just now, he had been bullied badly and almost died. Fortunately, Zhou Han attacked in time and survived. Now that he had Zhou Han's protection, he was naturally very confident and clamored crazily. My brother Han is here now. Does the 9 sacred city not dare to fart now? You prodigies are really good for nothings. Don't people want to hit fewer people? My brother Han can destroy all of you alone. Lin Feng said, very venting his anger, ruthlessly venting the grievances he had suffered previously. Du Fei and Pei Qian's expressions were extremely ugly. However, in the face of Zhou Han's forceful coercion, they did not dare to say anything. Moreover, now that his life was threatened, he had no choice but to lower his head. Du Fei forced a smile and lowered his head. Sir Zhou Han, our 9 sacred city is indeed in the wrong. We've offended you. Please don't take offense. How about we write off our grudges? I took the initiative to provoke you previously. I apologize too. My father, Pei Ming, values me the most. When the time comes, I'll visit and give you a satisfactory gift. Seeing this, Pei Qian took the initiative to lower his head and admit his mistake. His attitude was very sincere. He had no choice but to back down. There was a huge threat to his life now. For the sake of his life, none of this was embarrassing. Moreover, as he spoke, Du Fei and Pei Qian pointed out their identities. They were the sons of the two saint kings in the 9 sacred city. The meaning was very obvious. If you really kill us, will our saint king father let you off? Naturally not. Therefore, before attacking, it was best to think carefully. If the two saint kings really joined forces to deal with him, it would be impossible for him to escape. These words had the meaning of admitting defeat and a faint threat. They believed that Zhou Han was a smart person and could hear the underlying meaning. Oh, do you want me to let you go? Zhou Han picked his nails with the dragon spring sword with a playful smile. Before Du Fei and the others could speak, Lin Feng hurriedly said, Brother Han, you can't let them go. The 9 sacred city and the firmament imperial city are already irreconcilable. Moreover, if you let them go, they won't be grateful. They'll take revenge even harder. Now that they know that you have very powerful strength, they will definitely use greater strength to deal with you. The situation will be even more dangerous. Lin Feng quickly analyzed, afraid that Zhou Han would agree to let Du Fei and the others go. Did you hear that? There are so many hidden dangers in letting you go. Do you think I'm a person who likes to cause trouble for myself? Zhou Han's eyes narrowed, and strong killing intent surged out. His cold voice was emotionless. Pei Qian had used such a threatening method once in the Divine Source Pavilion. This was also the usual method of an incompetent profligate son. Unfortunately, Zhou Han did not fall for it. Do you really want to fight to the death? Do you really think your strength can escape the pursuit of 2 saint kings? Du Fei's expression changed drastically. He had a bad feeling and emphasized his status again. Ha ha ha. So what if he's at the saint king level? As long as you dare to come, I'll dare to kill you, Zhou Han said domineeringly without the slightest panic. Of course, all of this stemmed from his strength and absolute confidence. After all, with his current combat strength, it was not a problem for him to fight a saint king with 60 sovereign golden runes. Moreover, now that he had subdued the primordial golden rock as a mount, it was also a powerful help. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he couldn't win, with the speed of the primordial golden rock, these saint kings wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Therefore, this was also a reason why Zhou Han was not afraid. Brothers, attack directly. Don't f-king think of escaping. Only by fighting with our backs to the wall can we have hope of survival. Use all your trump cards. Du Fei hurriedly sent a voice transmission. As he spoke just now, he was prepared for the worst. As expected, he had to fight with his life. In an instant, a violent aura erupted from the 4 of them. The power of the sovereign golden runes circulated crazily, and a golden light spread. The powerful Dharma treasure was also used at the same time, all its strength pouring out. Huh, is that all you've got? Too weak, Zhou Han sneered, and chaos sword aura surged out of his body. After breaking through many Dharma treasures, they flew out in an unstoppable manner. With a scream, a prodigy among the 4 of them was instantly killed. I can't defeat him at all. Pei Qian's heart sank completely, filled with endless despair. Of course, this despair did not last long. 3 screams came almost at the same time. System prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the pseudo-sovereign expert, Pei Qian. The supreme enhancement points obtained have exceeded the maximum amount obtained. They cannot be obtained for the time being. Items have dropped. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the pseudo-sovereign expert, Du Fei, and dropped a sovereign golden rune. The information about the battle appeared on the interface. Zhou Han was delighted. Another good item had dropped. He was still in a very comfortable mood. Brother Han, you're really getting stronger. With a smile, 5 prodigies of the 9 sacred city were reduced to ashes. A great shock flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He could tell that the strength Zhou Han displayed now was much stronger than when he fought the 2 experts, the Netherworld King and the Dark Soul King last night. After all, Zhou Han had only killed the Dark Soul King and the others last night with the power of the Berserk Pill. Unexpectedly, it had increased to such a terrifying level today. Brother Han, you're really a freak. Lin Feng sighed. After all, Zhou Han had even saved his life, so he was extremely grateful. His eyes were filled with admiration, and he directly became a fan. Zhou Han smiled calmly and was about to say something. Then, his expression changed. Suddenly, an invisible soul fluctuation came from Pei Qian and Du Fei's corpses. A violent and terrifying power exploded. Two huge and illusory hands slapped down fiercely at Zhou Han. "Master, be careful!" The primordial golden rock shouted, and its body turned into a golden light that greeted the two illusory hands. "Do you have a death wish?" In the void, an angry voice sounded. His target was clearly Zhou Han. However, the primordial golden rock with extreme speed took the initiative to block in front of him, causing it to miss the opportunity to kill Zhou Han. In the blink of an eye, the rich golden flames all over the primordial golden rock were instantly extinguished by the two huge hands. System prompt. Your pet, primordial golden rock, has suffered serious injuries and has lost its combat strength. Do you want to put it back into the pet space? He was crippled in one strike. There's indeed something. Zhou Han frowned. Two huge soul fluctuations came from Pei Qian and Du Fei. It was not difficult to guess that this was a method left behind by their Saint King father. Otherwise, it could not be so powerful. Brother Han, this is a soul mark. It's a common method in the 9 sacred city. A super expert used a soul mark and engraved it on a junior. Not only can we check the cultivation state of the juniors and guide them, but we can also let them take fewer detours. Moreover, after they're killed, they can release violent power from it and be sensed by super experts. This is a deterrent. Before others kill them, they have to consider the revenge of these super experts. Lin Feng hurriedly explained, his eyes filled with seriousness. After all, the power released just now was extraordinarily powerful, making one feel deeply powerless. Zhou Han nodded. As expected, it was not surprising that a Saint King had such methods. Since Zhou Han dared to kill Pei Qian and Du Fei, he was prepared to be avenged by the two Saint Kings. Space-type energy? Zhou Han was about to check the state of the primordial golden rock. At this moment, he felt a chill on his back. The terrifying spatial energy actually fluctuated violently in the space behind him. Before Zhou Han could react, the mighty force hit his back, and he was sent flying. The death immunity effect was directly displayed. You're lucky this time. I'll remember you. You can't escape. An illusory figure appeared in the air. There was endless anger in his voice, and his face was extremely distorted by extreme hatred. When did I say I wanted to escape? If you have the guts, come and take revenge. Zhou Han was also angry. After all, he had been tricked like this and was in a sorry state. He was very unhappy. Very good, you're dead. Even a sovereign can't save you. I said it. Then, the phantom slowly dissipated into space with an arrogant aura. After all, the effect of this soul mark was very limited. He could only attack once. A total of 2 Saint Kings attacked. Previously, it had been blocked by the primordial golden rock, and this time, the attack landed on Zhou Han's head. However, the death immunity effect of the equipment and the invincibility triggered were impossible to insta-kill him with just one attack. Master, are you alright? The primordial golden rock said weakly. After being hit by the 2 illusory hands of the first Saint King, it had already suffered serious injuries. Now, even its aura was a little unstable. I saw your performance. Don't worry. No matter what, you're my mount. I'll get back at you for this anger, Zhou Han said as he took out a healing pill from his spatial inventory. After directly enhancing it 10 times, he handed it to the primordial golden rock. Thank you, Master. What a magical effect. This has completely exceeded the original effect. After the primordial golden rock consumed it, it immediately became lively and exclaimed. It seemed that the methods his master had were very magical. He had experienced them on the immortal binding rope previously. I didn't expect the other party to be proficient in spatial power. It's not easy to deal with him. Brother Han, you have to be careful. Yi Feng hurriedly reminded him. That elusive method had scared him silly just now. Don't worry, I have a plan to deal with it. Zhou Han nodded calmly. That Saint King's spatial control was indeed above Zhou Han's. Otherwise, he would not have approached silently and not sensed anything. This was the situation now. If they really fought, they would only be beaten up. After all, with such methods, one could not even lock onto the other party's location and could not fight back at all. Therefore, he could only be forced to become a live target. However, This difference in control was not unchanging. After all, Zhou Han had also learned the skill invisible killing, Sky Scar. As long as he enhanced the skill to the highest level, Zhou Han did not know what kind of changes would happen at that time, but the effect would definitely not disappoint. This was also why Zhou Han was not afraid of spatial experts. If he could not win, he would continue to enhance it until his control of space surpassed the other party. Anyway, the invisible killing, Sky Scar was of the supreme grade. Compared to sovereign grade items, the supreme enhancement points required to enhance it was already very cheap. Master, from the battle just now, I can sense that the strength of that Saint King should be around 70 sovereign golden runes. It's considered top grade among Saint Kings. The primordial golden rock said with a grave expression after recalling the situation after the battle just now. After all, when it was alive, it was a Saint Emperor grade expert. Its perception of strength was still very clear. After fusing 50 to 80 sovereign golden runes, the pseudo-sovereign experts in this range were all respectfully called Saint Kings. Therefore, the two Saint Kings who had just attacked from the 9 Sacred City were both high grade. I understand. It's really challenging. Zhou Han was not afraid. Instead, he smiled. Only powerful pressure could prompt him to grow faster. Now that he was in the Cloud Void Sacred Palace City, the Saint Kings of the 9 Sacred City naturally did not dare to come and find trouble with him. Therefore, Zhou Han had to quickly increase his strength during this period of time to deal with the bloodbath that was about to happen. Without thinking too much, Zhou Han fused the sovereign golden rune that had dropped. Now, he had fused 23 sovereign golden runes. Then, his gaze flickered as he scanned Du Feng and Pei Qian's corpses. He wondered if something good would drop as the son of a Saint King. In the majestic city tower, 9 huge statues floated above the city. The statues had different appearances. All of them were shockingly powerful and majestic, making people not dare to look at them directly. The commoners passing by bowed to the 9 statues and prayed for blessings. This was the 9 Sacred City, and the 9 Saint Kings were the gods of this city. They had supreme authority. Bang! Boom! There was a constant bombardment in the huge palace. The room was in chaos, and all the items had been destroyed. The guards were all silent and cowered there, not saying a word. Unforgivable. Oh, unforgivable. Qianer, you died so tragically. The middle-aged man in the center of the hall was wantonly furious, constantly venting his hatred and anger. He was like a crazy demon with a terrifying aura that was incomparably shocking. He was Pei Ming, one of the 9 kings, Pei Qian's father. He was about to break down after sensing that Pei Qian had been killed. Saint King, we've investigated. The person who killed young Master Qian is a prodigy of the Firmament Imperial City. His name is Zhou Han, the guard said nervously. According to the influence provided by Pei Ming and the other Saint King, Du Tianjia, they quickly investigated Zhou Han's identity. After all, Zhou Han had risen rapidly during this period of time and caused an extraordinary stir. It was not difficult to investigate his identity, especially when the 2 Saint Kings were furious. In the 9 Sacred City, a large number of elite intelligence personnel had directly gathered. This investigation would be even simpler. Good, very good. Zhou Han. Pei Ming's eyes shot out a cold light, as if they wanted to freeze the entire space. The cold aura and unforgettable hatred made the guards shiver. Brother Pei, since we've confirmed the target, let's go straight to the periphery of the Cloud Void Sacred Palace and kill Zhou Han. Soon, another Saint King, Du Tianjia, also rushed over and gritted his teeth. The hatred in his heart was no less than Pei Ming's. One had to know that the stronger one was, the more difficult it was to have descendants. Therefore, Du Tianjia only had Du Fei as his son. One could imagine the heartache and hatred. Brother Du is right. Let's go. This time, the 2 of us will join forces. Not only will we skin Zhou Han alive, but we will also imprison his soul and let him experience what it's like to beg for death. Pei Ming's expression was incomparably distorted, and a ferocious smile appeared. That's good. After setting up an inescapable net, Zhou Han will definitely not be able to escape. Du Tianjia immediately agreed to Pei Ming's decision. In that case, if the 2 Saint Kings attacked, even if they wanted to escape, they would have no chance at all. Coupled with the fact that they had set up a few trapping arrays, they were completely caught in a trap. At the thought of Zhou Han being terrified and kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy, A cruel smile appeared on their faces. Then, two lights flew out and left the nine sacred city. The items dropped by the 5 sacred city prodigies he had killed were quite a lot. However, quantity alone was not enough. It also depended on quality. After all, he had already reached Zhou Han's level. Ordinary items could not enter his eyes at all and could only become fusion materials. He first collected the equipment. They were basically all supreme-grade equipment. Unfortunately, he did not even see ordinary pseudo-sovereign-grade equipment, making Zhou Han a little disappointed. Then, he counted the pills and items that had dropped. This time, there were a few pills that were useful. Zhou Han only glanced at it briefly. The effect was as follows. Cold Moon Soul Recovery Pill. A rare pill condensed from the essence of the cold moon. After consuming it, it can quickly recover soul injuries and increase the power of the soul by 10 times within 30 seconds. The soul damage suffered will be reduced by 30%. Substitute Pill, 3-star Supreme Grade. It has a mysterious damage transfer effect. After consuming it, you can specify a target. Within a minute, all the damage you suffer will be transferred to that target. Moreover, this damage is true damage and will not be reduced. Turtle Breath Pill, a 5-star Supreme Grade pill that hides one's aura. The method of making it is very mysterious and complicated. The pill formula has long been lost. After consuming it, your aura will not be sensed for an hour, as if you have disappeared from this world. The effects of these pills are not bad. They all have their own uses. If we use it together, the miraculous effect will be very objective. For example, not only could the Cold Moon Soul Recovery Pill heal injuries, but it could also increase soul power by 10 times. If used with the soul fusion of the Honorable Soul Banner, its power would be even more terrifying. The substitute pill could transfer damage. The effect was magical. If he was in a desperate situation and did not survive, this could be useful. It was also a life-saving method. The Turtle Breath Pill could block auras and could have a very powerful effect on dodging pursuits or ambushing targets. Moreover, this was under the circumstances that it had not been enhanced. The enhanced effect would be even more powerful. After all, they were all supreme grade and could be enhanced more than 10 times. Therefore, with these pills, Zhou Han had a lot more foundation. After browsing, Zhou Han specially chose a few pills that were useful to him. After enhancing them, he stored them in his spatial inventory. The effect of this Heaven Fiend pill is not bad. Zhou Han's eyes lit up after taking out a pill from Pei Qian and appraising its attributes. He was very satisfied with the attributes of the Heaven Fiend pill because it increased attack power. The effect was a little similar to the Berserk pill from before, but the quality was higher and the effect was stronger. It was simply a rare top-grade item. It was also what Zhou Han needed. After using the Berserk pill, he did not have any survivors on hand. In that case, Zhou Han still felt a little lacking in confidence without a strong trump card to attack. The Heaven Fiend pill that had appeared now happened to make up for such a gap. With such a pill that increased attack power in hand, Zhou Han would be more at ease. Enhance it 10 times first and see what changes there are. Thinking of this, Zhou Han immediately chanted in his heart. System prompt. You have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. Your 6-star Supreme Grade pill, the Heaven Fiend pill, has been successfully enhanced 10 times. New attributes have appeared on the virtual interface. Please pay attention. 10 white lights flashed, and the notification came as promised. After receiving the notification, Zhou Han subconsciously looked at the virtual interface. The data on it was all presented and was obvious. Heaven Fiend Pill plus 10. Grade, 6-star Supreme. Type, Enhancement Pill. Description, the pill is the size of an egg. It is completely red and crystalline like jade. The power of the Heaven Fiend contained in it constantly drifts for a long time. It is a cauldron of pills refined by the creation Pill Emperor using the special baleful aura of the Heaven Fiend Divine King Valley. There are only 9 in the world. It is a limited edition top-grade pill. Effect: after consuming it, the heavenly demon power will quickly and perfectly fuse with the power in your body. Your HP will instantly decrease by 50%, but within 20 seconds, your attack power will increase by 2,000 times. Under the influence of the heavenly demon power, the attack power of the target you fight will decrease by 40%. Description: after the Heaven Fiend power dissipates, you will enter a weak state. The extent of your weakness is affected by the strength of your soul. The stronger your soul, the less weak you will be. Good Lord, 2,000 times the attack power? This is another powerful trump card of mine. Heh, the Saint King of the 9 Sacred City. Looking at the red heaven fiend pill in his hand that was like a translucent crystal, Zhou Han narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. With such a powerful method, he had nothing to worry about. After all, the multiplier of 2,000 times attack did not look very high. One had to know that Zhou Han had all kinds of buffs in his combat state, especially the tens of thousands of times enhancement of the Dragon Spring Sword. Now, coupled with the 2,000 times increase of the Heaven Fiend pill, the value would be very terrifying. It was precisely because Zhou Han's attack power base was very exaggerated that the increase would be very shocking. After putting away the Heaven Fiend pill, Zhou Han consumed all the pills that could increase his attribute points. There were a total of 4. Although the enhancement effect was average, he was still very satisfied. After all, the stronger one was, the more difficult it was to improve. System prompt. You have consumed a 9-star divine grade pill, February Red. Congratulations, your maximum HP has increased by 1%. Your attributes have been automatically updated. You consumed an 8-star divine grade pill, Diversion Dread. Congratulations, your poison attribute resistance has increased by 3. The attribute data has been automatically updated. You consumed an 8-star divine grade pill. They were all divine grade pills and none of them were supreme grade. Zhou Han was not surprised. Although he did not obtain the explicit rules after so many battles, he knew that pills were considered rare and the drop rate of high-quality pills was very low. The highest quality he had obtained so far was only a 6-star supreme grade Heaven Fiend pill. At the moment, he did not see any pseudo-sovereign grade pills. Fortunately, the effect of these pills was quite good. Although a pill like February Red only increased the maximum HP by 1%, Zhou Han's health limit was high. Currently, it exceeded 25 billion. This 1% increase was more than 200 million. It was quite powerful. Anyway, Zhou Han was quite satisfied. After packing up the preparations and pills, 7 skill books dropped. As there were still not enough, Zhou Han had no intention of fusing skills for the time being. System prompt. Detected that your recent attributes data have changed greatly. Please check your personal attributes data. Yes, it's good to take a look. Zhou Han nodded. Since the system had said so, he naturally had to give it some face. Then, with a thought, he opened the attribute panel. Chaos Sword Lord, Zhou Han. Level, 120, 0%. Health, 27 billion. Attack, 900 million. Defense, 770 million. Soul Power, 210 million. Talent, Infinite Enhancement, unique in the universe. Heaven Vault, Sword Servant. Title, Sovereign Appearance, Number 1 Prodigy. Weapon, Dragon Spring Sword, Sovereign Weapon. Secondary Weapon, Sovereign Blood Heaven Splitter, Supreme Grade. Soul Artifact, 9 Flame Qilin Saber, Pseudo-Sovereign Artifact. Accessory, Black Dragon King Set, 6-star Supreme. Support Equipment, Profound Mystic Set, 4-star Supreme. Gem, Split Gem, Supreme Grade. Attack Gem, King Grade. Learning Gem, King Grade. Damage Reduction Gem, King Grade. Equipment, Dimensional Walker, 1-star Supreme. Dharma Treasures, Sunflame Treasure Mirror, Emperor Grade. Immortal Binding Rope, Supreme Grade. Black Tortoise Armor, Supreme Grade. Honorable Soul Banner, Supreme Grade. Nirvana Shield, Divine Grade. Concealment Array, Divine Grade. Immortal Vanquishing Axe, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Holy Angel Sword, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Divine Trident, Pseudo-Sovereign Grade. Guild Buff, HP increased by 30 million. Attack Power increased by 10 million. Fashion, Space-Time Illusion, open and see the details. Bloodline, Storm Dragon King, open and see the details. Sword Heart, Indestructible Sword Heart, open and see the details. Sword Bone, Glazed Sword Bone, open and see the details. At a glance, the attributes data had indeed increased significantly. His current health limit had already reached 27 billion. His attack power was 900 million, and his defense was almost 800 million. Because he had awakened a soul artifact and the soul power provided by the Honorable Soul Banner. Therefore, Zhou Han's current soul power had already exceeded 200 million. surprising him. This is the beauty of power. Feeling the powerful power surging in his body, this feeling of becoming stronger made him feel extremely comfortable. Next, I have to continue working hard. After being happy, Zhou Han did not become arrogant and encouraged himself. After all, he was only a Saint Lord who had fused 23 runes. He first set a small goal to reach the Saint King level. There was no need for Zhou Han to waste time on this matter. He rode on the primordial golden rock. At the same time, he also sensed the location of the 8th beginningless sovereign seal. Brother Han, your mount is too flashy. Lin Feng's eyes revealed great envy. Just from the aura, he knew that it was extraordinary. However, he was not from the ancient chaos era, so he naturally did not know the primordial golden rock. Otherwise, he would definitely be even more shocked. Zhou Han did not explain anything and directly gave him a healing pill. Take the pill. Be careful. All right. Thank you, Brother Han. Lin Feng directly consumed it with a sigh. He's really getting more and more awesome. The moment he makes a move, he has such a shocking pill. I have to think of a way to build a good relationship with him in the future and cozy up to him. As he flew, a golden light flashed. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the hiding place of the 8th beginningless sovereign seal. Of course, with the speed of the primordial golden rock, it definitely wouldn't take so long. It was mainly because he had encountered many ancient souls on the way. Zhou Han had no intention of letting go of these ancient souls. Some were killed, and some were put into the honorable soul banner. After the primordial golden rock landed, Zhou Han immediately felt heat coming. A terrifying high temperature kept sweeping over. Zhou Han looked around and realized that this was a land of lava. A blazing aura kept surging in it. There was magma under his feet, constantly bubbling. There seemed to be something hidden among them, and there were many of them. Zhou Han was about to use transcendent perception to investigate. Suddenly, the magma churned even more violently, and the sound of explosions was endless. It was like a boiling pot of oil. The scene was very shocking. Is the volcano about to erupt? Zhou Han muttered to himself, but he did not look too flustered. After all, he was someone who had obtained the power of the 9-flame Qilin. That was the power of the fire origin, the ultimate form of fire. The power of these flames in front of him was like child's play to him. It was not worth mentioning. At most, it was at the taboo level. Although taboo was only one level away from origin, there was an insurmountable gap. There was no comparison at all. In a few seconds, many demonic beasts covered in scales appeared in the magma. Although they were not big, the power emitted from their bodies was not ordinary. At a rough glance, there were no less than 10,000 of them. Fire continent demon bugs, not bad. They all have the strength of an ordinary pseudo-sovereign grade. He also comprehended the power of the fire taboo. Zhou Han activated the appraisal and immediately obtained the data of these demonic beasts. This was the first time Zhou Han had encountered a demonic beast in the mystic realm. Previously, he had only encountered ancient souls that had been resurrected after death. These demonic beasts were now complete life forms, both corporeal and soulless. Zhou Han was a little puzzled about this. He did not see anything special about the fire continent demon bug, so he did not know why this would happen. However, he did not think too much about it because these fire continent demon bugs had already begun to attack him. What a fresh smell of flesh and blood. I'll eat you. Delicious. I miss it. A few hoarse voices came from the fire continent demon bugs, all of them very excited. Clearly, they had only encountered a living person like Zhou Han in the mystic realm. How could they let him go now? All of them swarmed up, wanting to eat him. Die obediently. Let me eat my fill. Kid, you still want to resist? Wild flame violent change die. Heavenly fire assault. Fire glory. Fire dragon dance. Seeing the rapidly rising aura on Zhou Han's body, these fire continent demon bugs were not stupid and directly launched a violent attack. All kinds of fire attribute attacks poured over, and the high temperature shook. With more than 10,000 ordinary pseudo-sovereign grade combat strength, the power was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, it had the power of the fire taboo. The violent flames wreaked havoc. Playing with fire in front of me? You've really found the right person. Fire origin, extreme flame. The corners of Zhou Han's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. The 9-flame Qilin saber was summoned. As soon as its exclusive skill was released, this world was instantly dyed red. The extreme heavenly flame was unstoppable. Facing the origin power of the heavenly flame, they were on completely different levels. If a father hit his grandson and collapsed on contact, he would directly disintegrate into fire elements. These fire elements did not disappear. Instead, they were all absorbed by the heavenly flame, and their power was even more terrifying than before. FCK? It's actually the power of the fire origin. Oh my god, he actually controlled the power of origin? Unbelievable. Oh my god, what did I see? Is that a 9-flame Qilin? As soon as Zhou Han attacked, he displayed a destructive strength, making many fire continent demon bugs scream in fear, filled with panic and shock. Especially after seeing the phantom of the 9-flame Qilin, their hearts surged with shock. They cultivated the fire elements and knew better than anyone what status the 9-flame Qilin had in the fire domain. That completely ancestral existence was born to comprehend the power of the fire origin. That power could even make them draw fire with a thought. Seeing that the fire continent demon bugs were trembling there, Zhou Han was very satisfied. He knew that this was a kind of bloodline suppression. The dignity of the 9-flame Qilin completely stunned them. Honorable Soul Banner, collect them. Zhou Han shouted softly and took out the Honorable Soul Banner. There were many of these fire continent demon bugs, and they all had pseudo-sovereign grade combat strength. If he could subdue them, the benefits would be considerable. After the Honorable Soul Banner awakened the powerful exclusive skill, Soul Fusion, Zhou Han had already decided to nurture the Honorable Soul Banner well. Therefore, now that he saw that many fire continent demon bugs were stunned, it was naturally a good opportunity to subdue it. In that case, the probability of subduing it would be higher. Zhou Han naturally would not have such an opportunity. The Honorable Soul Banner expanded in the wind and enveloped all the fire continent demon bugs. System prompt. Your Honorable Soul Banner has successfully subdued the demon beast, Fire Continent Demon Bug 1. It has already become the main soul of the Honorable Soul Banner. The relevant characteristics have been generated. Your Supreme has failed to subdue the Fire Continent Demon Bug 3. The target has been killed and items have dropped. The relevant notifications kept refreshing on the combat interface. After experiencing the consumption of Zhou Han's fire origin, Extreme Flame, these fire continent demon bugs were already in a very poor state. Now that it was enveloped by the Honorable Soul Banner, there was no possibility of breaking free. It could only be forced to endure all of this. A few minutes later, the notification ended. Zhou Han counted and found that a total of 7,133 had been successfully subdued. There were 3,321 who had failed to subdue. The success rate was about 70%. The probability was still very high. Zhou Han also knew that the reason why there was such a high chance was that the huge pressure brought by the 9-flame Qilin Phantom had shocked these fire continent demon bugs very much. At this moment, the main soul of the Honorable Soul Banner had already been occupied, so what was left could only become ordinary souls. System prompt. You have successfully subdued a large number of souls. You have received feedback from the soul energy of the Honorable Soul Banner. Your soul power has successfully increased by 20 million. It can also feedback soul energy to me. Hearing the notification, Zhou Han was delighted. He knew that it was not easy to increase his soul power. This was also the reason why his HP had already reached 27 billion, and his soul power was only 200 million. The difference between the two was more than 200 times. That was why he was pleasantly surprised. The increase of 20 million was already very exaggerated. Looks like this is the new effect of the Honorable Soul Banner after advancing to the 9-star Supreme grade, Zhou Han muttered to himself. The decision to nurture the Honorable Soul Banner was indeed very correct. Yo, congratulations, Master, for subduing so many souls again. Woo, as expected of my master. He's indeed resourceful and has endless Dharma power. In the future, he will bloom with the most dazzling light in this era. Nakamoto So and Oda Nobu knelt on the ground and said obsequiously, looking very excited. As the main souls, they naturally sensed the commotion caused by the Honorable Soul Banner immediately. At the same time, it was also greatly beneficial to them that the Honorable Soul Banner became stronger. Not to mention anything else, their strength could be increased in the special space of the Honorable Soul Banner. This way, in time, they would also be able to break through to an extremely powerful level. As expected, the benefits of following a powerful master were really too great, so they knelt and licked his boots even more enthusiastically. Zhou Han ignored these two idiots. After investigating the changes, although the Honorable Soul banner was still at the 9-star Supreme grade, the power it could unleash had indeed become much stronger. Looks like I want to advance to the pseudo-sovereign grade. I need to fuse 100 million souls. Zhou Han sighed. This would take a long time, unless he launched a large-scale battle with many people that could make Zhou Han devour them crazily. In that case, it was very likely. However, such a battle could not erupt just because he wanted to. Therefore, Zhou Han was only thinking about it. Retracting his thoughts, Zhou Han destroyed the concealment of the heaven-shrouding array and grabbed the 8th beginningless sovereign seal. There's only one left. The beginningless sovereign scripture will belong to me soon. At this moment, Zhou Han could not help but be a little excited. After all, a peerless expert like the beginningless sovereign would definitely create an extremely powerful expert. If he cultivated it, his combat strength would definitely increase to another level. At that time, Zhou Han would have greater strength to face the Saint King of the 9 sacred city. Just as Zhou Han was about to leave, a strange fragrance surged out of the magma and was acutely captured by him. Could there be something else strange in the magma? Zhou Han frowned and muttered to himself, reporting to Master. Actually, there's a chaotic fire lotus in this magma. Calculating the time, it should completely mature at this node. The person who spoke was the leader of the Fire Continent demon bugs, the Fire Continent Bug King. When it heard Zhou Han's doubts, it took the initiative to report the situation. Oh, what's going on? Tell me everything you know. Zhou Han thought of something. There were no other life forms in the mystic realm, and there must be a special reason why the Fire Continent demon bug was alive in this magma. Now that he thought about it, it should be related to the chaotic fire lotus mentioned by the Fire Continent Bug King. He immediately asked for the exact situation. Yes, Master. Actually, during the ancient Chaos era, our Fire Continent demon bug race lived in this magma, but we were very weak and were only at the Emperor grade. However, what we didn't expect was that there was actually a seedling of the chaotic fire lotus here. As the chaotic fire lotus kept growing, we also received pure spiritual power to nourish us. Our strength is increasing rapidly every day. With the protection of the chaotic fire lotus, it was not affected by the chaotic battle at all and has survived until now. The Fire Continent Bug King hurriedly explained respectfully. In that case, this chaotic fire lotus is extremely extraordinary. Zhou Han's eyes flickered with interest. A strange fragrance kept coming, and the fire elements in his body were quickly surging, filled with desire. Of course, it's rumored that the chaotic fire lotus blooms in 30 million years, bears fruit in 30 million years, matures in 30 million years, and only bears 3 lotus seeds. The growth cycle is very long, nearly 100 million years. It's also because of this that the heaven and earth essence absorbed is simply unimaginable. Therefore, it goes without saying how much improvement each lotus seed brings after consuming it. Moreover, the chaotic fire lotus's main body is also a natural dharma treasure. Refining it and reaching the quality of a sovereign artifact is easy. As it spoke, the Fire Continent Bug King's eyes flickered with great passion and envy. It turned out that this chaotic fire lotus should have belonged to him. Unfortunately, Zhou Han happened to appear here and subdue it. It was really fated. He had missed a great opportunity just like that. However, now that he had become the main soul of the Honorable Soul banner, he did not regret or hate it. He had to congratulate Zhou Han for obtaining the supreme treasure. Hearing the Fire Continent Bug King's description, Zhou Han's eyes became brighter and brighter. The current Fire Continent Bug King would definitely not lie to him and would not dare to do so. Zhou Han did not expect his providence to be so heaven-defying. He happened to encounter a mature chaotic fire lotus. If he had come early, he would not have been able to detect the existence of the chaotic fire lotus. If he was too late, the mature lotus seeds would automatically peel off and sink to the bottom of the magma. The spiritual power inside would dissipate. In other words, he could not do it a day earlier or later. He had to be stuck at the time when the chaotic fire lotus ripened. Boom! Just as Zhou Han was excited, a huge tremor came. Be it the ground or the void, they were trembling violently. At the same time, there was a deafening explosion. The incomparably vast magma was immediately swept up crazily by an inexplicable force, forming countless magma vortexes. Flames of all colors surged out, emitting strange, colorful lights, but the light contained terrifying power. A destructive aura kept gushing out. Master, the chaotic fire lotus is about to ripen. You must pay attention to the time you collect it. Otherwise, even a trace of spiritual power wasted will be a huge loss. I have a special container here. I specially prepared it all these years to collect the lotus seeds of the chaotic fire lotus. Seeing the phenomenon that erupted in the magma, the fire continent bug king hurriedly reminded him. Yes, you did well. If the collection goes smoothly this time, I'll remember your contribution. Zhou Han smiled in satisfaction and took the container handed over by the fire continent bug king. It was 3 ceramic bottles that emitted a heavy aura. Stored in them, they could effectively suppress the volatility of spiritual energy. At this moment, the strange fragrance in the magma was even richer, and the blazing temperature reached the extreme. At this moment, Zhou Han attacked. The violent wind surged out of his body, blowing away the magma and dividing it into 2. The chaotic fire lotus also revealed its entire appearance. It looked a little like an ordinary lotus flower with a 7-colored light lingering. It came out of magma untainted, pure, but not demonic. It was medium-sized and straight on the outside, not spreading or branching. It was fragrant and clear, slender and pure. Of course, it looked very wonderful, but the destructive aura emitted from it could be seen that the chaotic fire lotus was not so easy to provoke. A few seconds later, the chaotic fire lotus finally reached the moment of maturity. The moment the 3 lotus seeds fell, Zhou Han directly used the power of the fire origin to turn it into a palm and grab it. Even so, he was still burned until he sizzled. A huge burning pain came, but fortunately, all of this was completed in microseconds. Zhou Han put the 3 lotus seeds into his bag safely. Before he could check, he heard a violent roar. As if sensing the threat, the main body of the chaotic fire lotus directly attacked Zhou Han. Flames surged and quickly gathered from all directions, forming a sealed fire space that surrounded Zhou Han. Berserk energy swept crazily, as if it would not stop until it burned him to ashes. What power! I didn't expect the chaotic fire lotus to already have its own consciousness. The fire continent bug king was shocked when it saw this. As a fire attribute cultivator, it naturally knew how powerful this flame was. To think that I wanted the chaotic fire lotus for myself previously. This terrifying power is not something I can resist. The fire continent bug king sighed with lingering fear. From the power displayed by the chaotic fire lotus now, it was enough to insta-kill him countless times. As expected, it was a treasure. Only a peerless expert like Master could possess it. As for Zhou Han being sealed by the flames, it was not worried because it knew that Zhou Han had the power of the fire origin. With his powerful strength, it was not difficult to subdue the chaotic fire lotus. This was indeed the case. Zhou Han was caught off guard at first and was attacked by the chaotic fire lotus. He quickly reacted and the chaos sword aura poured out crazily, strangling the flames that filled the sky. Since the chaotic fire lotus had consciousness, then the way to subdue it was much simpler. As long as he frightened it and convinced it, everything would happen naturally. As expected, the chaos sword aura spewed out like a rainbow. The flames released by the chaotic fire lotus were quickly extinguished. Now, aren't you going to submit? Zhou Han narrowed his eyes and said dignifiedly. His current combat strength was comparable to the power of 60 sovereign golden runes. After all, the chaotic fire lotus was only a spiritual herb. No matter how powerful and special it was useless. Its attack method was very crude. It could only rely on its fire instincts to use skills. There was no order or even skill. All its attacks were equivalent to basic attacks. Therefore, this was also the main reason why Zhou Han could easily suppress the chaotic fire lotus. Boom. It's impossible for you to be my master. A cold female voice came from the chaotic fire lotus with stubbornness, as if she did not want to submit so early and still wanted to struggle for a while. An even more blazing flame erupted from her body. Are you still not convinced? Looking at the beautiful phantom on the chaotic fire lotus, it should be the spiritual consciousness that evolved. Then I'll beat you until you admit defeat. Zhou Han smiled calmly and said domineeringly, with such good materials, as long as he nurtured them, they would definitely become sovereign artifacts in the future. Zhou Han was naturally unwilling to destroy her. Otherwise, when the Chaos Sword aura shot out just now, the Chaos Green Lotus would probably have long ceased to exist. Then, the Chaotic Fire Lotus was constantly suppressed. She still refused to submit. After all, it had existed for hundreds of millions of years and had her own specific pride. Naturally, she could not accept an additional master restricting her. However, in the face of powerful forces, it was only a matter of time before she submitted. "Greetings, Master. Little Lotus, please don't blame me for being rude just now." In the end, the Chaotic Fire Lotus turned into a beautiful figure and knelt on one knee, speaking respectfully to Zhou Han. Zhou Han revealed a satisfied smile and still conquered her. At this moment, he looked over. Be it looks or figures, Little Lotus was very top grade. She was simply devastatingly beautiful. He could not bear to look away at her. Of course, Zhou Han did not care much about this. What he valued the most was Little Lotus's potential. She would definitely be another powerful help to him in the future. Therefore, coupled with such a perfect face, it was even rarer. In particular, her cold temperament was as spotless as a lotus flower. It could be seen from afar, but could not be touched. It had a greater impact. However, now that she was under Zhou Han's control, this feeling was still very comfortable. Then, Zhou Han activated the appraisal and scanned Little Lotus. System prompt: you have activated appraisal on the Chaotic Fire Lotus. Unfortunately, appraisal failed. It failed. Didn't they say that transcendent perception can appraise the attributes of all objects on the Godfiend continent? Why can't I identify it? Zhou Han muttered to himself in confusion. He took another look. The description of transcendent perception was clearly written. It was indeed correct. Could it be? It doesn't belong to the Godfiend continent. Little Lotus, where are you from? Soon, Zhou Han thought of this and asked Little Lotus. In that case, he might be able to understand some of the situations in the outer world. Sensing Zhou Han's gaze constantly sweeping over her, Little Lotus felt very shy and replied softly, "Master, I'm sorry. I have no impression of where I came from. I've been in this magma since I awakened my spiritual consciousness until now. However, as my strength continues to increase, I believe more memories will be unsealed." Seeing Zhou Han's slightly disappointed gaze, Little Lotus added, "All right, since I'm your master, I'll help you increase your strength," Zhou Han said with a smile. "Thank you, Master." Then, he took out 3 lotus seeds and investigated. He still could not obtain data. He tried enhancing it again and realized that it could still be done. System prompt: you have activated the talent, Infinite Enhancement. The Chaotic Fire Lotus has been successfully enhanced 10 times. 10 white lights flashed. Zhou Han could also enhance it with his Supreme Enhancement points. Zhou Han enhanced it 20 times and stopped. Firstly, it was because the current Supreme Enhancement points were not enough. Secondly, it was because he still did not know the exact effect of the Chaotic Fire Lotus seed. Therefore, it was not too late for Zhou Han to consume the Chaotic Fire Lotus seed after he had enough enhancement points and figured out the effect. After all, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good thing if he consumed it without enhancing it to the limit? After tidying up, Zhou Han did not linger. He directly left this magma land and began to advance towards the 9th and last beginningless sovereign seal. Wow, is this the outside world? I'm so happy. Little Lotus's face flickered with excitement. After all, she had always lived in magma. In her current memory, this was the first time she had seen the outside world. Therefore, now, like a curious baby, she kept looking around, making her originally cold and aloof look playful and cute. This place is just a mystic realm. It's considered a small world. When the time comes, I'll take you out to see the great world. It's much more prosperous than here. Seeing Little Lotus's sweet smile, Zhou Han was also infected and said in a good mood, "Master, you're so kind. You're so handsome and gentle. I feel that it's not bad to become your subordinate now." Little Lotus's beautiful eyes flickered with seriousness. Zhou Han touched her hair proudly. Facing the praise of a peerless beauty, he felt very comfortable. As long as he was too outstanding and low-key, he was still so dazzling. On the way, they laughed for a while. The hiding place of the last beginningless sovereign seal was right in front of him. After signaling Little Rock to land, Zhou Han was very excited. Sword aura flew and insta-killed the 10 ancient souls guarding it. He blasted open the heaven-shrouding array and took a closer look. What? It's not here. Seeing that the array was actually empty, Zhou Han's expression changed drastically, and monstrous anger surged in his heart. Who didn't have eyes? How dare they take away the last beginningless sovereign seal? He was about to gather the 9 beginningless sovereign seals and obtain the beginningless sovereign scripture, but this happened. Anyone would be endlessly angry. It should have been taken away not long ago, Zhou Han muttered to himself. After all, the enhanced beginningless sovereign seal could sense the locations of the other sovereign seals. Therefore, before Zhou Han set off, the location of the beginningless sovereign seal was here. This meant that at that time, the beginningless sovereign seal was still here. This was because Little Lotus was more curious about these unfamiliar scenes along the way. Therefore, the primordial golden rock's flying speed was not fast. Coupled with the fact that he was intimate with Little Lotus, Zhou Han did not check the location of the beginningless sovereign seal in real time. Women are indeed bad. Zhou Han sighed. However, things would only take a while. As long as the beginningless sovereign seal was still in the mystic realm, Zhou Han could sense it. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out the enhanced beginningless sovereign seal and sensed it. The location is constantly moving. Looks like I was really intercepted by others. Zhou Han's expression was a little cold. This matter was too coincidental. Above the dark, dense forest, 2 figures were flying slowly. Brother, this thing doesn't look simple, but I wonder what it does. Li Jui asked with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. His gaze gathered on the beginningless sovereign seal. At this moment, it was gathered in Li Jie's hand and emitted a magical resplendent light. I don't know. I'll study it when I get back. This dazzling light and the heavy and ancient aura coming from it are definitely not ordinary. Li Jie said flatly, but the excitement in his eyes could not be hidden at all. Brother, you're amazing. You actually bypassed so many powerful ancient souls and stole this thing. Li Jui said in admiration. Otherwise, with their strength, they could not deal with the 10 powerful ancient souls guarding there at all. Of course, watch and learn. Your brother Li Jie smiled smugly and was about to brag. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying wave of air attack, bringing with it a monstrous and shocking power with violent and extreme speed. Who is it? Li Jie's expression tightened as he shouted. With a golden flash, Zhou Han had already appeared in front of him. Zhou Han, it's you? You weren't killed by the people from the 9 sacred city? Very good. You took the initiative to come knocking on our door and give us a chance. Li Jui's face flickered with an excited smile. Originally, he was very worried that the people from the 9 sacred city would kill Zhou Han first. In that case, the chaotic power in his body would not be stolen. Now, not only was Zhou Han not dead, but he had also appeared in front of them. This was simply a godsend opportunity. Brother, do it. You spent a lot of effort to steal the chaotic power and obtain that Dharma treasure. It can be used in your heart. Once you obtain the chaotic power, it's not impossible for you to become a sovereign. Li Jui's face was flushed with excitement as he shouted. Li Jie was a little wary of Zhou Han's sudden arrival and did not know why he would do this. Could it be that he had absolute confidence in his strength? However, when he heard his brother, Li Jui, continue to jeer, he finally threw these doubts to the back of his mind. He did not take Zhou Han seriously at all. After all, that day when the heavenly Tao Palace awakened for the second time, Li Jie sensed Zhou Han's aura. In his opinion, he was very weak, so this was also why the two of them dared to have designs on Zhou Han's chaotic power. Zhou Han, since you're so sensible, if you take the initiative to let us absorb the chaotic power, I can agree to let you off. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The greed in Li Jie's eyes intensified. His words were filled with threat. At the same time, all the power in his body erupted. As soon as Zhou Han landed, he heard the words of Li Jie and his brother. Enemies really met on a narrow road. Through sensing, he confirmed that the last beginningless sovereign seal was in Li Jie's hand. So you took the sovereign seal. You still want to plunder my chaotic power? All right, I'll kill all of you today. Zhou Han said calmly with a faint smile in his eyes. Are you still pretending? Do you know how powerful my brother's combat strength is? He has already fused 18 sovereign grade words and is about to advance to the Saint Lord realm. He only needs a finger to kill you easily. Li Jui sneered and clamored smugly. Oh, is it that awesome? Zhou Han pretended to be shocked. Ha ha, now you're afraid. Be sensible and suffer less. As expected, seeing Zhou Han's terrified expression, Li Qiye's smile became even more impudent. At the same time, he took out a strange Dharma treasure that was prepared to steal the chaotic power. At the thought that he was about to obtain the chaotic power, he was extremely excited. However, at this moment, Zhou Han no longer had the patience to play with them. How dare you be impudent when you're not even a Saint Lord? Die! Zhou Han flicked his finger, and a chaos sword aura shot out. The next microsecond, there was a scream. The arrogant Li Qiye fell to the ground. Brother, how are you? Say something. Sensing the life force in Li Qiye's body quickly dissipating, Li Jui's heart trembled in fear. His entire body trembled like a sieve, and countless beads of cold sweat slid down his forehead. He did not expect the strength of the 18 sovereign golden runes to be easily insta-killed by Zhou Han. This was simply too terrifying. How strong must he be to be able to do it so easily? Li Jui did not dare to imagine. This was beyond his understanding of power. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? With such strength, you dare to have designs on my chaotic power? Zhou Han's face was filled with mockery and pity. Another sword light flew over, ending Li Jui's sinful life. If they were brothers, they had to be buried together. Without any effort, after packing it up, Zhou Han looked at the 9th beginningless sovereign seal. It was extremely dazzling. As Zhou Han approached, the 8 beginningless sovereign seals on him were slowly establishing an inexplicable connection. After Zhou Han approached, he immediately took out all 8 beginningless sovereign seals from his spatial inventory. In the next moment, the 9th seal automatically floated up and fused with the 8 beginningless sovereign seals. There was a cracking sound, colliding and fusing. Every beginningless sovereign seal erupted with the most dazzling light. Light waves surged, filled with endless heat. Yo, the beginningless sovereign seal is finally fusing. As expected of my master. He's a genius. It's as if he has divine help. Soon, I'll obtain the beginningless sovereign scripture and become much stronger. Nakamoto So and Oda Nobu leaned out again and knelt there with a flattering smile. At this moment, Zhou Han was definitely in a good mood. As long as there was a chance to kneel and lick his boots, they would not miss it. Zhou Han was already used to it and could not be bothered with them. Instead, he looked intently at the 9 beginningless sovereign seals that were fusing. The mysterious and ancient runes were constantly releasing powerful forces. The huge tremor affected a very wide area, directly illuminating this mystic realm. The originally dark mystic realm immediately lit up like day. What happened? What a strong light. A prodigy who was collecting the demon budstone was suddenly shocked by such a phenomenon. The entire mystic realm is actually illuminated. How much energy does this require? Let's go over and take a look. Perhaps a supreme treasure will appear. Some prodigies' eyes were filled with passion. Everyone was a pseudo-sovereign grade prodigy, and most of them came from incomparably noble backgrounds. They had seen all kinds of phenomena. However, this was the first time they had seen such a vast and energy-powered phenomenon in history. Therefore, they were extremely shocked. It was impossible not to have any thoughts. Soon, most of the prodigies looked up at the sky and made a decision. They flew towards the source of these strong lights. Countless golden spots appeared in the entire sky. They were as dazzling as stars, and the power contained was extremely terrifying. I didn't expect it to cause such a commotion. I'm looking forward to the beginningless sovereign scripture even more. Zhou Han's eyes appeared incomparably satisfied. The commotion caused when he obtained the sovereign artifact, the Dragon Spring Sword, was simply nothing compared to now. Therefore, the more terrifying the energy released, the more powerful the item's combat strength would be. This blazing light and the golden spots that filled the sky were not over because the 9 beginningless sovereign seals were still fusing. Zhou Han was not anxious. After all, this wait was completely worth it to obtain the beginningless sovereign scripture. This is the aura of the beginningless sovereign. Really, after so many years, I didn't expect that cultivation technique to appear. In the mystic realm, many ancient souls also discovered this phenomenon immediately. Moreover, as experts of the ancient chaos era, they immediately sensed that the source of the phenomenon was the aura of the beginningless sovereign. Wasn't it the cultivation technique they wanted to fight for in the mystic realm? Unexpectedly, after countless years, it finally appeared. Unfortunately, things had changed. They had gone from peerless experts to the current ancient souls. However, his desire for the beginningless sovereign scripture did not weaken at all. I must obtain a cultivation technique this time. I can't miss this opportunity. As long as I cultivate the beginningless sovereign scripture, it's easy to transform into a life form again. Without hesitation, these ancient souls directly stimulated their extreme speed and flew towards the source of the phenomenon. In an instant, in the entire mystic realm, be it the prodigies or the ancient souls, they were all mobilized and surrounded Zhou Han. It covered the sky and was majestic. Master, it caused too much commotion this time. Many people are coming. Little Rock said. Good timing. There are many vacancies in the Honorable Soul banner. This is giving me timely help. Zhou Han smiled calmly without the slightest worry. The strength of the ancient souls in this mystic realm was limited. The primordial golden rock was already considered the strongest combat strength. If not for the accident, it would definitely not have died here. Therefore, Zhou Han did not take these experts seriously at all. They were all materials. As he spoke, a loud bang resounded through the sky. In the mystic realm, every expert was shocked by this terrifying roar. The simple voice seemed to contain a supreme Tao rune. It was ethereal and very mysterious. I've finally successfully fused. Zhou Han was delighted. He saw the 9 beginningless sovereign seals become one and become a brand new mark. On the mark, the 9-colored light shone with a mysterious light. A mysterious power quickly circulated on it. This was the true beginningless sovereign seal. 1,000 calamities, 100 lifetimes of difficulties, the eras pass with the snap of a finger. A faint sigh sounded. Then, a vast figure appeared on the beginningless sovereign seal. It was as majestic as the sky and as dazzling as the stars. The vast voice was emotionless, as if it was telling the changes of time, the circulation of the galaxy. Then the sigh disappeared, replaced by endless dominance. Immortal body, immortal soul, shock the ages, stay unrivaled. Looking at the severed immortal path, I don't see anyone from the past or the future. I'm alone on this peak. Zhou Han's eyes narrowed slightly. No one dared to be so arrogant. Only those with absolute confidence and strength were qualified to say such arrogant words. The identity of the figure in the sky was obvious. It's the beginningless sovereign. Oh my God, what did I see? It's really the beginningless sovereign. In that case, the one who triggered this commotion is that cultivation technique. Many ancient souls had already rushed over. When they saw the phantom in the sky, they were both respectful and afraid because it was the #1 expert of the ancient chaos era, beginningless sovereign. Although it was only a phantom, the sharp aura emitted by that pressure was sharp and brought with it super strong pressure. Then, their hearts burned even more. Before coming, they had only guessed that this phenomenon might be related to the beginningless sovereign scripture. Now, they could completely confirm it. Everyone's eyes flickered as they calculated how to snatch this heaven-defying cultivation technique. After all, there were so many experts present. Without enough schemes, it was not easy to obtain them with brute force. Therefore, for a moment, these ancient soul experts did not attack. The scene was surprisingly harmonious. So many experts have come. There are actually so many experts in this mystic realm. Damn, there are no less than 10 Saint Lords. Damn it. I was originally prepared to fight for it. This time, they're not giving us a chance at all. The person who triggered the phenomenon is actually Zhou Han. He's really finished this time. Sensing the powerful auras constantly flying around them, these prodigies who had heard the news turned pale. After all, their strongest person had not reached the level of a Saint Lord. Among these ancient souls, there were no less than 10 that had reached the strength of a Saint Lord. This was a very powerful force. Therefore, these prodigies naturally felt a huge threat. Although they were unwilling to give up on the competition, they still knew something. Without powerful strength, rashly fighting for it was no different from courting death. However, when they saw that these phenomena were all triggered by Zhou Han, they gloated. After all, humans had such a mentality. Everyone was a prodigy participating in the competition. They definitely did not want Zhou Han to obtain what they could not obtain. In the face of so many powerful ancient souls, Zhou Han will probably die this time. He's quite lucky. For some reason, the Nine Sacred City didn't kill him, but he definitely won't survive now. After all, he won't be able to withstand the attack of a Saint Lord. Needless to say, more than 10 Saint Lords present have fused more than 20 sovereign golden runes. They can insta-kill Zhou Han countless times. This is a man's sin. Zhou Han triggered a phenomenon. Without enough strength, he can't protect his fruit at all. The geniuses of the various large factions sneered, looking like they were watching a good show. Next, there would definitely be a chaotic battle. It was also a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. They all had the idea of taking advantage of the chaos. After all, everyone present was a pseudo-sovereign grade expert. They definitely had a lot of good things on them. Once they obtained them, it would be a huge gain. Look, someone finally can't hold back and attacked. Good. There's going to be a fight. As they exclaimed, there were naturally some greedy people among the many ancient souls who could not hold back or had absolute confidence in their strength. They grabbed at the fused beginningless sovereign seal in the air. Very good. You're the first to come and die. Zhou Han's voice was cold, and a cold aura spread. According to the previous relevant description, after the beginningless sovereign seal fused, it would summon the beginningless sovereign scripture. He activated the appraisal and realized that the cultivation technique was engraved in the beginningless sovereign seal. Therefore, anyone who dared to touch this beginningless sovereign seal would definitely die. Only the capable can obtain such a supreme treasure. How can a young kid like you control the cultivation technique of the beginningless sovereign? The attacking ancient soul smiled impudently. It had the power of 35 sovereign golden runes and activated them all. Golden light curled around its soul body. His aura was powerful, and an unstoppable aura surged over. Good lord, the Golden Fur Tiger King actually attacked. Looks like he's determined to win. No, I can't let the beginningless sovereign seal fall into the hands of the Golden Fur Tiger King. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult to snatch it from him. Damn it, I lost the initiative. Limit him. We can't let him touch us. After seeing the Golden Fur Tiger King attack, the expressions of many ancient souls turned ugly. After all, they were 35 Saint Lords. The strength they displayed was very fierce. Moreover, they naturally could not keep up with his speed. They were a little anxious and directly attacked to stop the Golden Fur Tiger King. Sensing the energy fluctuation rushing over from behind, the Golden Fur Tiger King hurriedly summoned an ancient huge shield to protect him. The consequences of attacking first would be public criticism. He had naturally considered it. However, as long as he survived a wave of attacks, he would succeed. Ha! The beginningless sovereign seal is mine. The Golden Fur Tiger King roared. In a flash, its soul transformed into a golden tiger. It pounced at Zhou Han and the beginningless sovereign seal. You're coveting my things. Die. Zhou Han's expression was calm. He stretched out his palm, and in an instant, countless chaos sword auras spewed out and directly killed. Boom. At the same time, many ancient soul attacks behind him rushed over. The attacks were very violent. The Golden Fur Tiger King is nothing much. It was insta-killed by our focus fire. Looks like he really has an undeserved reputation. He dares to snatch the beginningless sovereign seal first. Seeing the Golden Fur Tiger King killed, the ancient souls heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that they had focused their firepower and killed it, so they did not realize how terrifying Zhou Han was at all. Although many experts were a little puzzled, they did not have time to think in the face of the huge temptation of the beginningless sovereign seal. With the Golden Fur Tiger King's actions, the Saint Lords present naturally would not miss the opportunity again. All of them fought to be first. As they flew, they fought with each other. They only had one goal, and that was to snatch the beginningless sovereign seal. Zhou Han was a little speechless. He realized that he was actually ignored because these experts did not take him seriously at all. They all thought that as long as they killed their biggest competitor present, the winner would obtain control of the beginningless sovereign seal. What a bunch of noobs pecking at each other. After taking a look, Zhou Han shook his head. He did not know where they got the courage to fight for the beginningless sovereign seal. It's over. Extreme Mastery, Sword Dao Quintessence. Zhou Han naturally would not waste time watching the battle because he was too bored. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, countless violent and sharp sword auras surged in the sky. Sword light spewed with a rainbow aura. enveloping this world. Damn, what a powerful sword intent. It's actually that young man. How can the move he used be so strong? Oh my god, such strength, a Saint King-grade expert. Sensing the sword intent that filled the sky, these ancient souls immediately stopped fighting. They felt a huge threat of death. After fighting for a long time, they realized that the young man who had summoned the beginningless sovereign seal was the strongest existence. It was simply mocking. Damn it, he wants to kill all of us. I was careless. I really fell for it this time. I can't resist this power at all. Great fear and despair surged in the hearts of the ancient souls. Facing the sword aura that filled the sky, they realized that they had already been surrounded and had no way out. They really did not leave any way out. Zhou Han naturally would not be polite to them. There was no reason to give up the resources that came knocking on his door. He took out the Honorable Soul banner and enveloped them all. Then, a large wave of notifications began to spam on the combat interface. He dealt with all the ancient souls present. Those who failed to subdue were directly killed. Good. 2 sovereign golden runes dropped. Now, I've fused 25. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.